Buddy joined your channel.
เชื่อเขาขยันเลยว่ะพี่
ตูเว้ย
นี่เขาข้าวเหนียวต้องชิมเรดฟอร์ช
วันนี้เที่ยวไหนวันนี้ไม่ได้ไปครับสวัสดีครับเลิกเที่ยวแล้ว
One thing's for certain, Nongshim's game isn't what it once was, but the big question on everyone's mind is how do they evolve while still staying true to what they know.
Yeah, they had a rough game against Talon last week, but they have still pushed some of the best teams in this league. So this is a must-win against the Team Secret that is winless so far in 25.
Oh, definitely all battles
Microphone
seem
muted.
to be uphill
ไม่น่าได้ไป
for
นะ
Team
ไม่น่า
Secret
ได้ไป
lately. This match being no exception at all, and this squad struggling to regain
Microphone
their former
activated.
glory. The big question for Team Secret, this Filipino squad, is there any
เชียร์แม่งเล่นเนาะผมนอนหลับลึก
in
เลย
stage 1 of BCT Pacific? Does this team have any tricks left up their sleeve, especially for this
น็อกกับ
match
พี่
that
จอน
needs
หรือว่าหลัง
to
จากนั้นละ
pressure them? It could be 1 in a million for them by winning this.
Yeah, they have to win today, or I think that they are eliminated from playoff contention. The stakes cannot be higher for this Team Secret roster, who, as you say, have not managed to get a win on the board. It's not been without their good maps, not been without their big plays from their big players, but they've not managed to string it together. Today is the day they have to find some consistency, upset this Nongshim team, and start some momentum towards playoffs to keep their hopes alive.
Even in kickoff, like they would pick a map and look phenomenal on it. It's not like these guys can't play when they have a good read and they're feeling in good form. So we really need to see Team Secret show their best selves, and not just on one map. We need consistency across the series, especially with how the Veto that's unfolded here. These are 3 maps that I'm pretty confident in Nongshim for. Split, I didn't like it when they were picking it, but if it's getting picked against them, then you're feeling a lot better on it because you know that they've tried to adapt that into that map pool since the start of 2025, and they've put a lot of work into this map specifically. So I think Pearl is going to be a good start for Nongshim. They have not dropped it yet. They're 4-0 on it, and I think that they're going to be very confident that this has made it into the map, Veto.
Yeah, I think Pearl is a pivotal map absolutely in this Veto, but I don't think Team Secret will be too upset that it's been picked into them. I think they will have known that this is coming, and this was a map where they managed to beat Talon last week. They looked dominant. They didn't drop around on their defender side. So Team Secret can definitely play this map. Being able to upset their opponent's map pick would give them huge momentum. I think this is for sure the pivotal moment of the season.
I think that both teams are on the same side, actually, of the same coin, but it's just that Nongshim, they haven't reached their ceiling yet. And for Team Secret, it's that big question. Is this their ceiling? That's very worrisome, and they have to prove it on this map.
Yeah. They can't slow down. They can't slow down now. You know, we've seen these players for a long time. They've been able to make it to international events in the past, and they need to find that pass forward.
Alrighty, let's have a look at the Asian select here. Nongshim going to run with the same comp that they have been using on this map. If it's not broke, don't need to fix it. It's going to be very lurk heavy on this attack side. That's something that Team Secret are going to have to actively shut down. They also are going to maybe have some issues against this op if they can't get these quick side execs off.
Yeah, Team Secret sticking with what they know here. Keep rolling on with that Chamber and Vice double Senti combo, which of course does play similarly to what Nongshim want to do. I think we're going to be seeing quite a slow game here, lots of slow defaults, and I think that's the key difference, is that how are you going to use the Yoru versus how are you going to use the Neon? I think that's the pivotal key to this matchup.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think definitely looking at the lurk timings and things like that and the way these teams use the middle of the map on their attacking side.
Well, will this finally be that first victory for Team Secret for a very, very long time? Or will Nongshim Red Force finally pick up their stride once again? We are going to find out as we step into Pearl, the first map
Microphone
of the day.
เรื่องสยองสอบมันชาร์จลองชิม
Why, yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mika. And I'm just, I got to look through my calendar, you know, kind of like what Pilsky was talking about. Yes, it's April 12th. And it has definitely been 279 days since Team Secret picked up a win officially in the whole VCT.
But it's crazy because
Microphone
there's only been 10 series
activated.
that they've actually played in that time. So
True.
if you consider that as well,
Still is a pretty huge record.
It still is a pretty deep run of days there. Coming in towards this series, though, of course, was Pearl an expected one to be coming out from Nongshim? They're not a team that generally opts directly into it, but happy to be floating it lately. I like.
Which is pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I like the scorelines that they've been gathering on that one as well. I think there was some questions from me and a lot of people out there with some little changes in agents last time. So I'm glad that Downby is going to be back on towards the Neon, of course.
ไปพลิกวะ
น้องชิมพริก
ไปไหนเนี่ย
ผมดูใน YouTube อะแต่ไม่ได้ดูแบบวัดปรับไวนะในทวิตมันดูไม่ได้อะ1080ไม่ได้อะช่องอังกฤษอะ
โอเค
Kind of is like hair on paper thin's head. It's somewhat sparse. So,
เริ่มที่บวก 1
from week 1, but we'll see how it all plays out today. Unfortunately,
ไอ้รักน้องชิมทั้งใจใช่ไหม
น้องชิมทั้งใจ
So that kind of mid presence has already been eliminated.
Don't worry, we're not going to see any headhunter whiffs immediately in this one and sacrifice an ace over towards their opponent. But we are going to see some damage back from Team Secret surrounding this.
ทอนอย่างไว
Gets a little bit open here, Quack.
Very much so, but thankfully Team Secret will continue to swarm. They found the spike.
And the shot is being collected from them.
แกล้งพี่มันลงมารับพี่อะพี่ยอด
Team Secret, it's all on a Margaret. Alert.
เล่นหยอกเล่น
Gravity weld in. Good shot though.
Still able to find it. Blinded for a while. That is very much so information for Team Secret. They're pretty low as well, so a single shot from the Sheriff towards the engine block could very well be their doom. Margaret has an opportunity here, but yeah, might have been a little bit distracted, just sensing, tiny pixels here and there, and that's when the swing comes out.
Well, these teams were equal in the pistol accumulation going in towards this series, I believe, 9-7 apiece. So that's going to be a little bit separated now with, of course, one of the teams having to win a pistol. You can't have a handshake or walk away in this round and just call it equal. Great little trap plays to come on out, and you've got to consider that that's technically a 4v5 deficit version coming in since Wild Oreo was bested at the very beginning of the round.
Not too bad. I mean, good recovery overall. Just taking that decision, push their way up B-long. As the next round comes in, though, it's going to be Team Secret in with that little buy as well, of course. Wild Oreo on towards the Outlaw, now taking a main control.
As long as you're not kind of giving up too much here as Team Secret, it should be all good. You've got Wild Oreo posted on the Outlaw line. You'll have the rendezvous as well in case there's many members that come towards him and potentially look to flash him off, stun him up.
See if he finds his picks. There are a lot of targets marching towards him. The stealth drone, yep, will kind of inform him somewhat. So rendezvous away, that's information.
Can still get back on a pretty powerful line in this sort of situation though. Has Jesse Vash to assist, has a recon in a second, but all these utils starting to come on through. Let's see if Nongshim can get a plan.
Yeah, initial mortar strike, you've got the smokes up, so it allows Nongshim to try to sneak their way in, but still Team Secret, they have pretty much surrounded the site. I also do want to note Margaret's positioning up around stairs, so he's going to be able to support his teammates, but for now it's going to be Jeremy who finds the kill through the little angles with the Bulldog, while Team Secret just continues to stay tucked in.
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
มันจะมีเรื่องสยองเกิดขึ้นมาพี่จอน
Everybody at Team Secret team.
ไม่หรอกมั้ง
Okay.
ผมไม่ให้อะไร
Danby.
แพงๆตั้งแต่แรก
So trying to get it stuck
เกาหลีไม่สยองหรอก
Jeremy looking for the wall banks, but not going to quite be able to find it. Stuns being sounded off as well, but still, it just is Team Secret slowly but surely moving their way into the site. Jeremy, close range though, not going to be able to find the shot in Ivy. Finding one up around A main as well. Persia will fall, and that leaves Ivy alone. And look at the high-low setup coming through. Lovely protocols coming out from Team Secret just to secure the round. Not too much damage sustained.
Yeah. And of course we see the
ต่อไปนี่ไม่ควรละ
Classic in the game now as well, unlike Big Time, who is only going to be getting a bundle contingent on a team getting a win. I have got both of the bundles before they've even played their games with them in the server, so we like to support our Pacific teams. Of course,
อุ้ยพี่
bundles
รุ่น
for
ใหญ่
all
ไป
of
แล้
these
ว
accounts now, for those that didn't know.
Yeah,
เอสโก
wow. Salesman, what a salesman, Komodo. It is a pretty interesting theme for today's matches, though, right? Both ascended teams, but at the same time, they are kind of on somewhat opposite ends of the groups. So I do imagine there's going to be quite a bit of pressure onto Nongshim's shoulders. But at the same time, as the round continues to play out, now full buy coming up. Jeremy, again with the Bulldog, marching upwards towards Belong. Now they
นี่
start
เดี๋ยวพี่มา
and he can't
ทำความบัฟ
get himself out of there. No gate crush
Buddy
available.
disconnected from
Dambi
your
will find
channel.
the frag, continues to slither through, but it's going to be 2GE trading right back up.
No teammates to go with Darby to assist him there either is just a little bit awkward. You got to keep your strength in numbers here, play the long game, especially when you're going up with rifles against the bonus round of Team Secret.
That's been something that has been plaguing Nongshim for like the past several weeks, or maybe even a little bit in kickoffs. Yeah,
The kind of the whole stage, right? Dambi's just been ahead. You know, he was playing the Waylay similarly to the principles that this team employs with the Neon. This time though, together as a pack, the Thorns can sting them up a little bit, unless they all go to the wall together, which they do, but now they're just going to sink that damage. 2GE, oh, it does miss out on the timing just narrowly.
well timed. Persia still left behind, so has a timing against 2GE. That's going to be the frag. That's going to be the sight. Maybe the spike plant as well. The recon does buy a little bit of time for Jesse Vash to sneak that shock dart a little bit way in.
Able to see what damage Jesse Vash and Wild Oreo can do here.
Microphone
You do have
muted.
that Vandal, so if Wild Oreo can find something here, wouldn't be too bad to chip away at the economy of Nongshim, who are just going to fall on back towards Art and really play the post.
Would be a good position to hold. Jesse Vash doesn't have any more utility either, so at this point,
แล้วใครชอบใครครับทุกคน
push or try to tap the spike, bait them into peeking against you, but unfortunately timing not quite supporting Jesse Vash's intentions back there, so it's going to be just down to Wild Oreo. Not too much damage dealt against Nongshim, who are able to recover themselves.
Pretty level-headed after the initial duel that Dambi gets dispatched in, right? You pivot over towards the A side of things, you look to establish a plant, you expect that there's going to be a little bit of a challenge there as well, so they're making sure that they've got some protection around the spike plant. You see it from Francis there, who will get a little bit closer to that Armageddon with getting the plant eventually as well. It's just good to see that, you know, we're already getting some of these great protocols from both of these teams, but these are the sort of rounds that really interest me, right? When you've got the buyout from both of the teams, when you've already got Jeremy with this dimensional drift, you can really find something good for the team on a retake or to layer information and get something pretty sneaky happening. For now though, he just needs to get out of there as pressure builds up around B.
I mean, that's what you do want to do as the Euro, but you can't quite do that freely when Francis is, you know, repeatedly sending that stealth drone all the way through. Now, a little bit more attention towards middle.
You're going to have to take some body jewels here as Nongshim as well.
ไปสุดสวัสดีครับมีโกรธดีครับสวัส
That's
ดีครับ
one of the kind of lackluster things about this age of lineup that you're doing. You don't have the great
สุดจริงเมื่อวานกว่าจะได้นอน
like Jesse Vash does have on the Sova, for example. So you're relying on Team Secret to give you some information here. You've got to go together as numbers. You do spot out where Wild Oreo is, missing a couple of shots, but with sub 50 seconds to go, you've got to make an idea for Nongshim here where you want to end. And if they do continue to go to this A side, Vice utility, Astrostar's already available too. It can get quite awkward.
Yeah, positionally as well for Team Secret. Persia, unfortunately, will get caught out, so no additional support found for Nongshim. They're going to have to just barrel their way into the site. Unfortunately for them, Jeremy has already got his sights zeroed in. Even pulls out the dimensional drift. Try to stick the plant, but that's going to be NB finding the
เอาแล้วไง
Jesse Vash with the double kill at the end.
There is not a lick of damage done to any of the Team Secret members in that round. They went out with what they went in, essentially. Just a little investment of utility. That was a really well-played round from them from beginning to end. Isolating Persia in the 2 versus 1, playing Crossfire on the site as well, and Jeremy using the Dimensional Drift to get out of dodge, get some information for the team, and it's another situation where you've got a wallbang coming from dugout to deny the plant. This is something that Nongshim is going to have to kind of recognize really quickly as already being a thorn in their side.
Yeah, Pearl, a map like this, you know, it's something that both teams were rather successful on in week 1, but just as we saw the way that entire round played out, right, Komodo? Like you mentioned, it's the way that they were trying to work their way across the map, but at the same time, we're seeing semblances of that same issue again. You know, Dambi trying to movement his way into sight, but very well received by Jeremy this time.
And it's a little bit different in terms of how Team Secret did play against Talon, right? When you got Talons.
ใช่มันแต่น้องชิมมันเลือกตัวมากันนะดิมันเลือกคิวจอยกับไอ้นั่นมาดิไอ้ตัวใหม่อ่ะบรรจบอ่ะ
So without Nongshim having that, I'm having to kind of see them make sure that the salvos are going to be put in good position. Make sure.
น้องชิมมันกันได้ว่ะ
Importance on how Dambi's going to be playing around.
ไม่ใช่บุกก่อนดิ
Ball goes out, he can slide in with a teammate. Coordination of a good arc race, and I think with the teammate is going to be the biggest thing for Nongshim here.
Something that a lot of us have been keeping our eyes on.
Yeah.
สวัสดีครับพี่ช้างสวัสดีครับ
The A main side of things though.
Little flash coming out from Jeremy as well, allows for the peek, but ooh, Francis, double sheriff kill.
Jesse Vash though.
He's continuing to peek out, now trying to get the phantom sprays, and he's gonna nail it.
He's done it again. He is so sensational to bring these sort of things back.
Exact spot where he earned the ace, like from way back when.
And now you've got an advantage as Team Secret able to lurk up from Margaret.
แม่นอย่างวอซีเก็บตัวเนี้ย
By Envy, who has again
Yeah,
always been
Ing.
having a cracker series here in Pacific. Now, just on a Persia, 1 versus 3, and spotted.
Aerial
Goodbye,
drone,
goodbye.
information found aplenty. And even the shock dart chipping away at him. I know it's kind of just
เชี่ยคุณลุง
eco, but still, you have to admire how well Jesse Vash played the round.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment in that round where things looked scary, right? A lot of teams, when they have the first 2 duels not go their way, they disconnect and try to reset, right? A 3 versus 5 scenario, you're kind of a little bit worried, but the fact that Jesse Vash just stands and delivers here, they give him a little bit of a 1v1.
นั่นดินาเจดอ่ะ
The stun lingering on a little bit later on as well for him to just kind of, bunker down and spray the Phantom out. Great job from him there to bring things back after Nongshim's timeout, by the way. So
I can't remember his exact age, but Unk has still got it. And that's Hunter's Fury for the round now, possibly coming in contention against Nongshim, who are, once again, back
ไม่เช็ค
in
มุมจ
towards
ริง
the
ๆเหรอ
op. This time it's going to be Wild Oreo here, though, with the op.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, he's one of the
angle, though, if he's holding one angle, right?
He's one of the top contenders for,
Ui, mới
highest
check
op
chính
levels
hả?
in all of Pacific right now. Oh, but he's
Famous
marching
though.
upwards. Both of them have missed each other. And Dambi unscoped
เกมอะไรอันนี้เกมอะไรอ่ะ
Do you expect though anyone
อันนี้
else
เกมอะไรอ่ะ
on the side itself with how far forward Wild Oreo would be pushing up? Generally, Vice Wall would be placed behind it with Thorns as well in case that player does lose their life and there's an attempt at speed. But this time, it's just a
ผี
really slow down passive affair from Nongshim. Get out some a little more information that Jesse Vash is going to be lent towards this B site now on the drone. Hunter's Fury starts to come out too.
Trying to get a good read for the macro, but that's going to be Jesse Vash denying any possible entry. Envy to hold as well. Taken down by Dambi, though, so there's a slight opportunity here. Margaret marching his way up forward towards B-Link, and it's just Jeremy trying to break things open with the fake out. Does manage to equalize on someone. It still is a 1-on-2.
Yeah, you have to see some brilliance from Jeremy here. One blind side to be able to utilize. You've got Thorns for Ivy and an Arcros, but that's all about it.
Yeah, and look at the way they're holding these angles as well.
Yeah, the crossfire not really going to be there.
Trying to still isolate a lot of these corners and angles, though. Does spot out Dambi, but Dambi is way too
แต่ Dambi มันมาแล้ว
able to snipe him down with a headshot from the Phantom.
Got to say the timing as well from Envy to be able to sleuth through a lot of that utility to catch Francis off guard was great. But
Dambi
being able to just get the trades around the side as well.
พี่ช้างราคาชอบใครครับพี่เจสวัสดีครับ
Just having a great idea, right? Jesse Vash spotted out from the drone earlier, getting out the Hunter's Fury, and it's this
ปีศาจ Dambi
he's really, been having a big dig for Team Secret, right, throughout all of their games.
ปีศาจ Dambi อ่ะ Dambi แดนกิมจิ
Need to see a bit of a step up to come out from him. This is the sort of series where if he's able to, and Team Secret are able to get a win, for example, bring some confidence.
You need it. You need it so much so just to get that win on the board for the team.
Yeah.
I do wonder if sometimes
No comment เลยเหรอ
it's
คู่
one of
นี้
those things where it's that title of IGL hanging a little bit heavy on his head,
DX สินะ
trying to still call his way around the rounds. You're on defense right now, though, so
Yeah.
I'll try to set things up.
The sheer wall as well already going to be popped towards A main, so you're going to have to see a little bit of a hold.
เชี่ยมุมนี้มันโคตรน่ากลัวเลยผมบอกเลย
A chance to rotate back there if they do want to. What sort of utility you may spot out towards B. A lot of the
ได้ใช้โดมไปแล้วมันจะไล่ไอ้นั่นยังไงวะไล่แชมเบอร์ยังไงวะ
Nongshim that it might be a little bit more stacked up, so rotate over. You can still look to off-put Wild Oreo here, who's yet to get a kill on the board. And you've also got a lot of these ultimates that you can really
ยังเลยครับพี่เจเด
a strong A take.
Narva getting straight into the site. Wild Oreo receives Dambi kindly.
Oh, he
Does get hit. So there is a little bit of an entrance for Nongshim to get into the site. Still though, Team Secret are racing into the site as well. Francis looking to get that stick in, but still trapped by the gravity well. There is a chance for him to get wall banked. And while that happens, Jeremy and Jesse Vash swarming around both sides or around the site itself. Just down to Ivy now, who unfortunately is a little bit lone and cold.
เชี่ย
Tries to move
ซี
up
เก็บแม่ง
front
เซ็
to
ต
get
โค
the
ตรดี
spike
เลย
back in, but running out of time. He might be able to stick it now, but at that point, they're going to start to push into him. So he holds onto his angles instead, finds a double kill, looks for the third, but shut
เฮีย
down
ซี
by
เก็บมันเซ็ต
Jesse
ดีจัด
Vash.
อะ
Yeah, on that rotate back towards the site, as soon as Wild Oreo finds that first pick, it does get traded out by the Armageddon. The time is just really starting to tick, and there's enough afforded for Team Secret to rotate. I'm looking at the ultimates that both teams have available, and I'm thinking you can use the lockdown here to try and off-put Team Secret's advances into stopping a spike plant to go down. But as soon as that Steel Garden is dropped, you know that the challenge is just going to be there from Team Secret to keep Nongshim a little bit hot under the collar and under the weather.
คู่นี้ยังมีลุ้นปะซีเก็บแพ้ตกรอบเลยน้องชิมแพ้มีสิทธิ์ตกรอบ แต่ถ้าซีเก็บแพ้คือตกรอบเลย
The utility to really fend off the incoming forces of Team Secret right now, though. Back into A main. Jeremy, slight whiff, but it's okay. Does get away freely, and Wild Oreo to relay forward.
As long as he's able to destroy the drone here or dodge it, it'll be not too bad from him. But they're going to let it go. It is just pistols at the end of the day, and Danby on the Vandal. He snuck in pretty far though, already up through. Look at this.
Yeah, with that, not too much because Wild Oreo still has the angles locked down. Margaret, though, now incoming with Persia as well. A bit of alert coming out from the controller of Nongshim. Still back into the site, and then it's going to be the common spots around dugout. They're trying to get the wall banks through, but Nongshim knows exactly how to find their targets. Envy looking to spin around on a dime, but it's not going to happen.
เชี่ยจะน้องชิมมาเก่งแบบเนี้ย
with a judge.
Oh, what a scrappy round around that A site there, isn't it? You've got Jeremy trying to play in and out of the Cosmic Divide as well. The shots are going lopsided. Everybody's missing shots. Everybody's trying to hit something, pulling out utility at the wrong spot. That's just a moment of recognition for a lot of these players that, well, maybe we should just have our guns up and go for the fights. A good lurk.
รออะไรอ่ะลุงเจโคตรเอาอ่ะวันเนี้ยอยากเข้ารอบมั้ง
Kind of works out in the 2
แต่น้องชิมไม่น่าแพ้ว่ะผมว่าน้องชิมไม่แพ้อะ
right at the end there.
โอ้น้องชิมไม่แพ้ซีเค็ดอ่ะ
Always seeing, you know, really well thought out, methodical.
เข้มทั้งคู่อ่ะเพราะมันแพ้ตกรอบไปแหละมั้ง
In a game like this one, it's gonna be in the scrap.
Still, though, in the current round, Tour de Force being pulled out by Wild Oreo. He's creeping all the way forward up mid.
And again, as long as you're, you know, not seeing a drone or anything come out from Francis and you're not seeing the Arcros, you can kind of just hold this position as Wild Oreo and try to get the one and then get out of there.
ที่นั่นเดือดเป็นออกก่อนเพื่อนอีก
Instantly done and out, and
Does he know Envy?
a little bit of an exchange coming through as well. Envy still tucked away.
I don't think so.
ไปเดินไป
Where the crosshair is, he has no idea that Envy's pushed up here. This could be huge.
Oh,
for
he
Team Secret.
hears him going back into that astral form. Oh, gets the shot! Both headshots
แพ้ผัดกันแพ้อีกโคก
collected. That's the spike down as well.
Are we going to have any rounds of success in a row for these teams? Dimensional drift in for Envy to try and bring this one back in towards Team Secret's favor. The spike is in control of the defenders, but where do you think Margaret is going to be lurking from at the moment? Because it's just Darby here.
No chance. I mean, even if Margaret is lurking around, as soon as Team Secret keeps themselves on that spike, it's okay.
And Jesse Vash recognizes the situation, slips in towards A main. He doesn't need to really activate way too early, but if Team Secret all decide to go through this A main position, well, they'd just essentially be attacking the site. So they'll split up a little bit, contend with the Killjoy utility that is going to be throughout Art. This is a 2 versus 4 retake.
Very
โอ้
much so.
อยากปาของอะไรขนาดนั้นนะลูก
They knew exactly where that spike was going to be delivered to, so a quick pick being found by Jesse Vash, and now the drone to spot out Dambi as well. This guy is pinned down. Unless he shoots himself out, it's not going to happen. Jeremy, the whole team will converge onto a sole position. That will be Team Secret picking up the round.
Yeah, the fact that Wild Oreo is just able to snip.
อยากปาของจัด
There's no utility
ไม่
to
ปาก่อนวางวะ
space, you know, I'm a little bit surprised that Envy isn't throwing out. Oh, sorry, Ivy isn't throwing out the.
Similar, yeah, close.
There's one letter difference, man, and they're playing the same agent. That Ivy isn't throwing out the Arcros to at least get some information, or that they're not looking to, have a couple of bodies to spot something out. You've got to be collecting upon this information earlier. Some great ideas on this defensive side, I will say, in this round for Team Secret, and some great repositioning as well, right? It's just playing towards the numbers, playing towards the strengths in that situation, not giving an advantage back over.
เสีย2 ไทม์เอาท์แล้วว่ะไอ้เหี้ย
I just do want to call back a little bit to kind of the
2
whole
ไทม์เอาท์ครึ่งแรกอะ
veto process. We were kind of thinking, was this Nongshim trying to surprise Team Secret with a pick that they haven't gone with, for the longest time in the regular season in Stage 1? Instead, it kind of feels as though Team Secret are very much so prepared for this.
Yeah, especially on this defensive side at the moment. I think there's just a little bit more lackluster scenarios that Nongshim have been able to present themselves because they're not getting a lot of these opening duels.
ไวมากตรงชิม
A lot of these challenges that they can go in together as a team and play towards the strengths that their agent lineups are doing. We're reliant upon
คนเกาหลีเขาวาดรูปสวยจังวะ
from
ดู
Nongshim
ดิเขาวาดโคตรเท่
catch off a couple of Team Secret members, and as long as Team Secret know that, well, they don't really need to be giving a lot of these lurks the light of day. They can just play
เฮ้ยช่วงนี้เปอร์เซียเขาไม่เอาเลยวะพี่เปอร์เซียพี่ฟรานซิสเนี่ย
going up in towards B main, and you can sit pretty for a while, especially because Jeremy is, getting these one and dones, while Oreo's
ช่วงนี้น้องชิมมันเป็นอะไรวะ
Precisely, just being able to teleport away gives them so much
มันดูลวนๆนะน้องชิมอะ
sort of maneuverability around the map, able to get themselves in and out of positions. And right now, trying to get a read for how Nongshim might pilot the next round. Team Secret are going for immediate pressure.
You're just going to have Purge up, lurking up a little bit, outside club. But again, Team Secret not in a situation whatsoever that they need to take a duel towards Nongshim. Let them waste the utility, right? They have to use a lot of this util, a lot of their bodies to get some forward positions. You got a bit of a trap play over towards
เชื่อผมบอกเลยว่ามุมที่ไวโอริโออยู่แม่งปราบเซียนจัดๆแม่งปราบเซียนมานักตอนนั้นละ
Both get out of dodge if things get sticky.
มุมไอไวโอริโออะแม่งคือมุมปราบเซียน
Jesse Vash as well. If he's able to somehow pick up a kill, well, he'll get the Hunter's Fury for this round.
You gotta admire how Jesse Vash is back onto his very familiar Sova, and that shock dart might have given him a bit of a tell as well. But ooh, teleport not quite deployed quick enough, so it's gonna be a simple frag for Francis right now while Nongshim continues to advance forward into the site.
เหี้ยจะซี่เขาเอาอะไรวะ
Jesse Vash able to hold down the line, swaps over the classic to get away because of that steel garden, but unfortunately it's just more space for Nongshim right now. Fake out deployed, trying to create a little bit more space, a little bit more information, and 2GE will spray them down like a garden hose. 3-on-3, the spike attempts to get planted, but Jeremy in the line,
อะไรอะ
the rest of Team Secret will spot out every single one of their individual locations.
Yeah, as soon as the idea that Nongshim are going to have to end towards this B site, let's just drop down the Cosmic Divide and actually make them stay in, or if they want to try and re-peek in towards the site, well, gun barrels are going to be spotted through the wall. It makes it a little bit untenable when you add to the fact that they're trying to get the spike down time and time again, and every time they're tapping it, essentially, the player that's going to try and do that is dying through spams to come out on towards it. Some great positions and just great attention to detail from Team Secret that let's just get there and have
ไอ้กินบอกว่าเลยไทยมีทรงกว่าเดิมนะ มันได้แมปหนึ่งจากG2ได้ไม่ธรรมดานะ
So really well played on this defensive side from Team Secret.
Very much so. It just feels as though Dambi has not been allowed to come online because of how well Team Secret are contacting him. Down to Jeremy now. Flashes, gets himself out of dodge. Wild Oreo, unfortunately though, will receive a hit himself.
Yep. Getting in towards this site yet again as quick as Nongshim possibly can. Armageddon, going to buy a little bit of time, but now you don't actually have that for the post plant. They have been struggling to even get the plant down, so I don't mind the idea.
Yeah, if Francis can stay alive long enough, maybe salvos, and the rest of the team can work their way around B long, but still, you gotta watch out for how Envy might be able to work his way around this round. One kill, it's gonna be Steel Garden. Alright, they know exactly where their opponents are. It's gonna be a full firefight just around B main.
เฮ้ยเดลิมอนเอานะเว้ยเมื่อวาน
Both hopping over, trying to bait out the utility from Nongshim. Oh, what a snap from Jeremy! Back into it, and that's Envy finding the frag towards the top. Not getting into position for the Steel Garden though, and time is continuing to tick away. 1v1, Francis, he spams! He finds the quad, and that's Nongshim coming back up!
Another scrappy round in the end proceedings there. A 4v3 advantage for Nongshim when they get all of that utility on the spike and they're popping it early, right? They have to buy so much time.
พี่โดเรมอนเขาได้จับเวลได้ด่านยังไงเขาไม่เอาแบบที่เขาจับเวลเขาเอาเนี่ยแมปสโมกเขาก็เอานะเว้ยเขาเอา2แมปเลยนะแต่แมปท้ายไม่ได้ดูแมปท้ายไม่ไหวแล้ว
At least establish some space for the team to
You
get
did,
the
I mean.
man down. It's at the end there that, you know, Spike is half defused. That Guardian, if it
ไม่ได้ดู
misses
แม
a
ปท้าย
couple
ดิ
of shots,
จะดูแค่แมปแรก
they're
กับ
going
แม
the
ป
other
2
way, and we're thinking maybe this is going to be a 9-3 half. So at least Nongshim are able to afford themselves that one on a lesser equipped buy last round of the half. They are one away from the lockdown, so they are able to drop down at this
เยี่ยมทำไม
pace.
ดูสกอร์แล้วมันจะจบที่เลข 4
But
วะ
then you've got to also consider, mate. Jesse Bash has Hunter's Fury. Jeremy's got a dimensional drift. There's still guard, and that to me screams retake.
For the last round as well, a retake will be so huge given the utility, but it's not even needed. Jesse Vash just receives full contact. Unfortunately, will fall as well. That's when Jeremy pulls out the dimensional drift, does buy a little bit more time for the rest of the team. He's trying to mark them in case the team can find some spams, but it's Waller with the shorty instead. Ivy to dive up for it for the trade. Steel guarded immediately deployed to flush Nongshim away.
Because they count 2 players on the side itself as well.
เจสซี่มาโคตรโหดอ่ะวันเนี้ยผมบอกเลย
Still play with, try and beat them on the rotation.
เจสซี่แม่งเหมือนคนอายุ 20 อ่ะ
Going to, but that wall is crucial to off-put 2GE.
We'll see. Can 2G
Oh,
find
the
his
stun.
opportunity? He does go for the stun, but unfortunately the pulse not quite enough for him. A frag dropped again. Jeremy only now. Inside of Halls, he does find the double! That equalizes the odds.
And now the shear wall gets popped as well, so Envy should have a really good idea on where this is by the placement of that lockdown. He knows Margaret's at long.
Does buy a little bit more time away from the retake though, from the duel.
And Margaret has no idea where Envy's going to come from.
So Envy, well, he's making footsteps at least.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to bait Margaret out. Oh, but in with the quick peek. Margaret just finds the tap right square on.
Oh, 2 rounds at the end there to bring that one back for Nongshim. A 5
แม่นจังวะ
half. Is it enough?
That is the question we're all asking ourselves right now. It's pretty close, though. I do admire how Nongshim are starting to recover. They began to anticipate how
เชี่ยมาร์เกเร็ตยิงคิดเดียวอ่ะ
be looking to receive them. They start to anticipate where, you know, Jeremy might play, where Wild Oreo might play. They began to punish them, or even just to work their way around that dimensional drift.
I think punishment is the word that we apply to Darby at the moment because he's not been able to take a lot of space from the team. Team Secret catching him off guard. Even when Nongshim had a couple of members behind him, right? When we're looking at these slides and the duels around Belong, he's still 2 steps forward in front of the team, which you kind of, you know, Neon's fast pace, you get that, but there's no immediate trades coming out because as soon as that's there, look at the players that are playing contact, right? It's Wild Oreo with the rendezvous, it's Jeremy with the
Perfect
gate
sign
crash.
for the point you're trying to make.
Yeah,
Oh man.
pretty much.
Well, you need someone like.
To be fair though, Darby does have the monster in him, so we need to see that here.
True. Trying to recall what the new Monsters Inc. tagline is. It's laughter we're after.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I just know the original one from like,
We
you know,
scream
20
'cause we
years ago,
care.
because now we're old. Like, we are old. We can't keep up with the Zoomers.
We're young at heart, and that's kind of how we're keeping up with things as well. But that right now.
แต่คู่หน้ามันการันตีเข้ารอบทั้ง2คู่แล้วปะอยู่ที่ว่าใครเข้าที่1ปะ
Davy is trying to get himself back into the game as well.
ไอ้กับ
Just
ไอ้
laughed it off, shrugged it
บูม
off,
อ่ะ
and really recollect yourself with the team because that's what we've been needing to see. At least now on the defensive side, possibly more glimpses of that. Currently, though, it is very much so Team Secret leading in terms of the game.
Yep. Opening duels are going to be quite important here, especially if you keep going towards the start location and you're able to find Darby. Trap play. Oh, he's by himself.
And with Waldor at the helm,
Doesn't stick around.
good. So a bit of information. Nongshim tried to get a poke, but Team Secret managed to get away quickly.
Yep. You've got Margaret playing spot over towards the A side as well to commune when that Nebula needs to be popped. You've got the wall over in the street, which will get tripped. So it's just, you know, standard protocols from both of the teams, trying to find some information, trying to draw out this utility. You get an idea that our kill carry on the side of Nongshim at the moment, Francis, is towards the A side as well. Does that give you enough information as Team Secret to either still play
โห
towards
โต
this side
ตี
or
เอง
leave?
ไอ้เหี้ย
Looks to be
รู้
the
เยอะอีก
earlier still.
Francis is holding on to that salvos though.
Yep.
So that's something that could come in handy for that spike plant happening somewhat soon.
Clearing all the angles with the drone. You've still got a dart to layer in when your team starts to get complete control of the site. Team Secret can have a couple of moments here to try and settle things down, baited out the salvos too, so you don't have them immediately in for a bit of a post plan if this goes down.
But it does buy time for the rest of Nongshim to get closer to the site. And that's when Danby picks them off. Now down to Wilder to try to find and relay onto the next player. But oh, Jesse Vash suffering a bit of a defeat as well. 2GE hiding inside of the smoke, trying to find some pot shots through. He will get away with one, but Jeremy falls as well. So even though the spike gets planted, Nongshim with that one salvos gets close in enough.
Pistols 1-1, so technically they will equalize back again on the pistol mark for the whole of this.
ใครยิงคนแรกวะแดมบิแล้วแดมบิมันลั่นอยู่นะ
Nongshim, you know,
เป้ามันจับนะวันเนี้ย
endeavors on the defensive
มันยิงตัวละ
side,
คลิกเลยนะ
for them to get some confidence as well. Danby, when he's not taken out immediately, is able to get some things happening. And I think one of the worries for me lately, when we're watching a lot of Valorant,
ฟรานซิสมันก็ตื่นแล้วนะ
these 5v5 duels from the teams, nothing is looking too clean. That looked pretty well orchestrated from Nongshim there.
Still though, yes, from the long for the long game at least, Team Secret beginning to kind of shape an idea of where Nongshim love to position themselves, especially given how they bought out so much with their utility from before. So this time a little bit more towards B main.
Yeah, A main though for Nongshim, scaring away Envy.
Jump peeks as well from Persia. And look at this one between Margaret
Boom.
and 2GE.
Yeah, Margaret's got a lot to do here when you think about it's a 1v2, but it does present a different situation when there's a judge to play.
คิดขวากับปืน1,600อะไรจะแรงกว่า
Big weapon for a big boy.
And again, Nongshim right now, nobody needs to try and press the issue. Though, with Jeremy coming back towards mid as well, this is where things get weird.
Okay.
Look at the damage onto Margaret, 21.
Looking for the spam.
คิดขวาเกือบแรงกว่าแล้ว
Margaret tucks himself away safely.
And now Persia, noted at the back of the holes as well, needs to call for a little bit of assistance. Ivy here, next to the turret.
Great off angle to hold alongside Persia as well from Halls.
Gun barrel.
Oh, it's been spotted. And down to the Bulldog to pick them off one by one. Jeremy though, slight lurk, will find Margaret and finds himself a
โอ้
judge
ทำไม
upgrade
มัน
as
ยิงน่า
well.
กลัวจัง
I still don't think that's going to be enough.
มัน
for
ยิง
him
แรง
to
มาก
hold
ซี
up
เคท
the
วัน
round
นี้
though.
Danby with the regen shields as well, so he's not too bleeding.
Especially can carry that forward to the next round. Jeremy soft back over onto the Sheriff looking for the spike, but yeah, angle's a little bit too wide. Danby sidesteps
ปืน
away.
ฟรียิงแรงมากอ่ะ
Tie the score up 7-7 now.
Yeah, the difference in that round that, you know, if Margaret goes down in middle and that judge is able to be picked up earlier on, a player advantage, you know, that the sort of what-if questions as well. But good stability brought by Nongshim at the end of that as we will look to get into
เสียวไส้อ่ะ
bonus round. Anti-bonus round for Nongshim still is 3 alive at the end of that one, the pass mark, when you've got the...
ได้วินนี้ไหลเลยอ่ะน้องชิมอ่ะ
they take over into this one.
ได้วินได้เกม
Maybe not.
แต่ดูจากปืนแล้วดูยาก
Heavier and a couple of pistols. You're, of course, not having anyone that's found way too much in the first 2 rounds to have any ultimates available.
โคตรปั๊บมันติอ่ะ
Close towards Francis's Armageddon, a great priority on the defensive side. When you've got Team Secret, a team that can really play stretch towards this B
เชื่อไหม
side of
ดูบี
things.
มันดูไม่ค่อยมีคนช่วยเท่าไหร่เลยวะ
Lock them out, lock them in.
Can be certain Danby's looking for his overdrive soon enough as well.
บีมันดูเหมือนกันคนเดียวนะอยู่ลำบากลำบาก
Team Secret now, they want to reclaim some control towards aid, and they know they lost in the very beginning. Nongshim are a team that apparently are liking to grab the A main control at the very beginning because they're not seeing too much pressure established from Team Secret either, right? They don't have salvos, they're not running a Teho to be able to off-put it there. There's the information that you
อ๋อ
want.
ยิงพลาด
Really slow and steady pace, but
เหมือนมันผัดกันปั๊มมันติคนละที่อ่ะโยลูก็ปั๊มมันติบีไอ้นี่ก็ปั๊มมันติเอ
information that they're collecting.
Yeah, but all the pressure that was put down towards B ramp at the moment has made sure that there's some utility reinvested towards this B side. And Astrostar was just popped, Thorns have been placed on the floor from Ivy. So those won't be usable a little bit later on in the remainder of this round, where you get to the 30-second mark, you now know that Team Secret have made a call towards this A site.
Danby, calm down, my boy.
Or maybe heat up, need something big.
เฮียแดมบีมันก็รู้แม่งหนียังไว
They're
เลย
looking to deter any incoming insurgents from stairs. The sheer wall has
Yeah.
been tripped, so
Plant, it's going to get denied by the salvos here. You got 10 seconds to try and
Yeah,
establish this
time.
one, and the rotate's already here from Nongshim.
it's taken away. It's going to be really close. Team Secret, they're into sight, but can they get the spike down even? The shots there are spraying all over the place. Bullets whizzing
Oh,
past
hi.
it. Unfortunately,
อ้าววางไม่ทัน
time for Team Secret to get themselves themselves in. Nongshim playing a defensive stay-away game, managing to pick the round up against Team Secret.
All the attention drawn towards dugout and
ยีโตวางตาย
lads. It's just
ไอ้นั่นเลย
some time for Margaret to sneak on in.
ใครเดินไปยิงตัววางว่าเปอร์เซียปะ
Best equipped going into that round for Nongshim. He's only got a ghost, but he's the one that's able to, in the end, when the time is low, deny the spike from getting planted. The Bulldogs, they do their job in the midst of all of that chaos as well. Darby throwing a spanner in the works. Francis trying to do what he can with all of that utility as well, but it's the time that is the problem.
ไม่ใช่เปอร์เซียดีกว่าอ๋อมันลุกขึ้นมายิงเองเลยดีกว่า
And now is the bonus round picked up as well. A magnificent Red Bull clutch being picked up just through the macro game alone. Team Secret looking to bully their way through in with another buy though. So back straight in towards A main. And Ivy will continue to hold given his utility. The arc rose popped. Francis finding the shots, peeking out of nowhere. And down to just Jesse Bash and 2GE. 2G of course a little bit separated from the pack up towards middle. Jesse Bash still trying
จ
to
บ
go
แล้วซีเคทล่างนี้กนกลับมาอีกแล้ว
2GE is, he's already low as well, communicated by Margaret. So this is a extremely untenable situation for 2GE. You would expect it would have to be a monolithic drop from Nongshim.
Yeah, he's trying to sneak around, at least get some more out points at the very least, you know, whatever he can find. But yeah, especially with the information already passed on over, Nongshim happy to collect.
And a bit of a buy-up from Team Secret in that round as well. Clack immediately shut on down at the very beginning, but a couple of members still holding what they need to invest into this new round. I'm curious as to what Wild Oreo is going to do. Of course, he's 2 away from the tour de force, so if they want to play some orb control in this round, they're going to have to try and establish control at A main currently, which Nongshim once again have gathered quite...
แต่ผมชอบเกาหลีนะเกาหลีมันเป็นทีมที่แบบมันเทรดดีมากเลยอะแต่ถ้าทีมตัวเทรดพลาดนี่แม่งคือไปยกแผงอะ
That's now one of these
แม่งมีคนรอรับให้เพื่อนตลอดอะแบบไม่ว่าจะเซตมันยังไงคือแบบว่ามันจะมีตัวรอรับให้ตลอดอะข้างหลังอะอีก1ตัวแต่ถ้าพลาดอะตัวเทรดพลาดก็ไปยกแผงอะ
It was Team Secret that showed us at a 7-5 half what a flawless defensive side could look like.
Oh, but it's been 6 rounds now for Nongshim. 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, but still looking to run flawless on this defensive side, right? Like Team Secret did against Talon. So timeout here, invested for Team Secret. Need to have a great discussion on what they want to do around the map, right? You've kind of already been seeing Margaret just putting this utility in through towards street. You've been seeing the sort of vice utility over towards the B site, more importantly. And then Terror control over at A.
แพ้แล้วเหมือนแพ้แล้ว
Cast. It feels like a little bit there for Francis, who's doing the big heavy lifting.
เหมือนแพ้แล้วเอาตรงๆอะ
Yeah, definitely quite a bit. Just controlling a lot with the utility and the setups.
Those team logos there looked a lot
Way
better
better.
drawn than a lot of our players have been able to do here.
Well, you do have to wonder if he's doing that from memory.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Or if he's gotten like a really good reference, but still good hand. We'll see if our players have good hands right now with Francis back in with the information game down A main.
แพ้แล้ว
Control is trying to be established. Different look towards some of this Killjoy utility, though. Margaret's still going to be looking over towards Connector. Persia to start off, and that's your smoke scorn.
เหมือนจบแล้วอะ
Not how you want to start the round.
จริงๆว่าจบเลขไหนมากกว่าแต่ผมว่าเลข9
I reckon an Astra player is quite required. on a
The
map
long
like
Lose
this.
the controller.
ทำไมเล่นแบบนี้วะ
Especially when Jeremy's picking up
ทำไม
frags
ไม่
like
หนีวะ
this.
Losing a Killjoy is probably a little bit worrisome for Nongshim though, given that that was the mid control and it allows Team Secret to spread towards either side of the map currently. This is where your mid-round IGLing needs to show quite the important strength.
Especially for Ian and Jesse Vash, who are picking up that mantle now.
Yep, and Team Secret too, by the way. Able to upgrade some weapons into this here.
Pressure alleviated, so yes, weapons upgraded. Now looking to launch an assault to the site, but not anticipating Francis to be
เฮีย
perched
กูรู้แล้วทำ
over
ไม
top
ไม่
of
ห
the
นี
ledge.
And now they know where Envy is too, because the wall gets popped. You'll take the orb for a consolation prize, but any more bodies he wants to take down with him, you would think.
Envy will be happy to save up for the next upcoming round.
Nah, they're going to have a buy in the next round, unless you want to take a Guardian into it. You'd probably look to get rid of it.
Those health points away? Oh. Okay, well, smoke to anticipate, and that's going to be that
Yep. Now that's the buy round for Team Secret. Cosmic Divide available.
วาโลโซนเรานี่มันเก่งจริงๆเลยวะ
Wouldn't mind seeing that because we need to see something big come out from Team Secret to really start off this. Hopefully now start off this attacking side.
Hopefully, it's been rough days. They've
แม่งรีเป้ากันโคตรเวอร์เลย
haven't found any success for the side of Team Secret so far. They're starting to build up on these ultimates, but so are Nongshim.
ได้โซนเรามาสุดแล้วโซนอื่นมันเล่นกันแบบ มันชอบไปรวมตีวิ่ง5 คนตีด้วยกันมันเลยดูไม่สนุกปะมันดูแบบฮาไม่รู้ว่าผมไม่ชอบทีมที่เล่นแบบอย่างนั้นอะคือเล่น5 คนตั้งแต่แรกมันดูตลกอะแต่เมื่อเนี่ยอยู่เนี่ยโซนเรามันยังเริ่มที่จะกระจายก่อนใช่ไหมแล้วค่อยรวมตีอะที่โซนอื่นแม่งเดินเป็นขบวนอะขบวนพาเลท5 คนตลอดเวลาไม่รู้ทำไมมีแค่ G2 เนี่ยที่พยายามจะเดินแบบหลายๆที่พยายามหาข่าวที่ทีมอื่นแม่งเดินเป็นขบวนเลย
Well, I do wonder what Team Secret's final destination is.
มันเดินขบวนเกินอะ
This map, they've been struggling to find it.
You're at the mid mark. You've got mid control.
Let's go, boys.
Great angle from Darby
March
there.
our way down and towards feeling possibly, but with Dambi sniping them out from the back around Art, that's just tough.
And what do you look to do now? You've still got to contend with the idea that Francis can buy a lot of time with salvos that are going to be here, with an Armageddon too. He's actually at the correct side of things as well. If Team Secret want to try and go down the street too, roll on down.
Oh, and at this point, trying to work around that B main lurk pressure. Unfortunately, it's a macro that's being read by Nongshim.
You have
All
to see
too clear.
Wild Oreo. You have to see Wild Oreo.
He's
do
got to
something.
march up. Oh, with the Armageddon as well.
Oh,
that is
แม่บอม
just
ต่อ
That's the spike.
full
That's the spike.
collapse.
This round's done. It's over.
Absolute and utter consecration. The players
เวลาหมด
down in the dirt. Spike on the ground, clanking away. And the rest of Team Secret looking to save up their weapons now, truly.
ใช่หลีกฝั่งเลยไม่ต้องเห็นนะก็ใช่แต่ผมรู้สึกว่ามันก็เป็นวิธีเล่นที่ไม่ผิดอะ
Because if he's able to take away any guns here, that becomes a real problem for Team Secret. But now no one is going to be able to remove them. The problem is, though, Quack, that's another round going to Nongshim on this defensive side. That's 6 in a row.
วาโลมันก็ต้องเล่นแบบนี้เลยเว้ยหอเหินเดินอากาศอะ
To time. Yes, there were some that were a little bit lesser equipped, but time is the sick man in this server at the moment, in Nongshim's friend.
You gotta love how Time is just playing so well right now. I mean, he's got a lot of assists for the whole Nongshim squad.
Last time out.
Well, yeah, Team Secret trying to recruit their own time as well. I don't know. It just you kind of also have to give credit to how Nongshim are able to swap around their defenses so much and react very well in kind to how Team Secret have been trying to break things open.
Yeah, and it's great because when you're running the double sentinel lineup as well, it does afford you different options, right? You can have the alarm bot in mid doors, you can have the shield wall. We see a lot of teams look to do that as well. Horns everywhere, alarm bot, nanos. You've got so much to contend with on this defensive side as Team Secret to try and get informational wise, to see if there's going to be anything on the floor. You know, it really makes it hard if they're not able to kind of find a gap around the map free of charge almost right now.
Especially with that op coming in as well now on Dambi, who does have the overdrive, so that's another option.
Yep, and Ivy one away from the Steel Garden too. You can drop back on a dime if Team Secret are starting to get any forward momentum.
At this point, you're staring up against map point. It's not a great feeling, but Team Secret's got to dig deep.
Yeah.
He's not the best either right now. It's a good little flash. Will push Dambi off of his angle.
Yeah, but immediately Team Secret just going to leave Wild Oreo back towards this B side, the rest of the team towards A. Starting to clear it on out as well. Francis did go in here earlier and grab that orb.
ยาวไปเอาไปใครอยากเป็นเศรษฐี
You wanna go to this A side?
น่าจะพี่แบงค์กับคนหนึ่งอะอยากเป็นเศรษ
Cruz
ฐี
here, it's Francis, it's Ivy.
Oh, and they're playing a high-low as
อุ้ย
well.
แสบ
Down to half, but Envy
Nang
gets the
son
spray
mo
against
sai.
the high-low working out in counter against Nongshim. That
Nang
could
son
very
mo
well be the spike plan that
sai.
Team Secret are looking
เอา
for.
งั้นเลขเก้าต้องมี
They themselves have a Hunter's Fury to protect it, with Jesse Vash going for the plant now. Envy can buy some time with the Steel Guard, and you need to see Nongshim dig deep here to get this back.
Well, they're sitting up on top of a lot of rounds, so not too much pressure for them currently. Happy to find just some simple exchanges. Slowly making their way into the site. Thorns triggered. 2GE with the lurk out from behind does spot out Persia, and that's just Dabby left making so much noise. A simple
เก็บ
burst
ใส่ตั้งแต่
from
คู่เมื่อคืน
2GE
อะ
will
ยัน
play
ตอน
back.
เนี้ย
Finally, Team Secret getting an attacking round on the board. It's been a long time, you know, since they got around in the server right now.
I kind of hope that that's going to be, you know, the story for the entire series, but this is just map 1.
Well, you hope there's a long time between they get rounds.
Finally picking up the win for the whole series.
Right.
This
Okay.
is-
Yes. Well, let's talk about the fact that if Team Secret do lose this match, well, their playoffs.
บวกทุกคู่เลยเข้าทุกคู่อะ
Are they going to get able
เข้า
to
ทุก
win
ไม้
in this stage?
มีแค่คู่ก่อนนอนที่ขี้เกียจดูแล้ว ก็เลยใส่ไว้ก่อนนอนแล้วตื่นมาโดนอะ
Feeling quite a bit of that. Team Secret still needing to work their way across the map. That round was pretty good, but that was all won because we found those two crucial frags down in the A.
That's really it, isn't it? If that even gets traded and there's still either Francis or either Ivy still alive there, that can just stave off any.
โซนอื่นมันเปิดมาแบบไม่รู้ว่าผมรู้สึกว่าโซนอื่นมันเปิดแบบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรอะมันต่อเยอะเกินอะ4-5 วินมันเหมือนอีกทีไม่มีปืนอะมันเลยไม่ค่อยน่าใส่โซนอื่นอย่าไปแบบไอ้นั่นเลย
With this drone that does actually not
เยอะ
spot Darby.
เยอะน้อยคนเราไม่ค่อยเท่ากันเลยสำหรับผมว่าเยอะ
The reactions will take on Dabby. Now in with the Hunter Sphere as well, but nothing found.
Oh, Francis though, one bolt down to 70.
Is that enough information for Team Secret to decide to make an A hit? 2GE, what's the call?
You're not seeing anybody over towards B give you a duel as Wild Oreo, who's just going to play big ol' for the remainder of this.
ไม่ถึงร้อยเขาไม่ได้ใส่ขนาดนั้นเรา
Default, right? Create that B main pressure, buy some utility out, then launch yourself into A. But Francis, early salvos now. Might be a little bit telling for Team Secret.
Oh, Steel Garden in, wait for that to go completely there, the TP. Ah, can't miss Jeremy.
Yeah, it does get a dick though, so still a little bit of damage done, but then that's where Team Secret rushes to get the spike planted. Jeremy pushing up forward to deny any potential rotations coming through. This, yes, is going to be the round 1 in full with Team Secret on the macro game.
Wise decision from
We did,
Nongshima
we did.
to save, but even wiser from Team Secret to recollect together after Darby's not able to find the opening duel, wait for some of that utility to come back online and go together as a team.
สยองว่ะอยู่ดีลองชิมก็เล่นฮาๆจากเล่นดีๆตั้งแต่วินมอไซค์2ไปเมื่อกี้ก็เริ่มฮาแล้ว
Find a lot of these advances. I do kind of
จริงแล้วมีลั่นจัดเลยว่ะวันนี้22 ตัวแล้ว
while Nongshim are holding on to their weapons for the next round, they're also a little bit shaky, you know, having that tough loss against Talon last week.
Yeah,
I know it's kind of early in this. Well, it's not.
เริ่มสยองไม่แพ้หรอกชนะให้แน่แต่อยู่ว่าเลขอะไรผมคิดว่าเลข9ไปแหละเลขนี้แหละ
Definitely going to have to be seeing more from them come stage 2. But if they're able to
ผมมาคิดว่าเลขนี้แหละ
victory and the next one, that'll get them in the playoffs. So we'll wait and see. Early today in this series, of course, starting to maybe.
You kind of want the champion spot. You need those.
Mate, you want every win. You want every game 13-0.
แต่ถ้าโดนอีกวินอ่ะไม่ใช่ละถ้าโดนวินหน้าไม่ใช่ละ
You want to lift the trophy and have everybody down in the dirt. That's what you ideally want.
Hopefully.
Well, again, deja vu back towards the A side of things, though Jeremy is going to be leading with the dimensional drift. A lot of numbers here already for Nongshim as well. Gets the kill, gets trade.
A little wallbang shot. Well, this is a place that we've been in before, right? Team Secret still trying to back themselves into A.
Raid boss Francis down for the count as well.
Do have Dambi in with the off. Holding the angle currently. No information found for Nongshim around the outskirts of Art. Team Secret still trying to piece together the round.
Information that there is somebody through Art.
เชี่ยวาแม่งโคตรไกลอ่ะ
Get some info that Team Secret, well, are they playing the same as the last round? It's cheeky from 2GE to catch anybody here if they're going to go for a rotate through mid, but it would only be
ตัวหา
Margaret.
ข่าวตาย
Hold the
กับ
angle.
ตัวเปิดตายแต่ตัวเปิดโยรู้มันก็ทำได้เท่านี้แหละ
Trying to get the pinch on.
The interesting thing for me is that Team Secret have not recognized what utility is going to be.
เฮ้ยมีใครโยกช่วยบีเลยเหรอ
Have not been able to really find any deep momentum in towards this B site just yet. Wild Oreo's been
Hey.
taking a couple of duels here and then ultimately falling off.
And if Margaret, possibly playing the retake game, just finds a single pick, that would be locked down.
But you've still got Steel Garden too, and a wall for Persia.
Mian
So
tili
they've
mian tili
got
thế.
a lot of these key components to mount a retake.
So many chances and opportunities, but ultimately playing it safe. Nongshim just looking for that 1 point towards map point. Steel Garden instantly ripped and let go. Overdrive now coming in, and that's Dumby finding the trace onwards. Double kill found. 2GE trying to salvage the round. Out from B-Link, he's alone. He pushes in, but that's the spray from Persia around the back. Match point for Nongshim and Team Secret down in the dirt.
Yeah, having to get towards this B side without baiting out anything enormous earlier on, unfortunately. Gets close, I will admit, you know, that 1 versus 2, gets in the smoke, gets Downby off the defuse, maybe Persia's not able to find it, and Team Secret are holding on. But now, there's 3 chances to try and bring this one back. And that's why in this round I'm a little bit confused, right? Why there's a rotation back over this B side where you haven't really gone deep enough to see if there's any deeper traps, right? Saw some of the Vice utility in Art, don't get me wrong, but Margaret, I mean, if you're doing your due diligence as Jesse Vash to just shock dart the entryway where
แล้วแบบคือน้องชิปแม่งทำเอาหมดตั้งแต่ครึ่งแรกอ่ะมันเลยดูลำบากเว้ยแต่มันก็ไม่ลำบากเท่าไหร่นะเพราะสลับฝั่งมามันเพิ่งเสีย2 วินเอง
This is a different look for Nongshim in this round.
Force, crash out, salvos deep into B main.
Yep.
They attempting to flush Team Secret somewhere.
Well, just that is making sure that it's keeping Team Secret's early engagements a little bit honest, right? They have to put some utility down early to reclaim the control, which is going to be this drone, which is going to be...
ไม่มีอันติแล้วได้ผมว่าได้ต้องจบไปนี้แหละ
using to just clear these choke
อันติ
points
มีอันติ
nicely,
1 คนกับไม่มีอันติ
So
อ่ะ
much in this map for him. Over towards A early, over towards B now that he's forced to use. And meanwhile, Envy is snuck up towards A main. But look at on the radar, all of the utility that surrounds this A site here for the double senties.
This does tick time away from the clock.
น่ากลัวว่ะ
Team
มึง
Secret,
เนี่ย
they've got to make a decision
ภาพ
sooner
เดียวกันเลยเฮีย
or later.
If they get spot out over at that A site, a lockdown can just buy so much time. Nothing to destroy that here for Team Secret. Wild Oreo, the shoulder.
Ooh, he does get the tag, but not the frag. And instantly lockdown placed on towards A. They saw that there's only 1 player around B. That's a whole tell. Jesse Vash though still pushes up front, does find the wall bang. Jeremy now to cut them off around Link. Connector as well.
The smoke. Oh, they're not going to be able to play off it.
Still inside of sight, and that's enough of a presence to deter Team Secret from fully launching their assault in. Now goes for the swing, but that's going to be working alongside his teammates to gun down any incoming players. Just down to Persia, and that will be a round beautifully picked up by Team Secret. It came really close.
Yeah, I'd love to see how they actually managed to find Margaret the spam through the dugout wall, but also the fact that Jeremy shifts in towards a little bit of a solo lurk mode, in through connector, down through water as well. Getting a little bit sneaky beaky from him there. As Team Secret will
ถ้าเสียกระบอกเนี่ยผมบอกเลยสยองถ้าไม่เสียได้อยู่
now on Pearl, removing this gun from Persia.
เสียด้วย
At the same angle as the last attempted save, Quack will get taken.
So, my math is right. Are Nongshim going to be... Yeah.
Up on broadcast? Dangerous. How dare you? He got scanned. That's why.
Oh, that's why he pushed up. So, kind of nullifying that lockdown now, and at the same time, you're striving for that overtime. Nongshim gotta watch their economy as well, and that's what I was worried about. So my math was somewhat right, although I wasn't fully piecing it together.
Still pretty proficient in gathering some forward A control space. Just need to not see mistakes in this round from Team Secret. Nongshim, of course, the half buy. I'm hoping to see Francis hold on to that Armageddon for the next round, because that can be some pretty big old exchanges there. Jeremy as well, one off the dimensional drift. But for this round, much slower look for Team Secret. See if they can catch anyone of Nongshim off guard a little bit. The drone now in towards A yet again.
Similar default though.
Yep.
And Nongshim this time with the aiming presence, you know, they're trying to deny Team Secret that entry that they're looking for.
The timing as well from Francis on that salvo. As soon as Darby gets spotted, just immediately staving off any assault.
And that just completely pushes Team Secret onto the other parts of the map, namely B-Link and B-Main.
ซื้อทุกบอมซื้อทุกบอม
close to these duels if he wants to try and assist his teammates here.
Wow, Persia
use
gets
the
the fan out, Armageddon deployed.
Okay, hang on.
Trying to cut them off around, and this is a slight opportunity. Ivy will find the frag, but Jesse Vashmuller is sneaking in, and now it's just Envy left.
10 seconds to get the plant, and look where it is.
He is way too far away, kind of separated, disconnected from where the
จบแล้ว
rest of his team were.
จบแล้วจบแล้ว
He's rushing run over, he's sprinting, he's trying to get the rush in, but Salvo's deployed at the right time, no time to pick up the spike or to even get it planted. Nongshim will deny Team Secret around. 13-10 as the final score. Nongshim pick up the map.
Another one where the time is just an issue for Team Secret.
จุดสกอร์นี้มีแต่คนชอบดิ
We're seeing RRQ again on split, you know? Indecision, not seeing the time, really utilized as an assisting factor. But again, also, you know, one of the things that I talk about, it's the coordination from Nongshim, just on that defensive side with the information they're getting, with the timing on all those salvos from Francis, with the spot outs from Darby.
ฟันซิกโคตรเอาอะแบบเนี้ย
To do too much, but play angles, play off their own utility. Like, they're pretty damn well coordinated, I will say.
I have to agree with you all throughout this second half. On their defensive side, Nongshim very well constructed on the macro side of things. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, that's not the way you want to go out, man.
No, not at all. I mean,
They
it's
have
only map
every
one.
advantage.
Yeah. Only map one, though, at the end of the day here. Quack, of course, we're going to go into their map pick next of a split.
Yeah, so that's something that we're going to have to begin thinking about. You know, Team Secret still looking for that win all throughout the entire Stage 1 season. They've been struggling. Nongshim struggling somewhat as well, but this is a very lovely recovery.
เชี่ยเห็นยอดพี่แบงค์แล้วใจสั่นว่ะ
You know, our desk is thinking about all of this as well, so I got to toss it back over
เชี่ย
to
สี่
them,
ห้า
the
วัน
big time Pilsky and Mika. How you guys doing? How you doing?
Oh yeah, how you going? Huh? Oh yeah, not bad, thanks.
I hate this accent. It's not. What a terrible work environment. Where's HR?
Gonna go get some titties after work, mate. Yeah. All right.
I feel like I want to try, but I shouldn't at this point.
Don't encourage them.
I'm going through a lot. No, this is exactly what I wanted. Encourage more, especially after, you know, you have another loss once again. I'm prepared for this to be all chaos. This is what I want.
Oh,
Team Secret had such a lead, and I feel like Nongshim didn't even do anything too special. That's the problem.
This game made me feel sad. That's that's what I would say. Watching the first half, I was so optimistic. And then it began to fall apart. Jeremy on top of Team Secret did play a great game with Francis on the other side, but it just wasn't enough for Team Secret in this match.
I guess not. I mean, I felt like they had some good rounds and some good ideas. I agree, they had a very hot start. You know, Jesse Vash was dominating people almost half his age, and I was just wondering what the hell was going on. Jeremy was fantastic on the Yoru. And we kind of talked about it, like this is a map that Team Secret has played kind of on and off. They've moved through a couple of different styles. Earlier on they were playing that kind of more Ascent meta comp in kickoff, and then we've moved into now like this chamber Yoru style, where you play this slower game. Definitely was a very slow game of Pearl here, and there was some promising rounds for Team Secret, but especially that second half, things really started to get away from them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I want to highlight the stuff that was good from Secret and why I was kind of optimistic. So we start by looking at round 4. This
เมื่อยว่ะ
round 4 is the most important round in the half. It's that first big 5v5.
This was almost a perfect round, like dart, double swing, and then this happens as well.
Yeah, they have the Yoru ready. They decide not to play retake with it, which is fine. You
ยิง
know,
ไม่ไปไหนหรอ
Veto
สงกรานต์
finally gets 1 kill, gets all the information. They're so composed. He gets the ping. Like, I was watching this round, like, okay, Secret are back. Like, this was a really nice, really executed round in the most important round.
ไม่ไปเลยเชี่ย
So I was
เสียวว่ะ
thinking, okay,
ไม่เอาสักวันเลยเหรอ
like, my prediction could be right here. We have a chance. And then we watched all the way through the rest of that first half. You know, we see Jesse Vash going crazy. I think we got some clips of him going nuts
อัน
as
ตราย
well.
ก็ถูก
And I was blown away. I was like, this is a fantastic first half by Team Secret.
What is it about this A area for Jesse Vash as well? This dude only frags like right in this
that's
position.
where he lives.
It's like this is
where
called
he
Jesse
lives.
Vash from now on. This guy owns from A stairs, honestly.
But I felt like this first half should have been 9-3 towards Secret. That's kind of the level where I felt like it was at. I felt like they were dominating Nongshim. Nongshim got lucky to get some of the rounds. They got some lucky spams, etc. But then, you know, we move across onto that second half of Chelsea and things really start to fall
ช่วง
apart.
หลังมีข่าวทุกปีแบบนี้แหละ
That's the problem. It's the
ประเทศ
same
ไทยยัง
story
ประเทศของนัก
once
เลง
again. Team Secret, they start off with amazing momentum. They look amazing. You are so hyped for them, and I'm like, yeah, let's go. Something happens in the middle of the map. There, you can see the miscoms are evident. There's something up, and they can't seem to just get back.
Yeah, look at how much they ran the clock down on that attacking side, as well as a few unforced errors that we'll look at some of the replays here for. And it comes down to bonus and first gun round, and this is them really running the clock down, taking a lot of time against the Teo.
สงคราม
Once
ไม่
you
ได้
get
สงคราม
down
หรอก
to
คือสง
15
คราม
seconds, that's where you got some more salvos ready to go, and this round gets very messy.
แล้วทำไมเขาชอบให้คุณลุงเจสซี่เขาถือบอมอย่างนั้นแล้วคุณลุงเจสซี่เขาก็ขยันพีกเหลือเกินไม่หวังให้เพื่อนอะ
The unexpected man with just a ghost and not much else in his hand, able to deny the spike. But
แบ
then
บนี้
this
ว่า
round
ไง
was pretty
น้อง
egregious.
ชิมทั้งใจ
Jeremy goes in with the Yoru ult. He had a fantastic game, but TPing right in front of Ivy, pretty much dying for free. And then we go one by one through the Nebula trying to contest this A main smoke. This is the
น้อง
kind
ชิมอยู่
of
แล้ว
round that you will watch later as Coach
อย่าไปเสียใจที่มันแพ้เว้ยถ้ามันจะแพ้อะ
at the end of the
ถ้าให้
day.
เลือกระหว่างน้องชิมกับซีเคดอะก็เลือกน้องชิมเถอะอย่าไปกล้าแบบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะอย่าไปกล้ากับซีเคดเลยยิ่งอันนี้ในมุมผมรู้สึกว่าอย่าไปเสียใจเลยมันไม่ใช่50-50อะผมว่าเรื่องก็มันคือ70-30อยู่แล้วอะน้องชิมมันต้องเก่งกว่าซีเคดอยู่แล้วถ้าวัดตามแบบภาษีทีมอะถูกปะล่ะมันจะไปกล้าไปสั่ง
No
ซี
matter
เคด
what,
ก็แปลก
get him on your team. I feel the same way.
ถ้าให้เลือกอะ
He's incredibly smart. He knows exactly the pulse of their opponents. It can adapt. That's what makes Nongshim so frightening because they can actually adapt to that, and he's a big part of why that's possible for this team. Going back to Team Secret though, mentioned like IGLing. I know they've been experimenting a bit.
เพราะว่าผู้ตรงน้องชิมที่มันแพ้มานะเว้ยมันทำตัวเองทั้งนั้นเลยนะเว้ยมันเล่นดีหมดเลยนะแต่มันรู้สึกว่ามันไปทำตัวเองอะอยู่ดีมันก็เป๋ไปเองอะ
The thing is, like, a part of that is just the side effect of how Pearl is played and the comps that they were playing. They were playing very slow comps.
คู่หน้าเหรอคู่หน้าก็จากใจก็ไป DX เถอะพี่
And they
ที่
did
อยาก
have
เอา
actually
ตรง
a
DX อะ
couple of decent rounds in there.
DX
but
มันต้อง
just
DX อยู่
the
แล้ว
way that they started that half,
บูมมัน
especially in a
ฟอร์ม
first
ดีก็จริงนะ
game,
แต่
just
DX
don't
มัน
play too big of a hole.
การันตีมาตรฐานนะบูมเราก็ไม่รู้ว่ามันจะฟอร์มดีหรือมันจะกลับร่างเดิ
User
มเมื่อไหร่
joined your channel.
It was Francis.
บูมหนึ่งอย่างเลยถ้ามันกลับร่างเดิมก็เหงา
Happening over there is the operator show them somewhere there. That always happens on Pearl. Going over into
ไม่ได้สงกรานต์
activated.
ฟ้า
how are we feeling? Because Nongshim,
เขียนอยู่พี่วันนี้
I don't
มัน
think
วันแรก
there's
อะ
anything.
Oh.
Here's the thing. They played Waylay last
ที่แม่ง
time.
เบื่อเหมือนกันนะ
That doesn't
ถ้าออก
happen
ไปอะไร
again.
เงี้ย
Alay,
Split is a map that they picked. Even they picked it against T1 and played this Waylay comp, and they got 11-13. Despite
แข่งเป็นคู่ไหนเหรอวะ
having
พี่
the best
คู่ไหน
stats. This is a map
คู่แรกด่านสองกำลังจะเริ่ม
Nongshim has felt very confident on and has been well and truly in their wheelhouse. I mean, if you're picking it against T1, then and it's a map that T1's known for playing banger games on it, you are feeling pretty confident on this map. For Team Secret, they've not played it in a while since kickoff, I believe. So I feel like this is kind of one of those maps that they're going to show us something completely new on, and they're going to be picking into this series. But I just don't get the sense that they're going to be playing against the same Nongshim comp. I think Nongshim's done with Waylay. I don't expect them to run Waylay again.
Yeah, I would very much agree. I want to see what Team Secret have cooked up here because you need something if you're going to pick this. Like we said, we've not seen them play it in the stage one. So what do you have prepared? And was it prepared to counter this Waylay that now we know that they've moved away from? I would like to hope that they're a little bit further forward than that. We're not going to see them kind of fall
DX
into that
ทั้ง
trap.
ใจ
They need to
2-0
come up with something. I'm definitely worried for Team Secret now. I felt like they needed Pearl in this veto, so they really need to surprise me, turn this series around. Play like you did in the first half. Like you had it.
Like the first map of kickoff, the first half of every series. Like,
welcome.
พรุ่งนี้แม่งจะทันดูแบบความชิบหายป่ะพี่พวกน่ะ
อะไรนะ
ดูความชิบหายบ้างน่ะ
ใครมาพูด
เอ้ยมัน14เลยนี่หว่า
ไม่น่ามีป่ะพวกนี้ไม่มีเหรอพวกนี้ไม่มีเหรอวะอ๋อหยุดสงเขาหยุดเที่ยวสงกรานต์เหรอวะพวกนี้ ทำไมเขาไม่แข่งวะ
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
13มีนี่13มีแข่ง 24ตัดสินพี่เขาแล้วนี่ใช่ปะ
โอ้ย
พับจีแข่งอีกทีมันไหนเลิกแข่งแล้วหมดไฟแล้ว
To be consistent now is there's no more second chances for stage 1, guys. You can play great Valorant.
They're more.
Oh, I can't take this. Like, they can play great Valorant. I just need to
ทีม
see
แต
them
ก
deliver.
ทีมแตกเล่นมาเดียวทีมแตกเลย
Yeah, Nongshim, on the other hand, I mean, they've already played all of their tough games in this group. In theory, they just need to finish off Secret here and then play Zeta, who are playing better, but that should be another team they should be pretty comfortable coming into that matchup. They're 1-2. If they win these 2 series back-to-back, then they're going to be going into playoffs. So let's have a little bit of a look at what these teams have been
ไม่ค่อยอยาก
preparing
ปีนี้ผม
here.
ว่าไม่ค่อยอยากเล่น
Picking this map, I'm assuming they're going to have to start on the attacking side, and indeed they are. It is going to be double duelists, Raze and Yoru with the singular initiator of the Fade. Jesse Dash will be playing that, and you get 2GE on the Viper, and Invi is actually going to be flexing onto Omen.
Yeah, I like it from Team Secret with Nongshim across on the other side. We see pretty much staying with what they had before, but not the waylay. We are seeing the pattern to Neon from Danby, so they're clearly moving
Microphone
well.
เกมแรกก็มันนะพอจอฟ้าเล่นไม่สนุก
วัน
อะ
พี่แบงค์เขาหลงผิดไปเข้าวาโลใช่
Microphone
ไหม
activated.
ใช่เหรอลงพิดไปเหรอเป็นไง ลบเลยไหมออกเลยวะ
How are they able to do
เกมเดียว
สุดท้ายกลับไปแค่ดูอะ
Well,
ดี
it
สุดละ
comes to a head over here. Can Team Secret finally secure this, or is this Nongshim all the
ตอน
way?
นี้
We're
แมน
gonna
อย่าง
find
ค
out
ม
as we
เลย
head into space. We're gonna toss it back to Crack and Komodo.
เอ๊ะแต่เกมผมแกมอ่ะ มันเป็นเหมือนตอน Windows 11 มาแรกๆอ่ะที่มันดิ้ง
PDA เหรอ
ที่มันต้องไปปรับในไบออน
อ๋อไปเราก็แบบเลยก่อน
Yeah, we got Nongshim versus T1 here in the server.
มันมีคลิปใน YouTube อยู่
Here, but no, it's Team Secret who are going to be opting to run that T1 comp, and I am interested to see how proficient they are going to be running this one, as well as we know that when we think of T1, we really think of Meteor, we really think of Izu on a map such as Split. So we'll see if there's going to be any idea from 2GE, for example, with the lurks.
เริ่มแล้วครับ
Attacking side.
And it's at the very least going to be really interesting to see Wild Warrior onto this raise
Nakling.
now, but they're just
Wing
coming
Nakling.
straight into the grab net from Ivy, instantly collected upon. And now Wild Warrior trying to hold the
Look at
angle,
that long.
does find the exchange.
Looking for some more. Was Wild Oreo back on this Raze. He's not shied away from Raze in the history of Valorant, of course. Pretty proficient on this agent. But in this caliber of play, will that be the case? Margaret to dispatch a 2GE looking for
โอ้
a
โห
second.
ดี
He's
แบบ
done
นี้
gorgeously as well, Black.
Oh, and then Wild Oreo now trying to march up forward, but his footsteps made known very loud and clear. The spike all the way, all across.
นี่เห็นบอมดับเหรอวะ
It's going to be tough to pick that one up.
You would think so. No, Margaret gets all the information. 10 HP. Trying to escape. He does.
Okay, we've got the smoke
จบ
up
แพ้ได้ไงใน
well,
วันนี้
and now it's just Wild Oreo and Envy to find frags individually. All of a sudden, Persia alone out of nowhere.
They are both pretty low, though.
And they have
Man,
no
bombed up,
idea
man.
that Persia's right up behind them, right underneath their nose.
Man,
and
bombed up.
Wario does have an inkling, turns around.
Yeah, that crossfire up at the tower there, unfortunately, Nongshim doesn't work out. 2-on-2 situation, and they both just lose their lives. And that's technically an advantage that they could have utilized to just reset a little bit. Beginning stages, of course, Ivy overheating with that.
มัน
deep
จัด
right
ให้
push as
มัน
well.
ลงมารับอีกรอบ
Pistol rounds, of course, we saw, you know, an exchange over in the first map. We saw Team Secret get the first one, so they are able to echo that here as well.
So not too bad for Team Secret.
พี่ดูในไหนอ่ะ
This
เนี่ย
way.
ใน YouTube ใน YouTube ในทวิตมันดู 1,080 ไม่ได้ดิ ช่องอังกฤษอะ
And also Nongshim Classic, by the way.
Yep. Looks alright.
All right.
It looks alright. Kind of looks the same to me as a lot of the other bundles, but not everyone has the same vision as I have, unfortunately. So
All right, you're colorblind. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting that.
I just get the bundles to support the teams. I love Valorant.
And well, you get the logo on there. Well,
That's true.
which is always nice, especially when you expect it. But right now, it's Nongshim to try to stack up.
Yeah,
Quad stack.
it could be good. It could be not.
Could be, or not to be. And that's gonna be
ตายทั้งเป็น ตายทั้งเป็น
เฟี้ยวจัดไอ้เจ้า
ตายทั้ง
แล้ว
เป็นนั่งเซตอัพแบบ
Two of them.
with the salvos as well.
But it's a 3 versus 5. None of those guns are retrievable. Time to be bought by Ivy dropping the deadlock util over at the B site. And you do have this lurk from 2GE. As I said, doing his best media impression. Can he really have the same impact in this match?
เชี่ยมันเซตแบบนี้เลยเหรอวะ
was finding so many heads-up duels. We have yet to see that from 2GE so far in the entire season.
I love this.
He saw it. He saw the elbow.
But do they know there's 3 players
เข้า
now?
เอไปแล้ว3 ตัว
They're up against Classic, so hopefully they do, and they will be able to find the frags needed. Jeremy at least will be able to rack up a double. But down to it, Persia now tracked by the Fade utility and still alive, trying to keep himself long enough for Ivy to come back in with the additional support. Gravnet will land on towards a possible target, but Jesse Vash in with the Spectre, quick on the draw to take the
เจอดอกหน้าบีไปเสี่ยวเลยนี่
As I said, none of those guns retrieved from Nongshim, so that makes it a little bit more difficult for them, even in the 5 versus 3 advantage, to really try and do something. One of the big things, I mean, when there's a Teo, when there's a deadlock, when there's any sort of stunt, you know, you think of even Fraction when you've got Breach, for example. You're just going to see proficiency in a lot of these combinations.
It's just best possible scenario in that round for Nongshim. The fact that they found that around Garage.
And had the right rotations towards A, but Jeremy's just able to get in there and find the kills where
รถเมย์มารับแล้วนะ ใครอยากขึ้น
A lot of damage in that previous means that it's a bit weaker for Team Secret.
โอเคนายทุนอยากเขาขึ้นรถเมย์อีกแล้ว เขาไม่หยุด
Barrier mash down mid already.
Yeah, quite deep. Gives a bit of time. You know, if you want to try and break that one with pistols, you're not going to be able to do it. So it just puts a little bit more of a heads up for Nongshim on the extremities of the map. A little bit more towards this A site at the moment, where the head of 2GE may have just been spotted by Darby. Not 100% sure. Ball to be broken in mid, however. The deadlock ball, not the 5 ball. That's up.
You can't break those. It's gaseous state at least, but yeah, you do have Persia right around side Dambi as well for additional support. So 2G still trying to sneak his way into sight.
Yeah.
More information.
Gotta remember, the time on the clock is not Team Secret's friends, and in a round such as this, the spike will have to be recovered. And if you're going into the B site, there's deadlock sensor at the start. There's Margaret. Still got a snake's bite.
แวะป้ายพี่แบงค์เขาแวะรถเขาจอดปั๊มเพราะว่าต้องแวะ
2G. This could be big.
And the timing on that snake bite, yep, just blocks off so much. 20 seconds
ดูไวเปอร์แม่งเดินดิ
Yes, he's got the sight. He's gotten a lot of space, but he's no idea, no earthly idea that Francis has gone out by ropes.
Jeremy's got the timing here to be able to find Francis.
Trying to go in quick for it. Francis still trying to sneak around. Jeremy hasn't found him yet. The spike will get planted, thankfully, for Team Secret, but Francis, undetected, has a great opportunity to spring and strike right now. Finds the first. Meanwhile, the rest of Nongshim coming through to get more space around elbow.
แต่วางปิดให้เฮียคนอยู่ข้างบนเหงาเลย คนอยู่ข้างบนเล่นไงอะ
Nongshim Forest has arrived. Dambi stick it down halfway. Ivy to get the sprays through. Dambi to swing on the trade. Nongshim picks up the round quickly.
It gets close though, doesn't it? Only Darby at the end there alive, so the trades from Team Secret, that's a 5 versus 5 retake that goes on down there, and there's even, you know, not too much damage that Francis is able to find bar the one towards Wild Oreo, right? So some great little timing positions around the map from Team Secret. 2GE getting up a good lurk. You then have Jeremy switching essentially into a little bit of a distractor lurk as well. So there's a real chance that round actually could have gone Team Secret's way.
You love how this double list is being highlighted right now. And something that I just realized as well is the fact that this, not a full rematch, but Coach Meow on Team Secret are, you know, quite familiar with how Nongshim play, given the fact that he was the coach for Boom back then in Ascension.
Yeah, but we've got a very different Nongshim look compared to Ascension.
True that as well.
เช็คแน่เลยอยู่ที่คนแม่งเช็คมุมนี้โคตรเยอะเลย
If they know that Francis is in
เกื
this
อบตาย
Wild Oreo can absolutely believe out.
และเป็นตัวนี้จะกลับยังไงฮะจะกลับได้เฉย
All good. Nongshim able to get away.
เอาปืนป้าย
Information as well that Team Secret were around mid.
Yep. Bit of a reset on towards the round, by the way. Nongshim, for those that might not have seen it, a little bit lackluster of the weaponry invested into this round from the damage delivered in the last.
โอ้
Ivy though still
Oh.
able to do quite a bit of damage. Margaret now coming in, does buy quite a bit of space, and in comes the annihilation. Puts Envy into a
โอ้
coffin.
โหคุณลุง
Jesse
บอก
Bash trying to frag himself out of the situation, but unfortunately not quite going to find that. 2GE outside our garage struck down as well.
Just getting down and dirty as Darby there, stunning around, sliding with the shotgun. I've seen a couple of missed shotguns over the last couple of games as well, but you know, it makes it look and feel a bit awkward. But good to see that at least the kill is calculated at the end. I want to highlight for Margaret, by the way, you killed Jeremy on the Yoru, and then you killed his clone. I mean, you already got the Yoru.
เดี๋ยวพี่แบงค์เขานัดใหญ่ด้วย
Just a body that's in the deadlock grab man, and you just shoot the body.
Just instinct.
Yeah, just happens. Just a body to shoot. Quick one up from Team Secret this time towards the A side of things. Immediate rotations to be seen
อุ้ย
from
เฮีย
ทำไมของฟาร์มมันไวจังวะ
information.
พี่กดก่อกันง
ผม 1.23 แล้วเนี่ย
Just a
2221
Just a drive-by. That's
20
a hit and run.
เท่าไหร่
Huge Ferrari peak.
ปรับมาแล้ว
He's playing
เชี่ยเมื่อกี้เด็กแว้นปะวะ
It's gonna be now
สงกรานต์อะ
fully aware of
เว็บ
what's
ร้อย
on the A side. Francis taking more space around Ram.
นีออนนี่ของมันจริง
รอ
ๆ
อะไร
นะ
ดีออนต้องมันอ่ะนี่ขนาดสไลด์ 1ถ้ามีสไลด์ 2นี่ต้องให้มันเลยอ่ะ
Currently just pinned down.
โอ้โห
ดูดิโดดอย่างเดียวอ่ะ
Persia finds the sprays, and that is a beautifully well-reacted round coming out from Nongshim.
5 alive against the pistols for Nongshim, so I want to give credit to Team Secret.
เริ่มรวยจากจน
You get the credits, you get the extra ulti orb.
ตังค์เริ่มตัน
Okay with the result of a round such as that one, but it's this one now here that you need to start to see what you can really do, because
Jeez. Man. Well, Team Secret are close to having all 5 ults online.
yeah, absolutely. On a map like Split, you want all you can get on the attacking side. Of course, this map, you know, one that Nongshim have been picking in a little bit, you know, the likes of our Q series, the T1 series, so going in towards this one, Team Secret coming to pick it, you know, there's some counterplays that can come out. You can sort of go on the back of the tendencies of how Nongshim go for a lot of these rotates, where they want to fashion Ivy's utility specifically.
Yeah, and so far it's been mid for majority of the rounds, and that's something that Team Secret needs to be cognizant of. So 3 players staring down to this mid position. What they don't know is that Francis, yes, has
เชี่ยผมเพี้ยนอีกแล้วเนี่ย
they fire some
โอ้โหอะไรวะเนี่ย
แล้วเอาตัวเอาเทโจมาอยู่นะรอดตลอดอ่ะ
is gone.
Yeah, and of course,
Microphone
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
Salvo's
Microphone
available,
activated.
and with them online, those can be some pretty big
เนี่ยมันเป็นเทโจนะเว้ย
to keep Team Secret guys at bay or even catch one of them. But the lurk now up from 2GE. Will Persia actually respect this one? No.
แล้วก็ตายมุมนี้เหมือนเดิม
Good little heads up duel found by 2GE. Maybe a little bit more space into the A side as well.
Want to give thanks towards the observers there, by the way, catching the wall in mid that's actually going to stop Jeremy's TP, the gate crash, from getting completely through.
Still though, Danby looking to take matters into his own hands,
Yeah,
supporting
yeah.
the salvos as well. But Jesse Vash will find the trade. Dimensional drift now coming through from Jeremy just to fend off his incoming opponents. The flash out of the dimensional drift. The clone, but Francis
เฮ้ย
quickly
เหี้ยวิ่งอย่างเดียว
dispatches
เล
of
ย
him.
These
Should be
trades,
back in.
these trades are so quick though from Team Secret for this 2 versus 2.
And they're able to work their way off of it as well. Because of these
Mi
frags
lebet-
now,
mi lebet
Nongshim
nang.
are straying away from screens, which would be a pretty good spot to take down where the spike is planted. But
Ivy still with grab net
yeah, with this
at the right spot.
current position, Ivy might be able to set something up for Margaret. Oh, hit spotted though. So Jesse Vash looking to hold down the angle. Ivy instead to
โอ้โห
find the frag. No grab net needed. Just goes in for the swing.
Panzer delivers.
วันนี้ดีไอกับวันนี้ดีไอกับบูมดีไอ
Quick
ดีไอ
headshot
เด็ก
that comes on out there. Another round though for Nongshim where they're only surviving with 1 player. This time the credits aren't going to be too much of a problem. Flip it over to Team Secret, Quack, and that's why I say we need to see something from them in this round, right? The attacking side on Split can be a bit of a fickle thing, specifically when you're running double duelist as well, right? You really want to play on the back of the timing, the space that they're going to be able to find. How are these lurks going to come out from 2GE? Yes, he finds 1 on it, but the immediate trades, the real big name of the game in this one so far for a lot of these rounds is Team Secret are getting these trades, but they're not on top when the trades all expire.
It's pretty tough to string everything together, especially when you're in the heat of the moment. So now, especially with the ultimates coming online, some of the
Microphone muted.
อย่าออกตัวแรงเวลาอะไรพวกเนี้ยไปออกตัวตอนมันชนะ เชื่อผมอย่าไปออกตัวแรงจะไปออกตัวก่อนชนะ
Round the team up to cook something up for the next round.
Microphone activated.
I'm sure they could ask for some noodles if they want to cook something.
Yeah, a little sponsor from the other side, but no, they've got their own instant noodles from the Philippines as well. I think we Veto would be able to talk a little bit more about that. I'm not as well informed, of course.
It doesn't look like we've got much information, by the way, for Team Secret on this attacking side, which is why the timeout is here to see if they're going to be able to bounce back on this one and maybe play a little bit more lent towards the A site. It's had some pretty good stoppages from Francis at the moment.
Yes.
That's what they're going to look to do. Majority force over to
อันนี้เกาหลีเบอร์ 4 นะ อันนี้เบอร์
haphazard
4 เดี๋ยวเบอ
time.
ร์ 2 อยู่คู่หน้า
Okay. Francis and Ivy, both pivotal players for Nongshim currently, and with a lot of the lurk presence from 2G before, now Team Secret calls.
Microphone
ส่วน
muted.
เบอร์ 3 เจนจีกำลังเมาอยู่ ช่วงนี้เลยอยู่เบอร์ 3 ช่วงนี้กำลังเมาได้ที่เลย
Microphone activated.
แม่งไม่ได้เล่นเลยเจน
Microphone
โล
activated.
ดิเหี้ยกระโดดมาโดนยิงบนฟ้าบางโดนตัด
Oh, but the flank right now.
เนี่ยคนที่เล่นคือคนที่เดินมาแบบเนี้ยทุกคนเลยเห็นปะแต่ละวินอะคนที่เดินมาแบบไปอีกที่หนึ่งอะ จังหวะเผลออะ
You might want to reset, but they're still trudging forward.
Hey, 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 hey,
Take down
hey.
Dambi and Ivy.
Yeah.
Francis
Damn.
still alive though.
Now this is extremely doable, isn't it? Do you want to pivot towards the B side? Do you want to settle for a little bit?
5-3 กลับมาแพ้
Really second guess where rotations might go.
They know where Francis is. They're wondering about
เฮีย
Persia.
นี่ตายชัวร์มุมนี้ไม่แน่
He gets one. Does that
และหนึ่ง
solve
แน่นอน
Secret?
Could be huge. If not, it's gonna be
เอาให้
three,
2
but no three down. Persia
อะไรวะเนี่ย
slays all of them down.
The flash is
ไม่
good.
กันบอมด้วยครับรีตำแหน่ง
Who has to now come up
จังหวะนี้ฉลาดจัด
with a
หัว
1 versus
โต
2. Haunt not available. He needs to play on the side of
ปล่อย
silence.
วางเล่นรีเทส
Silence truly aiding though. The repositioning from the Nongshim members.
And now they know that he's going to be on this side. Persia slipped in towards garage. Francis to come up from the tower.
They know he doesn't. The salvos might have revealed a little bit, but Persia still in a really perfect spot to strike, and there it is! The third kill round found in the round.
Good discipline at the end there from Nongshim.
ตัวแม่ง
A
เกรียน
little
จริง
bit
ไอ้
of
เหี้ย
discipline
เท
from
โจ
Team
น
Secret as well. Don't get me wrong. Stopping things down.
หล่อเลยไม่เป็นตัวทำเกมพังเลยนะเอาตรงๆไม่ได้เป็นตัวที่แข่งพังอะ
วางก็ยากกู้ก็ยากเหี้ยก็ไม่
มี
รู้
ทุกอย่างอะที่ในแข่งควรมีอะมีตันมีสแกนมี
เนี่ย
โค้ดแพ
ภาพ
น
ดูเอลมันก็จะเป็นอย่างนั้นแหละ
ใช่แม่งเกมแม่งเลยเป็นเนี่ยเป็นอเวนเจอร์เพราะเทโจเนี่ยแหละ
Now you'll be spread back around the map to Nongshim. Expecting a full-on buy from Team Secret in this one. Viper's Pit deep in towards the A side of things, where I'm actually seeing 2G go for a little bit of the contest there.
Thought about it.
Yeah.
But that is, a big alt as well for Nongshim. No more lurks available. That's one less problem for Nongshim to worry about. Now Team Secret. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
99 problems.
The time is also one. Lots of ammunition expired in mid here. Spot out Francis towards the vents. And Ivy still holding this barrier wall. They have to break that, which actually finds a lot of time here for him. Grab net is good.
ไอ้เหี้ยแม่งไม่ได้เล่นของจริง
Look at him. So proficient.
And in with the ult as well. Does
อื
hold
ม
down the
ไป
line.
สอง
ไปสองด้วย ไอ้เหี้ย
Francis, a great
ด้วย
opportunity.
นิดยังเดินมายังหน้าติดตันทุกคนน่ะ
As well. It does slow down the push though. And that's enough for Persia to hold on for these lines.
Yeah, I don't know if he's actually being spotted at the back of the side at the moment. He just has to have his crosshair ready.
Good. Francis buys a little bit more time as well with the salvos. Meanwhile, you've got Dambi and Margaret coming in
Ooh,
closer
he's a
nearby.
bad.
2G,
สองตัว
Francis
แม่ง
going
โดดก็
backwards
ตาย
to
วาร์ป
the
ก็
up.
ตายไอ้เหี้ย
Spike safely planted.
เดินก็
ร
ตา
อย อะไรเดินธรรมดาก็ตายไม่รู้เดินท่าไหนแล้ว
The entry coming in from Nongshim.
Persia was distracted there. So on this 3 versus
โหถ้าวินนี้รีเทคได้ก็เอาไป
Get
เถอะ
back in towards this Francis. No salvos just yet. You spot out Envy, who does some good damage.
It's down to 2GE. He hears the footsteps. He hears them dropping all around him. Would be big
ทรงแม่ง
information.
มาจัดเลย
Chooses to play for time instead.
แต่วินนี้ต้องโดนว่ะถ้าได้มันจะโกงเกิน
They
อ่ะ
have to work their way into the pit, decaying away at their health.
แล้วมันจะได้ด้วย
แล้วแม่งโดนตัน
ตัน
โอ้โห
โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยได้ไงเนี่ย
What has happened? It
เอ
doesn't
อ
just see
จบอะ
fashion. He cannot
มันจบแล้ว
rise to the occasion. Nongshim have turned an unwinnable situation around.
Secret have sunk in that round there. A 3 versus
ถ้าได้ก็ GG แล้ววินได้บอกเลย
It's the shots that come out from Nongshim. How
เละ
patient do you just have to be in that one to go through the pit with the decay, no utility to really help you out in that
ตกรอบ
scenario?
ซีเห็น
There is a stun, by the way, from Dambi.
ทีมแรกที่ตกรอบไปแล้ว
That immediately catches Team Secret.
แพ้0-4
You just feel for them in that scenario because I really feel like Team Secret played that round well. How they got into the side, how they dropped the pit. It distracts Persia. You get the kill onto him as well. But it's just the
ถ้าเกาหลีเข้า4อยู่แล้วพี่ช้างตีไปเลยเกาหลีมันเข้าอยู่แล้วอันนี้เกาหลีเบอร์4ไงเลยเข้าช้าสุดที่เหลือมันไปหมดละ
Need to shine. It's just so unfortunate. Still, next round comes up and Team Secret still
อ้าวค้าง
need to find so much more, especially on this attacking half.
Well, this round doesn't provide
เหี้ยโดน
too
ของ
much
ไปอีกแล้วเสียวาร์ปได้อย่างไวเลยไม่ทันวาร์ปเลย
unless somehow you're able to catch the Nongshim members off guard, or you pick them in the seas, or you're somehow wanting to just nightfall them and you're catching the members to then chip away at them when they're already low from that. And it makes it extremely difficult to gather this round.
At least they should be quick enough to piece together that it's oftentimes Ivy and Francis somewhere up towards the middle, so they are able to keep their utility invested in that spot.
เจสซี่ได้กลับไปเล่นกับลูกของจริงแล้วที่บ้านเนี่ย นี่ไงอยากเล่นกับลูกจัด
To keep it distracted there, so it's all on to Margaret here at the back of the side. He can't find one Ivy, but it's Margaret.
มันรั่วแล้วอะ
Able to hold
มันแพ้มันมอบแล้วตรงๆอ่ะมันรู้ตัวเองแล้วมันทำอะไรไม่ได้แล้วอ่ะ
He's just holding all of it down.
โอกาสชนะมันคือแบบที่แล้วไงแต่มันแพ้แบบที่แล้วมามันก็เหมือนจบแล้วอ่ะ
Surprised when the nightfall goes in that Jeremy's not looking to gate crash to the back site and you're trying to set him up to be able to sneaky get in there, right? When you're removing all of the audibility. But now, 2GE, Jesse Bash, a 2 versus 5, 20 seconds.
It's just a really tough situation to win against, especially when Nongshim has your number, instantly spotting him out. Just Jesse Vash try to preserve his weapon and to collect as much as possible.
Yeah, and you've
It's a
lost
stinger though. Yeah,
you've lost the nightfall in this round. I think that's
Yeah,
the
anyway.
biggest problem, like one of the biggest problems.
คุณลุงหน้าโคตรเซ็งเลยไม่เห็นเหรอ
Split.
tried to ninja plant. Oh no, you don't want to.
Well, he needs to die.
He needs to die. He keeps the stinger. He keeps the stinger.
He'll just get rid of it. It's fine.
ในต่างคนภาคโลกเลยเนี่ยคนภาคดูไปไม่ได้อันนี้คนภาคโลกจัด
In
เลย
the
เนี่ย
grand scheme of things, he doesn't give away another ulti on there.
มันได้วางมันได้ตังค์นะคนภาคนะ
It's okay. But what's not okay is the round count for Team Secret.
And
Got to
the
do
scoreline.
something now on the back of this
Microphone
timeout.
เมื่อเช้าจีถูเล่นแสบไม่แสบพอพวกผมฝั่งพวกผมไม่แสบไปดิฝั่งพวกผมไปถูกมุมตลอดเลยดิ
In the first half.
Yeah.
สู้ถูกไฟต์อ่ะ
For the Filipino squad.
Yeah, I mean, you lose this
แต่แมป
one,
แรกเกือบแสบอยู่
goes your chances of playoffs, right?
แมปแรกมันเอาวินท้ายให้อะดิไม่งั้นแสบแน่
You're going up
หน้าสถานอ่ะ
Q next time.
Microphone activated.
Counting the days
Count the days.
until they win.
ตั้งแต่ไม่อยากให้คนไปเที่ยวไวๆเนี่ยจบ2 คู่แบบไว
ไวๆอ่ะแบบไวๆเลยเหรอให้คนพักไวๆอ่ะ
In Pacific, right? Suggests getting his win after
Okay,
years.
that's another team.
แต่ถ้าเหลือว่าถ้าเลือกจะดูไปเล็กนะไปเล่นน้ำดีกว่า
Days that were counted.
วันที่15อะไรจะดูไปเล็กก็ไปเล่นน้ำเหอะ14อ่ะวันที่14ใครจะดูอ่ะไปเล่นน้ำดีกว่าเอาเวลาไปเล่นน้ำนะ
Things that are relevant to this current series at the very
เล่นสง
least.
กรานต์ดี
Yes,
กว่า
Team Secret struggling to stay afloat right now. They were really close.
อย่า
to
เอา
some of
อย่าเอา
those
เงินมาเสียเลยเอาเงินไปเสียกับสงกรานต์ดีกว่า
scenarios, but somehow just fumbling the bag at certain moments. And you
คู่
have
หน้า
to
พ่อใหญ่แบงค์
imagine
ว่าไง
how it
พ่อใหญ่แบง
feels
ค์เขาให้
to
ผมใส่เลยเขาให้ผมเป็นคนเลือก
live in their
ผม
seats.
คือคนเลือกเขาเป็นคนเลือกราคาอย่างเดียว
Mounting up on their shoulders.
ผมแค่เลือกฝั่ง
Just hopefully around to maybe alleviate some of that pressure. They know how Nongshim love to set themselves up, but just as they start to piece that around, off of this timeout, this time it's Margaret towards middle.
Yeah, a bit of a different look. He's shouldered it out, confirms 2. I like this different look as well. On the back of a timeout, if Team Secret had a really good counterplay, well, they probably wouldn't have expected this scenario right now. To me, how hungry is Margaret to overstay?
เฮ้ยเนี่ยมันเปิดได้แล้วอ่ะฟ้า9วินที่มันเล่นมา
Does fall trap to
เฟิร์สคิว
first casualty.
Which pulls out the reaction off
Microphone
the
muted.
grab.
Microphone
Ivy
activated.
doesn't find too much. Which makes him a little bit more curious. This could be his downfall.
ๆว่าต้องเปิดสักประมาณ 2-3 ตัวถึงจะมีภาพชนะ
Fake out as well.
เอาแค่ตัวเดียวนี่คือแบบตีไปก่อนเลยว่ายังใช่ไหมยัง
ไม่ได้อันนี้ยังไม่ได้
ยังนะ
Very clean opening kill.
ก็จริงนะ
It's a 5 versus 4.
เพราะภาพมันก็มีมาเห็นหลายวินละ
Right?
เพราะไอ้เหี้ยนี่แหละเพราะไอ้คนเดียวไอ้เหี้ยฟรานซิสนี่แหละมาติเลยเหรอวะ
Clears all of mid just to make sure that no one has snuck on up. You've got the barrier mesh in
จ่ายเล่นบ้านนี้
so it should be all eyes on the main choke point.
เบรกทุกอย่างมาดิ
Well, salvos to delay. So 30 seconds left. A situation that Team Secret has
แล้วเข้าตำแหน่งไวจัด
multiple times. Now in with the siege, they have a
นี่
slight
ถ้ามัน
chance
ได้
to push
แล้ว
their
ไป
way
เว้ย
through. 2 kills found, and they continue to march in. Ivy denied any shots
อันยอง
coming
ครั
out
บ
because of the spams. Down to the last two, and Nongshim trying to regroup.
Bit of an off angle for 2G that Ivy has
เฮ้ย
left P on.
ไอ้เหี้ย
Secret.
เกือบยิงไม่โดน
Oh no!
เหี้ย
Okay,
ถ้าเขาสะบัด
slight
มา
bit,
หัวนะ
but thankfully recovers, and now just Persia. I almost lost it on that one.
Don't worry, Team Secret didn't. It should be their round. Persia's
จะ
not
อยู่
gonna
ครบ
be able
4
to
คนไหม
get
มา
in
ดู
and
นะ
ninja defuse.
ต้องมี 1 ว่ะ อาจจะมี 1
We all hope, Komodo. We all do.
How much
ก็
damage
ไป
on
1
the escape?
เนี่ยต้องมี 1 ก่อนแล้วต้องมี 1
One, making a second, looking for more. Not gonna have a trade out.
ต้องมีสักคนน่ะ
Damage done, but more importantly, folks, Team Secret with a round.
Got around ever since the pistol day.
Well, second one, yeah. I mean, it's getting right. Pistol. Should be.
Still, it's a good step forward. They had a 5v4 and they managed to convert it into a full round win.
Yeah. Good
โถ
save.
ถ้าไอ้2 คนนี้ไม่โดนดึงตีนว่าหมดว่ะไม่ได้ยินเสียงตัววาร์ปเลยแหละ
Choke as well. So just a bit of good coordination there from Team Secret.
I will wipe a bead of sweat off my eyebrow. Next round coming up, and we're back.
นี่ขนาดแดมบิยังไม่ยิงนะ
Ivy controlling middle this time. Dambi watching down the angles with Op.
Yeah, we've only really been seeing a lot of jump spots come out from Team Secret. A prowler here or there. When you don't spot that immediately, or actually this time that you do, Ambi's off the line. An operator noted.
ใจได้เนี่ยเล่นมุมนี้ใจได้
A little bit of a different look on how Team Secret do want to challenge that, but you've already off-put him with that first shot of utility with the prowl there.
That's big info as well. Now they know their next obstacle, Ivy, is somewhere nearby, especially with the Gratnet. Sonic sensor trip thanks to the clone.
แสบ
Team Secret looking to pinch.
ไปอีกแล้ว
Finds a shot against Envy. 2G still trying to lurk around Garage against his counterpart, but the Gratnet
โอ้
collects
โห
them in
นี่
full.
มันดูไม่หมด
They will hunker
มัน
down
เซต
this
ของ
trade
แบบ
while Oreo takes down Ivy.
โอ้ยว้าวเนี่ยบิดว้าว
Francis recollecting in with another sniper and now back into
แล้วไม่รู้ตัวในไซส์เนี่ย
the paranoia sent through and flushes them out
จ
of
บแล้ววะ
position. Just Jeremy left alive.
Don't give him 3-1v1s.
He is all good because Dambi snipes out of the position that Jeremy
ไอวี่มันเล่น
least
ดีมากเลยว่ะ
expects.
Good recovery from Nongshim in that round as well. He off-put Darby in middle, but he just immediately, switches guns, repositions towards the other side of the map to try and catch out your lurk, right? It's just good meandering around the map as well from them, and how they're playing their rotations and how they're playing their crossfires. Again, it feels like Ivy's grav nets have always been good for a kill in mid, always up from that tower
Now
to
it's
Mail.
3 players hit by it.
Yeah.
So good.
Last round of the half now. Team Secret need to get this to 4. I'll be real.
Big smoke outside of Garage as well to keep Team Secret honest.
Dimensional drift available for Jeremy. If they want to try and pass some information towards this B site, for example, you can then send in Wild Oreo behind it with the Showstopper. Would have to contend with the Sonic Sense. There's 2GE down on that lurk though. Now with the Dimensional drift, I mean Ivy will be spotted. Yeah, sure. Sensors to be tripped. Provides a little bit of a pathway in towards the site for Team Secret.
Especially with the Showstopper. Paranoia sent through as well. And look at this from Nongshim though, just completely avoiding all of it.
Plan to go down. 5v4.
Alright, you got a little bit of space, Team Secret. At least looking to make their way work around it. So holding all of Nongshim up around defender spawn, they slide through and it's just Dambi to decimate every single one of them.
มันใช้ของกันอย่างดี
their
อ่ะ
ankles, and now Margaret to take space around heaven. Just Jesse Bash. And Unk tries to start things up, but unfortunately to no avail. Francis puts Team Secret down in this first half.
Yeah, that's a pretty sensational defensive half for Nongshim when you consider that they lost the pistol the second round, and then that one round that comes out that was just a little bit of good coordination from Team Secret catching some players over towards that A site.
ใช้ของดีจัด
All
เลย
throughout this entire half, just so much pressure coming out from the likes of Francis, Ivy namely, with the way that he's operating this deadlock. How many times did we see his GravNet come into play? How many times did the Baramesh really push Team Secret off, or at least to bait them into pushing up mid even further?
Yeah, and then again for me, it's a lot of the timing on Francis's utility as well, right? How impactful a lot of those salvos timings have been. The combination of utility, clearing angles, and rotations. Just everybody on the side of Nongshim kind of delivering where they need to in some way, shape, or form.
93
I want to see more from Team Secret, right? going over onto this defensive side as well is not going to be too stellar for them, you might think. They're probably going to have to take a lot more risks now to be able to hold on to some lines, get in for some good traps, right? If you're trying to get some good C's plays out, some good flash plays as well, you know, you want to try and be setting up Wild Oreo here. You want to be setting up Jeremy. The look for me in this one as well is 2G's Viper, right? Not a lot of great timings and everything, like one or two good timings that he had in that first half.
Hey, congrats to the fans who are here for their first VCT live game ever. But yes, you're absolutely right, Komodo. It's been a bit of a talking point, I think, for both of us. Not to put 2G too much on the hot seat, but he hasn't quite been
เกมหน้ากี่โมงมากไม่นานปะไปฟิก10 นาทีอะ15 นาที
playing certain roles, and especially the composition like this, you know, not quite finding the space that he needs to. Now on the defensive side, hopefully.
แล้ววันนี้พี่ไม่ไปไหนเลยหรือไปตอนเย็น
วันนี้ไม่น่าได้ไป
แต่มันเพิ่งวันแรกเอง
วันแรกเครียดมันเขาไปงานนี่ได้ไงเดี๋ยวเครียดไปงาน คนเยอะดิ
Well, this round is going to be
คนเยอะเหรอค่ารถแพงด้วย
one of the more important ones here for
Yeah.
Team Secret. If they want to even try and
สง
มาก
ราร
ด้วยความมั่นใจ
สงกราร3 วันเหมือนใช้เงินทั้งเดือนอะ
จริงอะ
Jeremy, crouched
Oh.
under, but unfortunately, Nongshim players up by the
Yeah.
edge. The cross
บุกเก็บของกลับบ้านแล้วไม่เล่นแล้วกลับไปหาลูกดีกว่าเจสซี่บอก
players
ยิงแบบนี้
crept up to get that kill. And then they just renegotiate here. Where else they want to pivot around the map. I like the ambition, don't get me wrong, from Envy, but it's by himself.
Okay.
เฮียภาพจับไปหน้าจอคนเล่นเมื่อกี้ก็ตกใจเลยแค่เจอหน้าคนน่ะยังไม่ต้องทำอะไรเลย
Still down, back in towards middle. Unfortunately, 2G just gives it over.
Dammy not going by himself here, by the way. Not overheating, waiting for the team.
โอ้โห
and
บอดสอง
space taken. Paranoid Bloods, both of them.
Okay. So trying to take more space, especially to recollect themselves around Garage. If they can take
เมา
that
ช้า
first
เมาช้า
position,
เมา
it
ช้า
might be a little bit easier. Ivy and the rest of the team continue to push forward, which causes them to take a bit of damage as well. Francis holding down the line, will spot out Jesse Vash, thankfully with Margaret at hand.
Now they know where both
โอ้โห
โหยิงกันนี้สู้ไงเนี่ย
Crosshair placement in place. Envy
เออเล่น
It's
ไง
been
อะ
consistent so far all throughout the entire
สู้
league,
ไม่ได้
even though the losses come through. Can he frag
เอ
himself
อ
out of
เล่น
this
ไงอะ
situation?
แดมบี
Not
ยิงกันอย่างนี้
quite
อะยิง
Dabby,
นี้เล่นไงอะ
as the duelist will take him down.
pistol round for Nongshim. So, you know, first pistol goes to Team Secret in both maps, second towards Nongshim, but this one here has, well, much more of a anvil kind of thrown on towards Team Secret, right? Just placed and chunked down right on them because now they drop the pistol. You know, if they go for the save, you're looking at an 11-3. You kind of incentivize them to maybe force up, considering that there were 3 kills found in the round. I don't know. We'll see what the idea is here. Yeah, they go for the force.
And I do wonder if the mental game comes into play as well, given the pistol losses in the second half for the team, but we'll see how it goes. Nongshim trying to launch the assault. Made some reactions out towards A.
All the space as well, already that Nongshim can start to play with at the ramp. Repivot back towards B if you need to, because Wild Oreo is just jiggling that there. That'll now be conceded over
เอ
towards
อ
the
หน้าเจส
Nongshim
ซี่จะ
lads.
ไปแล้วไปเล่นกับลูกแล้ว
Team Secret getting
ฟอสมายอมแพ้แล้วอะ
as well.
อันนี้คือฟอสมายอมแพ้แล้วนะ
Some corners cut from Team Secret in a round such as this one. Try to
ถ้าฟอสเป็นนี้ก็ฟอสเป็นหน้าต่อแล้วก็มอบแล้ว
not think of
We've got the buys, 2GE with a plucky.
refreshing these smokes at the top of the A tower.
Yeah. Bit of an inkling that Nongshim are kind of more largely grouped towards this A site.
Yeah. The problem is it's only Jeremy in the A tower as
Oh,
well.
well, 2G's coming in now.
Yeah, but is that going to be enough for them? Salvo's in.
Okay, good little spray from Wild Oreo towards the back. Does
Muy
take
bien,
out
bot.
one member. And here
Bot,
comes the
bot,
push.
lock,
Jeremy to launch the assault. The wall up
Mày,
does
song và song mà đi.
segregate things. And that allows for a bit of a frag coming
Chịu hại
towards
đấy,
them.
đội
And
mình
yet another one found. And now to
Ау.
block them out towards
Bom
Red.
chọc không
What is
bần.
this? A couple more kills found by the rifle-wielding members from Nongshim. Down to just Wild Oreo, who is rather low. The paint shell's almost blowing away at
Oh,
speed, but
ui.
Marcel recollects himself, recenters his aim, and takes down Wild Oreo to put Nongshim up to an 11th.
I don't know if Wild Oreo
ไม่จบแล้วว่ะ
right back on towards that angle if he'd already collected
ดูสกอร์ยิงฝั่งนองชิมดิ ยิงห่างกันไม่เกิน2 ตัว ยิงทั้งทีมชนะไงอะ
Actually, with people, you know, executing their opponents from the back. But the trade game, always Nongshim kind of falling behind a little bit until the last little stages where they just find all the kills in the kill feed and bring that one back. One player surviving. That's the force buy, by the way, from Team Secret shut down. Now they have to play a little bit more cautiously, and most likely you would expect concede the series point.
One of the Nongshim players looking a little bit under the weather, but still being able to perform. Now looking to collect on towards map and series point. Ooh, Sonic sensor tripped.
I'll put another one there. If you want to try and challenge and retake this one, well, I'm going to be more on a forward line. Paranoia is actually going to work a trait.
Okay.
But you don't get a kill on the back of that, unfortunately. You do get to some garage space, you know, sure. But Nongshim, a team that's not going to really care for that one. They're going to immediately call for a shift back towards the A site where the team was already starting to clear away.
And also shifts the weight onto the shoulders of Jesse Vash as well as Jeremy, where the weaponry not supporting them too much. However, with the angles from Jeremy, he might be able to do some damage. Takes down Dambi.
Puts himself in another spot. Then he might be good for one, but
look back at B.
Yeah, you start to re-clear that. Leave Margaret to his own devices.
จบเถอะเว้ยจะได้ไปพักไวๆเว้ยคู่หน้าจะได้มาไว
Here already. The prowler sent out might give them a clue.
Yeah,
So
you leh.
patience moving forward. How does the timing work out?
ๆมันดูใช้กระสุนกันน้อยนะ
Does find one.
อดด้วย
ไอ้
ยิงก่อนได้
โอ้ยมันจะมีภาพชนะจริงเหรอวะลิเกตมันจะมีภาพได้วินจากไอ้น้องชิมตอนไหนเนี่ย
They know that he's somewhere nearby. They could take him down.
หาไม่เจออีก
Be a rifle picked up, but where
ยี่นี่โผล่ไปได้ยิงฟรีชัวร์กูว่าแล้วต้องเป็นทาวิ่งแบบนี้ได้ยิงอีก
Oh no.
Unfortunately for Team Secret Quack, they've got a lot of work to do now.
Insurmountable. They hop on over, and then Margaret shows up again!
มันแล้วเกิดภาพนี้
Two more for the ace. The spike still beeping away.
Margaret, don't tell me you're going to find a fourth one.
Oh, there it is! Swap on over to heaven. He finds the ace! Every single head racked up in kills and knocks him up to series point.
นี่เลือด2แล้วเนี่ย
นี่ใช่นี่เลือดสองนะเลือดสองแค่เดินหายังเดินหาไม่เจอมันจะชนะยังไงอะ
Right, he's still navigating all the angles, playing it very wisely. A bit of luck, I'll admit, onto the one onto Envy, but the rest of them just
Microphone
มันหมานเอ้ยหยอดใครตามกันสามารถหยอดกระปุกกันได้นะครับลิงก์โดเนทอยู่ที่ปักหมุดนะหยอดกระปุกกันได้นะใครร่ำรวยแล้วอย่าลืมกันนะ
Now, Map and Series point.
Microphone
12
activated.
to 3. Math is 9 of those. That's not a good number for Team Secret.
Quick maths. Yes, Team Secret very well could be their final buy. Desperately trying to hold on for control. While Oreo will be able to walk away with one frag.
Don't let Margaret do what he just did yet again.
Microphone muted.
เอาเป็นว่าพี่แบงค์จาก0จะสู่100แล้วอะผมพูดแค่นั้นแหละ
Slides on forward.
คุณเอ็ดวิน
โอ้โหดูมันว่ะ
Microphone activated.
Down
มัน
onto
จบแล้วว่ะไอ้เหี้ยมันไม่ได้สักวินอะมันได้พกไป2แล้วก็ได้วินนะไปวินหนึ่งหลังจากก็ไม่ได้อีกเลยอะ
Stand up from Nongshim.
Oh, well, Oreo, you got to try and get ahead of the curve here. You're nowhere near Jesse Vash to get any trades.
He
You're
attempts
taken.
for it, but
Microphone
unfortunately
muted.
it's the
Microphone
heads-up duel
activated.
headed over on towards Persia. Just Jesse Vash left alive, and he tries to take more space around Garage, but the door gets
หน้า
shut
ทำมันมอบกัน
in
เนี่ย
his
ไม่รู้
face.
Guys, with the clean 2-0 win up on the stage, I'm gonna have Francis. Come on over here, Francis. Massive congrats. Now, with this win, you guys boost your playoffs hopes. So, can you talk to us about how it feels to finally get that second win on the board? 프란시스 선수 너무 축하드리고요. 사실 오늘 불안 요소가 있었던 경기였고 또 그만큼 부담감도 있었을 텐데 2승 신고한 소감부터 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 이번 경기를 졌으면은 플레이오프 가서도 위험한 포지션에서 시작하기 때문에 굉장히 중요한 경기라 생각해서 일단 이겨서 다행입니다.
This game was crucial for us, partly because even if we do make it to playoffs, it's going to put us in a dangerous position, not a great place to be in the playoffs. So it really does mean a lot, and I think it just means more than just one win up on the board for us. Now, it kind of looked like things were getting a little bit stagnant for you guys, but you guys snapped out of that losing skid. So what did you guys think that you guys needed to fix? What were the solutions that you guys came up with? 상당히 킥오프에 비해서 약간의 침체기를 맞이했나 하는 의견도 있었거든요. 팀끼리는 어떤 진단을 내렸는지도 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 예전 어센션에서는 네온 베타였기 때문에 저희가 확실히 메타에서부터 우위를 가지고 했었는데 요즘은 메타가 확실히 변하기도 했고 저희가 근데 그 메타에 적응을 못한 것 같아서 저번 탈론전 끝나고 나서 메타에 확실히 적응을 하고자 해서 이번 경기에 적용해서 한 것 같습니다.
Well, back when we were competing in Ascension, I mean, we had the upper hand when it came to the mainstream meta just because Neon was the agent that you should go for. But, you know, with the upcoming current meta, we thought maybe we need to adapt a little bit more. So after our talent series, we really talked about how we can thrive in the current meta and make sure that we adapt to what other people were doing. And I think it really showed in today's match. Now, it's times like this, of course, you need to come up with solutions in-game, but it's also important to keep the morale high. So, you know, what were the talks? What were the vibes like as well? 일단 뭐 진단을 내리는 것도 중요한데 사실 팀으로서 팀 분위기를 유지하는 것도 굉장히 중요했을 것 같아요. 그동안 팀끼리는 어떤 얘기를 하면서 오늘의 승리를 준비했을까요?
일단 퍼시픽에 오고 나서부터 저희 팀 분위기가 약간 좀 어센션보다는 간절함이 떨어진 것 같아서 감독 코치진 쪽에서 엄청 동기부여 해주시고 그렇게 다독여 주셔서 잘 이끌어온 것 같습니다.
ง่ายผม
Microphone
ว่า
muted.
เดียก็วินบอกว่าเดียก็วินแหละแต่อยู่ที่ว่าวินแบบไหนวินแบบกินราคาไหมหรือว่าจะวินแบบขาดไปเลยแต่ผมกลัวบูมมาล่างอวตารนะดิบูมมาล่างเจอเจนจีอย่างเงี้ยแม่งประสาทแดกนะผมบอกก่อนนะไม่รู้บูมแม่งจะผีเข้าผีออกวันไหนคือถามว่าใจจะให้เดียอยู่แล้วแต่ไม่รู้ว่าบูมจะมาล่างไหน
Qualify for playoffs any longer, and this was just a very, very questionable map pick on their side.
Yeah, to some extent, I don't know. I'm surprised they went with the comp that they went with. I understand in some cases like why they would play double duelist. It seemed like Jeremy had a good opening game on the Yoru and they wanted to start to pick up the Yoru a little bit more going into these weeks. Wild Oreo has played a fair bit of Raze in his career, so I understand putting him on that agent, but he didn't have a fantastic series on the Raze or the Chamber in this case, but I really just question how they played a lot of their attacking side. They knew they would have to play an attack side split. You look at other teams that play this comp, you know, or other double duelist comps, for example, Raze Yoru, the thing that you do have is a lot of burst potential, but every round was painfully slow. I felt like we were watching Pearl again, where Pearl is a slow map on the attacking side, but even with this comp that has so much burst potential, every round was coming down to the last 15 and 20 seconds, and it just didn't really feel like there was
Microphone
strong decision
activated.
making
Microphone
and
muted.
strategy on the
สวัสดีครับ
attacking
สวัสดีครับ
side. And that's where Nongshim does their best work, because they have all of these players that are so fantastic at anchoring sites and playing well positionally, and they were just able to play to their strengths and win the defensive side fairly cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they in theory, they should have had the tools, right? When you're playing double duelists, as we say, you have that strong burst. You're able to go so fast, and that's what you need to be able to do against Deadlock Viper. If you slow the game down yourselves, the Deadlock, the Viper just get even more comfortable, and I felt like that's what we saw all the way through this game, you know, especially that first half, 9-3, so dominant from Nongshim. I thought Nongshim played great. We see Margaret up there top in the scoreboard, 17-10, including that cheeky little ace he got, so he'll be happy with that one. Envy on the other side there, but once again, it's not enough for Team Secret, and they are now out of playoff contention.
Yeah, it was quite disappointing, especially when you saw that there was a lot of very interesting things, as you guys were saying, with this composition. It's just that why did it feel like they weren't confident in what they chose? Why did it feel like they weren't confident in their map pick and in the agent comp? You're absolutely right in that it felt as if they were playing with, yes, you are seeing this right. You know, I'm growing my own ecosystem. It felt like, going back to the sad news, guys, sad news. It felt like they weren't confident at all in their choices, which was really, really, you know, not comfortable to watch in any point in that map.
It seemed to me like it was a little bit of a crumble carried over from map 1, right? They started so strong on map 1 and then it fell apart and they stopped playing the kind of Valorant that we know that they're able to do, and I didn't feel like they were ever able to reset at all into this game.
Which has been an issue for them. Even in kickoff, they were winning map 1s
Oh,
and
my
then
lovely.
downhill. So I think at the end of the day, we have seen some good stuff from Team Secret, but they just haven't got a win on the board. For the most part, it's been underwhelming. They don't really seem to have a strong team identity. They're flexing around different players in different roles and trying different comps, trying to find what works. They need a fundamental rework
we have
towards
a con
stage
here,
2,
yeah.
whether it's roster changes or something other, because this has just not been something that's worked for Team Secret. They've tried to keep things consistent. They've tried to maintain the majority of the same roster from the end of last year, where they did almost make it to the big stages right at the end of the year, but 2025 is a very far way away from that, so it's time to see something different from Secret. Over on the side of Nongshim, though, good to see Margaret having a good game yet again. Like I said, they played a slower comp on both maps, really, Nongshim, and once again put the onus on Danby to be the faster element, and I think that that's what they're talking about when you had that interview with Francis, is like leaning back into the style that works for them. This is what I wanted to see from Nongshim. They didn't need to reinvent the wheel, they just needed to tweak Danby's role and put him on more comfortable agents. And when you have Francis at the helm, this man is a monster in the server. He is one of the best IGLs in Pacific, especially for his rookie year. He is really, really good, and he's very comfortable on Teo as well, which is super valuable to have.
Yeah, we were talking about this back in the green room. The way he was able to use that Teo was somewhat freeing reminiscent. I kind of felt like, I feel like he really understood the agent. Yeah. He was able to call so well from it. You know, he played a great game today.
It's a little different to freeing, because for me, freeing, the way that he uses it, he's like a big fragger, right? And yeah, Francis does frag with the thing is, that makes it interesting about the way that Francis played Teo is exactly what you said. It's like the way that you control the game with the Teo. You're the IGL, and on defense, like, take Pearl A main, for example. They're trying to take A main control. You can stop them taking A main control and then call the rotations from there, or you can read what the other team is going to do and actually use the Teo utility to kind of direct the flow of the game. So that's what I really like about how Francis plays the Teo.
Yeah, he definitely controlled the tempo the whole way through.
Yeah.
He was able to lead so well from there.
Unfortunately, this means, again, that Team Secret is out of playoffs, but we do want to, you know, congratulate them still for being a part of Stage 1. Hopefully, this means Stage 2, we're seeing a lot more innovation from them. For Nongshim, I feel like, hey, if it ain't broke, you don't need to move anything. You can just keep on putting Danby on Neon. That's totally fine. There's that Filipino representation. What is it? We'll put it in there, okay? We'll put it in there. It's okay. But we do have one more series. We have DRX and Boom coming right up. So don't go anywhere. We're off to a short break, and we will be back with 2 undefeated teams here on VCT Pacific Stage 1.
gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
เมื่อไหร่จะเริ่มอ่ะ1 นาที
Microphone activated.
1 minute
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We have DRX versus Boom Esports right now. Two of our undefeated teams. Well, that's not going to last very long. One of these win streaks is going to come to an end by the end of today.
But I mean, game of the week could be game of the season, if you're asking me, the way these two teams are playing. Both top of the table at 3-0. I don't think it gets much more exciting than this. I think this is effectively the battle to see who is going to top Group Alpha.
DRX has got the big win streak going on. They haven't lost in Pacific yet. Only when they go internationally have they faltered. So this is going to be an interesting one because, as you can see here, Bane is back in the roster. Bane and Estrella coming in. No flashback here. And that really opens up a whole can of worms. What style will they play? Who's going to be in what roles? Is Termi overcooking or is he a genius? These are all questions that will be answered today. Is DRX just handicapping themselves because they need to find a way to lose? It's too easy?
There's so many angles you can look at this, right? I think the first angle is you can change your style now. You can go back to double initiator to counter the prep that Boom might bring you. There's also another angle. Now you're safe in playoffs. You can give everybody some time. Really settle a roster. A full 6-man roster in before your time in playoffs. Who knows what Termi's cooking, but it smells good to me right now.
What does it smell like? I'm wondering.
It's fragrant. It's lavender.
It's lavender.
It's
like
a kind of
fruity
dish
notes.
though. It's a kind of dish like risotto or something. If you don't stir it, if you like leave it on the bottom, it's going to start to burn. It's going to start to overcook.
Oh no.
It's close.
Yeah. But what's that I smell? I also smell this distinct, nasi rendang or indomie. It's Boom Esports here, and they are the best performing SCA team so far. And I didn't think I'd be saying that at this stage in VCT Pacific, but with their performance last week, how terrifying were those options?
I mean,
Come on.
I smell heat. I smell spice.
You
I smell
sambal.
fire.
Sambal.
Like, what this team is cooking is hot and spicy. There's no two ways about it. 3-0 when, not many people would have predicted this going in. They've looked unbelievable to say how little amount they've had to play. They dropped out of kickoff so fast compared to DRX, but they've turned this around heading into stage 1. We see big wins on the board there against Genji, Global, and PRX, but now today they face their ultimate test.
Time to make some excuses though. Genji just changed players. Okay, Global Esports had a bad week, and PRX has had a bad season so far in 2025. This is a first real test. If they beat DRX as well, oh, by the way, we're changing players. That doesn't count either. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a Boom hater. Boom have been very good, and I will say they are a spicy team, but they've added a little bit of mildness as well. They've got our Fields coaching them. You've got a little bit of British, like, all right, let's calm down, guys. Let's not over peak in the XVX. And that's what's impressing me about Boom. They're showing good structure and some great discipline, and they've worked on a lot of my biggest issues with Boom is trouble closing out games, throwing advantageous situations, and it really feels like they're better organized and they're playing the fundamentals better than they ever have before.
I mean, you might be onto something there because Shiro also did mention that DRX, they look at them as one of the final bosses here in VCT Pacific. And even though they have found their stride, and it looks like they're just walking down the halls being the Boom Reaper here, but DRX, that's a whole other machine that they're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, DRX are an institution here in Korea,
Oh, yes,
especially
they
when
are.
it comes to Valorant. Boom are the underdogs, they are the ones that the newcomers on the scene, you would say, coming up from that ascension. But I think they have it all to prove, they have it all to play for, and they don't have any stress, any pressure. They've already made it to playoffs now, so it's about can you top that group. So they just need to try and get over that last hurdle today. But one person we have to talk about is Famous.
Oh yeah, I mean, when I saw what he was doing in last week's performance, it didn't feel real at some point, Just look at these shots here.
Yeah, Famous is an operator force right now. He's always been solid with it. The issue with Famous has always just been his agent pool at times and inconsistency. Sometimes he's gone missing in a lot of bigger games, but particularly this season in Pacific so far, in Stage 1, this man has been an absolutely oppressive force on multiple agents. Even upping on Phoenix on Ascent, he is able to have so much impact, and I'm really wondering if any team is going to shut him down. Is it going to be DRX with this in-it style? I mean, look at that! 31 kills with the op, and if you look at the top of your screen as well, first on the usage and first in win percent when they buy the operator. Boom is operator abusers. Op abusers.
I mean, they really well and truly are. And I mean, I think this is going to be a huge key point for this game today is can DRX shut down Famous? Can they stop this man from getting the op? Can they stop him from destroying you?
I mean, they've added another initiator just to nerf Famous. Let's get Sober Drone, let's get Teo missiles, throw everything at him. Do not let him shoot the op.
That's like all directed at Famous, right? They're like, don't let this man get any shots in. But that's an interesting point, right? You're dealing with a DRX that is going through a little bit of a experimental phase, I guess, in the roster. So I'm wondering, right? Is this the DRX that we're seeing for the rest of the season? Are they really going for the 6-man roster, and can they manage it? That's a big question.
I mean, I don't think they fully decided on who they want to play in the playoffs yet, and I think that's partly what this is this is doing some testing to see how Bane is going to play with Estrella. And I also think a big part of it is now you can run double initiator very easily against Famous, who loves that up. But, I have to say, like, in some ways I like it with DRX, in some ways I don't. Rotating with 6 people is a difficult thing to pull off seamlessly.
I mean, so far they just haven't lost, so it's hard to criticize them. But if there was another team that wasn't as successful as DRX, adding extra players into their roster, throwing a player who would never played Duelist before into double Duelist on every map, I would be like, these guys have lost their damn mind. But Termi stay winning. I can't criticize the GOAT right now. They're undefeated in Pacific. So until they start falling off, or maybe they overcook a little bit and lose a series or two that's important, then I'm just going to watch in awe and realize I know nothing about Valorant, and Termi is way smarter than I am.
No, absolutely. That's why he's there in the coach's seat, and that's why you both are now here on the Yapper desk, okay? I just want to point out, by the way, that big time, you have 2 of Boom Esports over here on your team for our Build a Different by Acer and Intel, and you have 2 on the side of DRX, so just putting that there in case you guys want to favor one side or the other. But that's also a big question for me. Is there an underdog in this match? Because it doesn't seem like there is at this point.
I would still say Boom.
It has to be Boom. Yeah, they're playing fantastic, but like I said, they've played 3 teams that have made changes or performed weakly so far. I will admit they played well in kickoff and they almost did knock T1 in the opening round, but realistically, guys, this is group stage performance against some teams that have had reasons to underperform or have looked shaky. So they still do need to beat DRX relatively convincingly and still have a good placement and win something. And until that point, you got to say, like, it's a good couple of games, guys, but we still have more work to do here.
I think you're huffing the copium. I can't. I think when you watch them play, they've been fantastic. But we do have the map veto coming in now. We see DRX ban Pearl, which I think is a solid ban for DRX. Boom haven't looked good on that map. We see Boom continue to ban Split, as we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it's their perma ban. Yeah, DRX don't really like Pearl, so that's not surprising. They haven't had a lot of success on it. Icebox going to be the pick here for DRX. It's an interesting one, and Boom just going to stick with what's worked for them well, which is the Haven pick. Recently, we've seen the double duelist from DRX on that map, so that's an interesting one to go towards. And Ascent as the decider. DRX picks attack. They do not pick defense on Ascent as the 3rd map decider.
As a Boom believer, I'm a little bit scared in this veto because Boom have not played Icebox in a long time.
Yes, they haven't played it since the Ascension Grand Final, by the way.
Yeah, no, I think Haven can be good for them, but then we go to Ascent. They looked great against Gen G, but then against PRX, I feel like PRX were able to have the answers. And if PRX were going to find the answers, I think so will DRX. So what are we going to adapt and change? But map 1, as we say, this is a strange pick for me.
Do you think it's really strange though? Because again, Boom haven't played this in a while. They have so much time to cook here. And as for DRX, they are dealing again with that little bit of a roster identity, which is, you know, I'm not sure if I'm very comfortable with this kind of go of the flow, new spontaneous DRX, because that never really was Termi's style as well.
Yeah, this seems like a counter pick, right? They know that Boom haven't played this.
Well, yeah, you're forcing Boom to, you're saying, show me your Icebox, because we just have not seen it at the end of the day. They're also putting Bane in, which is a Sova player, whereas Australia didn't really play as much Sova. They didn't really have someone who played as much Sova as Bane, and this is a Sova map. They're playing some other maps, which could be Sova maps.
Boom จะมาร่างไหนวันนี้
50-50 once again. A stark comparison to predictions from the last time we were here on Pacific. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a shocker.
I mean, that goes to show how good both of these teams are. This is how close this game is. I think this is the one, you know, phone up your friends, phone up your auntie, your mother, get them all here for this game. This is the one everybody wants to see.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm like, Mom, it's DRX and it's Boom Esports. You better be watching now. I'm going to call my grandma. I'm going to be like, Lola, it's Boom and DRX. You better be watching right now. Do the same thing because we're going to send it to the stage right now for our 2 undefeated teams. It's going to be DRX and Boom Esports. Pacific's current kings have found their latest star. With Australia added to the roster, DRX are looking as indomitable as ever. But is the 6-man roster something they can manage as playoffs draws closer and closer?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they're going to be bringing today.
Etelra ลงแข่งใครวะ
They are in experimentation phase, and I want to see what kind of style they're going to be bringing and what roster they end up going with.
Yeah, it's a big question indeed because DRX, they're not exactly known for being that experimental. So perhaps this is indeed another chapter in this new age of DRX. But their opponents, the hungry beasts of Indonesia in Boom Esports, and they just keep on going and going, win after win after win, even against some of the heaviest hitters of Pacific. That firepower that's long been brewing in the Tier 2 scene is coming into its full power right now, and Boom, they just seem to be getting better as the opponents get even tougher.
Boom have been the ones to watch in Stage 1 for me. I love how they play. They've become more disciplined. They still have insane firepower, and I do think they have some of the best prep we've seen in the league. Part of me wonders is if this change to put Bane back in is to disrupt some of this great prep that we've seen from Boom, because, you know, it's hard to anti-strat if you change players at the last second.
ทำไมช่วงนี้ทีมแอสเซนชั่นมันเก่งจังวะ
Boom roster have been going from strength to strength, looking atop the group today.
Yeah, and as we see the coaches walk out here, it is very important to
Microphone
touch on that.
activated.
This is a round-robin format. You have time to prepare for your opponent. You have time to anti-start, and we've seen plenty of these teams with great approaches and great prep, whether they're successful teams in the league or whether even there's some teams that are not having as much success. Every team has shown the ability to prepare a map really well and have a great approach.
Yeah, and I think historically, DRX have been one of the easier teams to read. Quite notoriously, they don't make huge drastic changes. They follow follow pretty simple protocols and pretty simple styles.
Buddy
but
joined your
they've
channel.
thrown a real
จ๋า
spanner in the
แบงค์มันอยู่บ้านปะวะ
roster change
อยู่
today.
พี่ทำไมอะ
You know, that's the benefit
ไม่ให้มา
of
เข้า
that
เทียนไหม
six-man roster. If you
บอกเขา
have
ดิ
a
พี่
lot more
บอกให้ได้อยู่ข้างบนบอก
flexibility, Payne's gonna look after he's had a week out. He has to
มันก็รอเตรียมตัวอยู่
putting back on the stage.
Easy to read, I would
Hey,
agree,
hey,
but
go
then there's a
Makoy, Pia,
protocol that DRX always
ได้
has, which is
Channel
you know,
switched.
pretty hard for even the best teams to get through, right? But
เป็น
Channel
เสียงปะ
switched.
เป็นเสียงใช่ไหม
เป็ด
this chaotic energy that they bring.
Siyong.
We'll see. I mean, Killjoy is a very different agent compared to Vise.
ให้ผีเข้าช้าใช่ไหมพี่คู่นี้
อะไรนะ
Yeah, you got to remember Flashback was the one that played Killjoy on this map.
กูไปไหนวะอันเนี้ยหรือไม่ได้ดูเลย
ดีใหญ่ไง อยู่ที่มันจะแวะมารับพี่เปล่า
ไปแล้วเหรอ บุกไปแล้วเหรอ
บุกไปแบบบุกไปนิดนึงแล้วบุกไปแล้ว ขึ้นรถไปนิดนึงละยังไม่ขึ้นเต็มคัน
Especially with the flash in as well, so get more space, but cut off by the
เชี่ยบูมมันจะมาล่างไหนเดี๋ยวดูมันยิงดี
Able to dispatch a Vayne for the
Do
first
the-
one. Dots nice,
Oh.
but where that marker has slipped through, that's going to be an open B site ready for the rotate.
Yeah, fantastic pickups and also quite aware of mid as well. Look at how he's blocking that off with the poison cloud. So freeing, they're not quite able to passage his way through. You also have Hyunmin already somewhere up towards
And Famous has just shifted into playing this lurk role now because they've already opened the space. They don't need him. Damage delivered, damage set in stone.
Hyunmin though,
Tap,
still trying to
tap.
do what he can, does find and walk away with another kill. 2 kills now so far, but still with his HP down that low, NC Slasher
คุณ
will
เมย์มัน
pick
ก็
up
เอา
this select.
แต่เอาไม่สุด
Yeah, Boom with the pistol on this one. Looking to bring some consistency. If you had told me that Boom were going to be one of the
Lock,
biggest
lock.
Mario bracket, potentially
ลงมารับ
even
จริง
go
ใช่ไหม
รถล็อกรถล็อก
อันนี้แค่ลงมารับใช่ไหม
Like play second in the
The
center,
team
but
that
then
wasn't, by all intents and purposes, supposed to be in Pacific.
yes, and then they also took down like Genji, you know, Paper X even.
Yep.
Oh my god.
ล็อกป่ะพี่
Crazy.
ต้องครับ
Absolutely crazy. Now they've got the skin bundle in the game as well.
That you've also bought up. Yep. Very nice. Lovely support for the Pacific Ascension teams, but right now it is Boom with the pistol pickup and also Boom with
เอเทลรา
Gunman does have a Marshall, and he's positioned all the way towards yellow then.
Yeah, these are the rounds again. You just do not want to give DRX an inch because they'll take a mile. Kind of curious still to see how these wall shifts are going to look for them, how active freeing is going to be on this Yoro, how supportive Bane is
เหี้ย
going
บู
to
ม
be
มาล่างไหนเนี่ย
on Teho.
Be a really huge test for Boom. They're able to string up more rounds together right now. At least doing their due diligence with the stealth drone.
Just no traps yet being established from DRX. Just stacking up together with numbers. Oh, ready for a bit of a cheeky play.
Famous steps himself down. It's in
ดู
Shiro
ดิ
and
มา
Sigma.
ล่างนี้
Famous
ไง
pops back up and they continue
จอ
to
น
into the
มารับจริงเปล่าวะ
เดือดว่ะเหี้ยทำไมทรงมันดูเดือดจังวะเหี้ยมันดูเดินบ้าจังวะเหี้ยดูกล้าเล่นจัดอะ
The Marshall, but Rob's not. Could even see a world in which DOS9 can just take this in towards the next round as well. Right? They didn't invest everything into this round. They've left him with all the money needed.
Nolan expires. Now he's just carefully clearing the angle. Slice the pie. Unfortunately, he's going to get sliced
เก็บ
instead.
สี่แล้วอ่ะ
That's a quad for Famous, and now 3 away from Blade Storm.
I'd be very interested to see if the strategy of Boom is to get the operator in the hands of him as quick as possible, and this is why DOS9 is holding some of the money. That would be something on the attacking side of Icebox. But now is the test to see what DRX's defenses do look like and how they want to be maneuvering around.
กดแต่แมปสองปะ
That's going to be one of the affordances for them with this Yoru. You can shift around the map very quickly.
That is very much the intention. So interestingly enough, it's going to be both Freeing as well as Mako to hold out towards green and yellow. Meanwhile, for Boom, they've been having success on towards the A site, so why not do it again?
0 point, catching some numbers. Going to be forcing off Bane and Hyunmin. So you get some information as Boom on where they are currently.
Also for Boom to backtrack themselves in towards middle. DOS9 could pull off something sneaky.
Yeah, just spreading your wings at the moment. As
ฟิลลิ่งเล่นโยนรู้ป่ะ
extremely far forward, except Famous.
Both teams exchanging drones as well.
Yeah.
ฟิลลิ่งไม่จับเทโจ
A
อะ
bit careful here. Of course, DRX don't know if there's any one on top of pipes, for example, to get the full
อุ้ย
on trade.
จอน
That is a sinister shot to come out from
แม่
London.
ให้เม็ดน่ะตัวละเมะ
Pretty insane.
เหี้ยล็อกยาวเลยวะ
มันล็อกไม่เปิดเลยอ่ะไปมันไปเรื่อยแล้วอ่ะ
Recollect themselves while DOS9 just stays
ซิ่ง
tucked
จัด
away as a lurk.
ล็อกอ่ะ
Yeah, you're going to have some good initiative from Boom here and how they want to slice and dice this site.
DRX, on the other hand, just happy to stay tucked away, work with the numbers. DOS9, though, still the opportunity is there. He hears the footsteps, he
Oi.
goes in for the spam,
ดอ
takes
ทนาย
down
มาอยู่ตรง
Free.
นี้ได้ไง เจอผีหลอกดิพวกมึงเดียวได้สองด้วย
DOS9 strikes again. Now DRX are starting to think, I've got to watch for my back, but trying to deny that spike plan with 10 seconds left. They continue to push up. Shiro just quickly dispatches them with that stinger of his.
Oh, the shift
Bane,
in.
though, sliding through, lets him get the plant. Now for the spray. No, where is it? Shiro gets
กลิ่น
it
แรงมากรถ
instead
คันนี้
with the bulldog picked up now, and that's the bonus round picked up
Yeah.
by Boom.
That is a bit of broken aim from Bane there.
บูมเข้ามาแรงจ
Unfortunately,
ริง
the patience from Boom cannot be
ๆ
underestimated.
ล็อกไม่เอาเลยอ่ะล็อกแล้วล็อกเลยอ่ะ
They don't
ล้น
try
อะ
to force the
เปิดอีกทีก็ตอนล้นไปแล้วอะ
plant down on the side. Look at all the aggressive utility and abusive utility that it's actually coming down on there, right? So much of that damaging utility.
มันนำมันโดนนำ7-0มายังเคยกลับมาชนะได้เลยนะเลยพี่
Comfortable on the side, but they're very
แต่นั่นคือเป็นไปเด็กนะ
and how they're looking to just reassess the situation, how they're looking to re-get control. The lurk from DOS9 is gorgeous. So the bonus round going Boom's way will push DRX down onto an eco here.
No alarm bot in this round either, so it's going to be a little bit trickier for DRX to control the map.
And just in this eco round, for those that might be joining us, Boom are in the situation where they need to get to champs to stay in Pacific, right? They get towards playoffs. So we're talking about Boom, one of the teams that does need a lot of points. So if they're getting wins, they're getting to playoffs,
ยาวว่ะ
they're
พี่จอน
getting opportunities to get more championship points.
They really
ไปถึง
want
ล็อกเหรอ
to just
ล็อกยาวอ่ะ
open up the
Yeah.
flash to make their way through, but in with the flashes, Hyunmin still able to walk away with the frag. DOS9, however,
เฮียบูมนี่มันไอสัตว์มันผีเข้าเว้ยเฮียมันยิงจับจังไว้เฮีย
User joined your channel.
Boom then transitions
พี่
back
พี่จอนพี่
where for Cirques
ว่าไงครับ
are in place.
แจกแป้งหน่อยดิ
Decision-making from them so
Huh?
far that we've seen
ผม
is the
ยังไม่ได้ลงปลาหมึกเลยอาทีนี้
important
เฮียไม่ได้ลงเหมือนกันเดี๋ยวลงพร้อมกันเดี๋ยวรอน
คืนนี้ผมไม่อยู่นะพี่ไปเล่นสงกรานต์ก่อน
จัดพรุ่งนี้ก็ได้มั้งแต่พรุ่งนี้ก็ว่าอาทิตย์ไม่อยู่เหรอ
พรุ่งนี้ไม่แน่ต้องดูก่อน
พรุ่งนี้บ่ายๆไงไม่น่าออกมั้งบ่ายๆเที่ยงๆอ่ะ
เราก็ยิงแรงแล้วนะพี่จอนแต่เขาอาชีพอื่นมันแรงกว่าว่ะ
แพงเท่าไหร่ละ
ถ้าแพ้ได้ก็เกือบล้านพี่ตอนนี้
อยากได้เด็กว่ะถ้าพี่ได้เด็กพี่น่ายิงขึ้น2 ล้านอ่ะ
การันตีเลยพี่2 ใบ
ก็เลยใครอยากไปก่อนเลย
แต่พี่ต้องซื้อนะไปกามคอนอ่ะของลีน่าเนี่ย
Waylay with Forsaken, for example, which actually he had a pretty decent performance on it. It wasn't the greatest Waylay performance that we've seen, but the team, Paper X, they still won the map at the end. DRX did lose after having that night. They had an abysmal defensive side with only the 1 round. So if we're even seeing that from them here, I mean, you
User left your channel.
Picking it is of any value.
They could be trying to work on
เด็กสวยละ
a map that they're slightly weaker on.
เจอล่างอวตาร
We'll see.
Will Famous actually be spotted here?
Wow. Yeah, with the way that drone pops up. Oh, and a player on the other side, but Famous
โอ้โห
takes them to one step.
เชี่ย
He does pop the
ล่าง
first
มาร
one,
ว่ะ
so that's going to be quickly nullified by freeing. And now DRX fully is aware.
Gosman does have the pit. Shiro one away from the Armageddon, but NC Slasher has just picked up the null command, and that would lock freeing into Marco rather into yellow.
นี่เหรอวะแชมป์ลีก
Still somewhat undetected.
หน้าใหม่
Very much so pinned down now. The flash as well, but the timing not quite there
โอ้
for the peek
วิ่ง
out.
มาดิ
And
เดี๋ยว
that's
บอกผม
gonna
ไม่
be
กลัวเหมือน
Payne
กัน
who holds down the
แล้วใครสเปรย์
edge.
เมื่อ
Bit
กี้
of a double kill, but also for Berserks and DOS9 to find the trades right back. Time bought in, however.
Buffed KO2, remember, so quick back up on his feet for this player advantage.
That's going to be now Pit in for the possible spike plan, and the fragment now beginning to tag away at Fring, which kind of reveals his position, but he
Buddy
still
was
finds a
moved
frag
out of your
instead.
channel.
Pops into the dimensional drift right quick, and that's Hyunmin to provide additional support. Sniper Overwatch coming in, the flashes to push Berserks off of the spike. Hyunmin now quick to launch forward, looking to possibly get a tap onto the spike. They know that Berserks is rather low, and as he tries to slip back and forth around the boxes, freeing will quickly plant him down. Lights out for DRX again, well, for Boom again.
You got to consider how sweaty Freeing must have been with that fragment right under his feet. But he still manages to navigate the pit quite nicely, right? Getting rid of DOS9 there as well. Opens up the line of sight for Hyunmin to be able to just snipe him on down. I say a bit of an overheat moment from Famous to try and expect the angle not to be reheld after finding that first on kill. But it's really the quick decision making and the recognition for DRX to get back into it. A little bit of individual brilliance as well from Freeing in that round as DRX get on the board.
He was able to still keep himself alive, and that's going to be the op still very much so in play. Boom, however, continues to trudge forward in towards a main. Hyunmin in with the op.
Yeah, he's done it again. This time taken down.
เรียบร้อย
This is
ตรงนี้
awkward.
DRX
There's overextensions for DRX.
Well, these 4 players now
ทรงนี้แกไม่รอดว่ะ
just kind of overwhelm the side, bulldoze their way in.
Yeah, but
บุมกระชากรอยยิ้มแล้วว่ะ
very patient in these scenarios too as well, right?
To regroup and then come in with the utility. The Armageddon clear our backside, the trades to really ensure that the front is very much secure. So even though a player is lost in the form of NC Slasher, they're still comfortable.
เนี่ยไอ้ป้อมไม่จับเลย
รออะไรเป้ามันยิงไม่โดนเลย
After the Armageddon,
เป้ามันโดนจากกระสุนไปไหนไม่รู้อะ
bodies to be a little bit sacrificial up through the rafters in this sort of situation as well. I think DRX just know that they cannot really contend this. As a Killjoy as a Viper to try and get back into a site where you're at a 2-player deficit, extremely difficult.
Yeah, no sir. It really brings to mind, kind of how the micro game is being played, especially with wanting to keep Hyunmin posted up, but not quite having the additional support to
no one watching the dirty angles that position is susceptible for, right? So he's just kind of immediately just
แล้วพี่ไปทางไหนซ้ายหรือขวา
พี่ไปทางขวาดิ
ขวาเหรอ
รออะไรอ่ะนี่กับจุดนักเบา พอรู้อยู่แล้วว่ามันต้องเกิดเหตุการณ์แบบนี้ ดูอันนี้คือแบบดูอะ
วัดกันแบบ2ใช่ไหมล่ะ
แค่วัดกันแบบ2
damaging offensive lead.
which is beginning to make me worry about the defensive side that Boom could bring up as well.
Yep.
And this was a really quick round, you know, with how they just quickly broke things apart, especially the Armageddon coming in as well.
Oh, no coach intervention to come in from DRX at this current juncture. So enough maybe trust in the team to try and figure things out. Also, of course, the state that DRX are at right now with the 6-man roster, that we're feeling it might be a little bit of the rotating variety and already making playoffs, right? It kind of does give you the idea that it is the okay time to experiment a little bit, learn a little bit.
Possibly.
Yeah.
You would imagine they still want to kind of gun for that top seed spot.
Yeah, for sure.
DRX, a team that loves to think ahead of things.
A minute left. Baboom's trying to establish the spike here as they're pathed up towards pipes and towards the proceedings of the A site. Still, you got to wonder if they do wait too long, what will happen, because DRX have 4 members here.
At least the salvos at the initial artillery strike will go through, but Boom quickly just speed steps up most of it. Now look at their positions as well. One up on top of 410, another one up on the site. Shiro
เละว่ะ
to eliminate more players trying to launch their way through.
มันเกลียดอย่างไวอ่ะ
Instantly downed. Of course, the
famous.
gun's not
เชื่อผีอินโดเขาให้แล้วไง
currently, but yes, famous.
วันนี้บูมแชมป์เหรอมีภาพนะ
He's hungry. He wants it.
เพราะถ้าบูมตกเยอะๆก็บูมเหมือนบูมตกทุกทีมไปนะ
Cells living up to the team name.
He's hungry like the wolf.
Gotta love it. One of these days, you should just get an ace, hop up on stage, howl.
Howl.
No.
Oh my lord. Gunman, gotta peel away.
แต่อย่าพอเดียวมันเริ่มทำเอามันก็เริ่มเก่งอ่ะ
Phantom as the
มันเก่ง
trophy
ตอนทำเอาเลย
Oh, well, just a bit of a consolation prize.
Yeah, well, another well-navigated round from Boom. Great trades around the
เดี๋ยวให้มันเริ่มทำเอาก่อน
important because there's 4 members at the end of the day from DRX that are there, right? So you've got a lot of these crossfires that are there. Shiro with some great utility placement as well for the special delivery, getting on the top of the site too, managing to find another kill.
พลังทีมนี้
It's pretty good.
And you know, humanity did just bring direwolves somewhat back, so that could be something for you.
Maybe. Here we go though, the timeout to come on through. You'd expect from DRX, of course, now before the gun rounds to see if they're going to be able to start to make their defenses known in the server. 6-1, a scoreline that Boom, well, if they're able to continue this runaway, would come away with an egregious first map scoreline. The way that they're playing and the way that we haven't really seen an answer even in these rifle rounds so far. You know, they're pretty switched on in how they want to move around the map and what utility they want to do to clear these positions. The pausing in the mid rounds as well, you know, to afford yourself a little bit of time to figure out what is our next plan of attack, you know? How are we moving? What utility we want where? It's great mid-round decisioning and those current moments that I think we're seeing.
Especially with the utility in towards the A side as well. I mean, we've seen the lurks coming out from DOS9. DOS9, who was, you know, maybe having a little bit of a colder performance from last week, definitely stepping up a lot more this week as well, back into his top form. 8 kills, 2 deaths alone. Famous, always so consistent.
Yep. Berserk's up there in the numbers as well, but sometimes he has a couple of maps that he goes away, but you do remember the big ones. Important moment for DRX now. Armageddon online. Australia's going to be one away from the lockdown, so these can be some big ultimates that you can utilize in a situation like this to get around on the board, because you've got to do something here as DRX. Currently fishing for some information over at the B, with Freeing just playing there by himself, playing a long line. Rotations already from DRX around the middle of the map too.
ถ้าไม่ได้วินเนี่ยไหลละ
Away, or rather in towards mid, where the turret does get destroyed.
มากด06
Assist
ล่างไหนอะ
in case DOS9 comes into a lurk position again.
Shiro still has the drone. You'd expect him to be dropping this down to start to clear over towards one at the moment. Unless they want to try and do a dry contact to take Freeing. 0 point, you hear echo through.
Possible. If you were Boom, you would be thinking most times it's Mako alone on towards the B site. This time it's Freeing, so get crashed away.
NC Slasher with Berserks close enough to hear that that drone is going to be finding nothing. So calling a bit of an audible situation here as Boom. Your idea is to end at A and let Famous trick you.
And he's done just that. Keeps 3 players, even pulling full rotations over onto the B site.
Everybody's left.
Famous.
Bane is the last person.
ร้อยละเอแตกใช่ปะเนี่ย
Bane's the last person to get there, and you got to remember, he's got the Armageddon. He wants to be close to try and deny the spike
ไม่
plan,
ทัน
but he's
ด้ว
not
ย
going to be able to. Shiro ahead a little bit far there.
So just a bit of damage done.
ขยองว่ะ
Not too much loss for Boom. The spike still down and the lockdown to continue to allow that spike to tick.
Molly's already on the spike.
เหลือมหาเทพดอทนายด้วย
Bit of a check as well, but now DRX beginning to plant their boots onto the ground. Still looking at some of these potential ultimates, but DRX very much so looking to maneuver carefully as a full team, but they just line themselves up for NC Slasher. Gunman now pushing outside of 410, but it's a quick trade. And with that, not enough time for the spike to get defused. Estrella just has to make haste and get out of there.
That is an outstanding fake sold by Boom in that round. Famous does exactly what's needed to over at the B site. The fact that he's able to just get away with 1 kill there is ridiculous. Siren will be real with you. Freeing down for the count meant that there's no real scope ability back in towards the A site, and then it's just timing being bought, right? You got the mollies that are being refreshed on towards the spike. NC Slasher, the fact that he's able to get away with 2 there is also just absolutely devastating for DRX's chances to get back in. Converting the round for Boom that DRX just invested a timeout for. Pretty large.
Now we're back to the same old positions. Once again, Spring and Mako off towards B, and they've been spotted out by the 0 point.
Yeah, 2 players tagged up by that one.
เล่นมาโกะหน้าเจือนเลย แต่เด็กเขาชอบโดนนำเยอะแล้ว เลข 7 นี่เดียชอบเลยนะ เลข 7 นี่ของพี่เขาเลย
It'll allow the rest of the team of Boom though to get close, that's for sure.
แต่เขาไม่อยู่ที่เลข 7เลยดิเขาไม่ใช่เป็นเล็ก
Already quickly dismissed away by Famous, and that Phantom of his. Estrella though, up top, will find a target.
Early investment of the lockdown. Buy some time.
เชี่ยโดนให้จ่ายตีตั้งแต่1 นาทีอะ
But Boom's reaction is to dig deep. Oh,
อะไรวะนะมีคนมง
detained, and that's Salvos as well.
เรียบร้อยทามมิ่งฮายุนมินโดน
Unfortunate that he's not able to
ไม่ได้เฉย
escape on that one. Hyunmin finds Berserks on the lurk. So this is a little bit better for DRX. It's not the most flashiest of rounds. It's not the most expected.
Might even be a little bit of a slip up from Boom, but it's one that DRX will happily
เนี่ย
capitalize
นะ
on.
เด็กมันชอบเลข
Now finding DOS
7 มันชอบให้คนอื่นถือ 7 ก่อน
Just NC Slasher, maybe to get the spike.
เลขในฝันเลขในฝัน
Kill or 2, but not too much.
มาแล้วนะ
อยู่ดี
ค
ก็
รับ
เก่งอยู่ดีก็เก่ง คือต้องโดนแบบนี้ก่อนนะตลอดอะต้องโดนแบบนี้ต้องโดนแบบนี้เองคือต้องโดนอะ
So waltz in towards that one and you click, job's done. Interested to actually see why Famous stuck around a little bit, you know, caught with some utility. Unfortunately, couldn't get out.
Guess it won't show up on the replay, but
It's fine.
yeah.
It's alright. More importantly, DRX, second round on the board. Hyunmin back with the operator.
ปรากฏนับ 1 แล้วนะพี่
นับ 1 แล้วนับ 1 แล้ว
Early advantage.
I've seen them attempt at that before, but I believe it's time with better support. So he elects for the lower position instead.
มันมาแล้วเลข 7 ที่ถามหา
Is either going to be bottom pipes or top pipes.
Boom though still moving forward. Shiro up below 410. Sends the stun to give himself a bit more space. That's going to be the Viper wall up. DOS 9 this time in the lurk position.
Yeah, but you got to remember that turret front boiler will still spot him out in the window now that Icebox has in the tube, so kind of is kept in check by that right now.
แม่งพา DX หล่อนไปหมดเลยเหี้ยตีทุกทางแบบนี้
Maybe for Boom to find contact.
คือตอนนั้นคนน่ากลัวเลยว่ะตรงนั้นอะ
รอเลยแม่งจะโยกก็โยกไม่ได้อะ
Yeah, and Freeing is just going to refresh the gate crash to get
จัง
out.
หวะแม่งดีจัด
Needed, so he doesn't technically need to stay around. There's all the information.
Making all the right moves
มัน
for
มาแล้
now.
ว
Trade found by
Leg
Berserk
jet.
as well, and that's when DOS 9 begins to
เลข 7 เลข
force his target, but
7
unfortunately gets picked off instead. DRX with a recovery on the macro game.
There's a couple of these kills that don't get traded out for Boom. An individual one first for Hyunmin, able to get out. Freeing kind of did his job before eventually being traded. These are the sort of rounds for DRX that you get the first player advantage, right? Then you just kind of don't fumble and give Boom a way back in towards the round. Not too much that Berserks is going to be able to do here. Going to be holding on to the weapon as well. Think about economy. You don't want to get rid of everything. Get another buy. You lose that one, and then you're potentially ecoing, and DRX are, you know, back in towards the half. Though there is only 2 more rounds to play.
But also a little bit of talking time.
Yep.
For setting up the next round potentially. I mean, they know that there is an op in play now. Where could Hyunmin be? He has attempted at finding the early picks up towards a main now.
แพทแบ็คพักเหรอน่าจะใช่ปะเมย์ก็โดนดรอปอ่ะไม่อยากพักนักแข่งไม่มีใครอยากพักหรอก
Navigate around.
ถ้าไม่ใช่ไมฟิกอะ
I'm wondering as well right now, you know, something that we're not going to be able to know
น่าโดนดรอป
for sure, but how more comfortable is
พี่โกะนั่นเนี่ย182อะ
compared to the Omen from last time, you know,
แย่อยู่
freeing as
พี่
well
โกะ
as
เก่งตอนเหลือคนเดียวไงตอนนี้ไม่เหลือคนเดียวสักทีไง
you know, individual confidence in the agents that you pick as well has to be quite big. Now, freeing is sleuthed into a sneaky spot that's completely unexpected.
มันมาแล้วล่างนี้
Quick kill found, and even though it wasn't the op in place, so Boom still wondering about that.
ล่างเดียวที่ทุกคนถามหาตอนโดน7 วิน
Boom, I mean, the double initiator composition, their whole idea was to, you know, really pepper the site full of their utility and everything, but now not able to do that.
แฟลชแบ็กมันเล่นตัวไม่ได้เยอะดิมันอาจจะเอามาเพราะว่าคนอื่นมันเล่นตัวเฟกได้เยอะกว่าวะ
He's got, well, he's been spotted. Youngmin not biting too early at the cherry.
ว่าโดน
Slip through,
Oh,
but
is he
Youngmin
aware?
definitely aware.
Oh, no way.
เห็นเขาก่อนแท้ๆขนาดเขาไม่รู้วะเนี่ย
Now a bit of a chance for Boom to maybe get the spike on over, but
Estrella in mid. He has everything to do here.
warning
Timing
ping.
is of the essence. Are Boom aware?
รอบในไม่ปั่นป่วนจัดเลย
รออะไรดอทไนคนเดียวอะ
The angle. Dust9 comes back in to provide assistance to
They're
his
crunching
team.
on him.
เฮ้ยเอทิวล่ามึงโลกอะไรเนี่ย
And here comes, they walk into his crosshairs. Berserks with the trade. 30 seconds left.
โดนดอทไนป่วนคนเดียวทั้งแมป
DOS9 just making sure that the main choke point of Orange that you would expect this
ตายชัวร์
rotation
หนึ่ง
to maybe even potentially come from is looked after, dispatching of Marco. Now it's all onto Bane.
ไม่จ่ายจริงเหรออ๋อไม่อยากให้รู้ว่ามาตรงไหน
Field's position, so Bane
ขนาดนั้นไม่ได้จ่ายแล้ว
Late to the party to use the salvos, so now the element of surprise. Where's Bane coming from?
gonna creep up. Alarm bot as well on the spike. So if he's gonna use the salvos, he's gonna have to use it to flush him out, but instead tricks onto the utility on the ground. Salvos, there it is. But Boom, they're still tucked away. Holds the angles and has an idea, but needs to land the flicks. Goes for the tap again. But look at Boom, so disciplined.
shot.
But what a flick!
กลับไปแก้ดิ
Still running low on time, comes back onto the spike to try to stick it to half. Berserks for the jump peaks, but Bane is sticking it all the way through. Berserks, you've got to go now, and there it is! The triple found at the very end of the round. Boom, onto the 8th.
Oh,
ดอทไนคนเดียวอะ
gets a little bit close at the end there. You know, I thought that the salvos, they didn't really do anything, right?
ดอทไนแบบดอทเลยอะ
Question that he was completely, you know, on it
ทำไมนั่นมันพลาดด้วยวะนี่มันเห็นเขาก่อนแต่มันแบบหาอะไรก็ไม่รู้อะ
I'm trying to get towards at the end there, and the fact that they're aware that Australia could have been in mid as well, right? Boom are quite switched on. A valiant attempt for Bane. Gets close. Not gonna lie.
If you're wondering about that risotto,
เนี่ยเห็นหัวจะพยายามแบบ
Boom has got all the right ingredients. DOS9 has been such a lethal lurk. But now,
Okay.
อยู่
5v3.
ดีก็เก่ง
The start that you want.
เปิดได้ทุกวินแล้วดอทไนก็เดินมาอย่าให้ดีไม่ดูนะเรียบร้อยเหมือนเดิม ไอ้เหี้ยดอทไนอีกแล้วทำไมเป้าไวฟิลลิ่งมันดูแบบหลายรอบแล้ววะที่แบบยิงแต่ไม่โดนแล้วกดล่างไปต่อแล้ว
for sure. Now on towards Bane, where he's happily
ส่งมันไม่ได้จัดเลย
top. A lot
ส่งโดนอะ
of vision. Spots
Oh,
NC Slasher,
dude.
sees contact.
ตัวบวกยังไงเล่นได้เสียเปรียบอะ
Been a little bit risky, though Berserks and NC Slasher are,
เฮ้ยมัน
you know,
อ๋อเอาเลือด
a
เต็ม
little bit low, which is why NC Slasher is just removing himself
เชี่ยไอ
to
ที
เนี่ย
200
for the people out there that are thinking that he's trolling.
Yeah.
That's the plan. Get some health.
And the null command continues to pulse
หลั
as
ก
well.
จัดถ้ามันชนะวินนี้ได้แม่งคือคนเป็นคนเท่ไปเลยคนหนึ่งอะ
Rotated.
You have no idea where they are. They're right close by. DRX now
จริงถ้ามันชนะวินเนี่ยมันดูคนเท่เลยอะ
Estrella to take down Berserks. NC Slasher still has full HP though, and quite a bit of time.
Rough angles that's a bit off. And the flank to come through from Marco. A bit too much to deal with there. So would you call that a bit of a recovery on the half? 8-4, where the defensive side, you're getting the lesser? Look, in my mind, probably not. You know, they'd want to be leading the half on this defensive side, but it's all right. Teething issues.
Teething issues. That's one way of putting it.
I mean, I've got some tissues here. No credit.
It's something that DRX, you know, as the coaching staff goes, they're not afraid to shy away from these picks, maps that they're maybe not as strong on. The timeout early on, though, that one I'm a little bit curious about, but they definitely did recover somewhat. The scoreline surely is something, you know, that leaves us wanting a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, look, at least it isn't the one defensive round that they managed to find against Paper X, right, who had that just absolutely phenomenal run on their attacking side, whereas, like, well, it was 11? No, not 11. How many was it? No. Yeah, it was 11.
Okay. Well, right now at least, it's going to be Boom. We've seen Hyunmin with his off. Now it's time to see Famous with his.
It was 10, but mine can't count. But yeah, Famous op, I think that's the name of the game right now. I didn't see it brought out on the attacker side. They didn't need it. Defensive side, Hyunmin, bit hit or miss, right? When he was trying to sneak up on towards rafters, it didn't really work out. You switch that over in your game plan to have freeing just slot in there underneath, and that worked out a couple of times, right? So you got these elements that DRX are adapting around here, little by little.
Something that is really interesting as well is, you know, Estrella with his DRX debut from last week, he's been topping the map statistics, but that's because of the sample size. If we're talking about a proper sample size, we're looking at Famous.
Yep.
He's high up on the stats, and he's leading in op kills right now as well, so very much interested to keep my eyes on him. Currently positioned around yellow, while DRX is more noise around 8.
Yeah, trying to turn up the heat.
ถ้าได้วินนี้กลับสู่เกมแต่ถ้าเสียวินนี้ก็นั่นแหละกลับไปอยู่ที่2แล้วให้บูมอยู่ที่1เริ่มจากจะโดนคิวจอยมันคือตัวเปิดเหรอวะ
Three players, nearly 4. DOS9 thinks better of it. You've got a bit of a sneaky shift up the side of B from Marco. Not going to be picked out by the alarm bot. Eventually will. Okay, so he's a bit stuck. He's been having a shaky game, by the way. 2 kills so far. Now down to 58 HP. Has to try and call for something big for the team to get some assistance here. They're biting on this one. They're rotating over, freeing to try and keep some numbers of Boom at the A site.
Not the easiest feat. Green needs to pretty much stay alive as well. Will gate crash to rendezvous with his team.
Yeah.
Here comes Mako and gang.
For the plant though, but you got to do something as DRX. You got to try and win favor with a fight.
Burn the salvos to use it, to save it for when it refreshes onto the post plant. Boom. Now collecting it. Mako, there it is. Holds the angle and finds Famous up towards middle.
นี่ไงวะ
Salvos eventually will come online for Bane.
Which means Boom has to get going. But this is when Hyunmin has to tailwind and fires off a couple of pot shots. Boom beginning to make their move, but Poison Cloud in their way. Against DRX. They find it against Boom with the one-way through.
ยิงกันไม่โดนสักนัดพกเลือดแม่งเดินมาเต็มทุกคน
Pistols for Boom. That is certainly the way that you want to have things happen on your opponent's map pick, by the way. You always got to remember as well the fact that it's freeing, right? Over at that A side there, he's playing a Yoru. He can still rotate quickly back to the rest of the team if the fake is there. So I do like the idea that it isn't just the immediate disconnection from the Boom guys. They're still confident in the players that are surrounding the B side if it does go there. And again, very patient, very thought out in how they're looking to do this retake. You've got a force up from DRX now. A couple of the kills collected.
งานฟอสอีกแล้ว
They want to keep this one in a contest, right? They need to get this map.
That's the Stingers all fully fought up. DRX trying to create a bit of a death ball into the A site. Boom has a 3-stack here though.
Yep. Drone.
Doesn't spot Famous.
No, but he doesn't spot vertically below what's happening, and it doesn't matter here, does it?
GG.
What's going on?
Just finding the triple.
Absolutely.
หายไปแบบไว
Just by Bane as well. Trying to collect as much as possible, trying to salvage it. But still the damage quickly dealt and done by Boom.
Yeah, that is not the way that you want a Stinger Force to go whatsoever. Only one kill that you collect upon Shiro when his damage was already delivered at you. You know, you're trying to bully your way through a toxic screen, you're just going to eat the decay.
The haymaker, unfortunately,
And the scan
very
as
well
well.
received by Boom.
Really well placed. Yep, recognize that they're forcing. So now you got this little situation where it's going to be the haphazard buy going into this, still making sure you've got enough economy for your next round buy up. By all means, this should be
บูมมันเสริม
Boom
ถูก
finding
ตัว
11,
ก็ถูกอ่ะ
unless they make a big mistake and DRX
มัน
dig.
โดนมาเดินยิงมุมนี้ทุกวินเลย
Discipline from Boom again, though. Fully aware of the buy as they are happy to receive contact. And see Slasher now for the double
ดูมัน
bulldog
เล่น
kill.
ดี
Bane with the outlaw. Bane, oh, quick swing, but you still got so many more targets, and that's just way too much to handle.
Yep. Now I know a lot of people out there are probably thinking to themselves in this situation, 11 is all they get. But the way that Boom have been playing this map so far, and even their rotations on this defensive side, is it going to just be 11? I don't know, man. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I'm not shy to admit that I might be one of those people out there.
เล่น
But
ดิยิงเดียวเป็นเด็กเลย
have been playing so far throughout this entire stage 1.
แชมป์ลีกเก่านะเว้ย
Sheer, you gotta root for him.
Yeah, and the elephant in the room, I feel like right now is Marco, right? He was a pivotal component in towards what DRX were able to do on the attacking side against Paper X, right? Just the sheer brutality of his numbers and his trading game and his clutches as well, right? Marco
ไม่ทันแล้ว
is one of the clutch players of our tournament, and he's getting kind of isolated here, right? It kind of feels like the name of the game for the whole DRX team right now is they're all getting a little bit isolated, caught off guard, not being able to trade properly. It's rough.
Both timeouts spent.
Yep. When was the last time in a map like this that a team has made DRX sweat? No, just look like this, right? Like, yeah, we've got the whole Paper X started 8-0 on Haven in that series, right? But it's also, you know, DRX managed to kind of come back on that one. Maybe this is the time that DRX comes back. They've got the better weaponry, right, in this really delayed bonus round.
Potentially.
Double duelist, you want to try and get them to potentially dive on in if NC Slasher's 0 point or Shiro's recon. Stealth drone doesn't get you. Famous, going to take a page out of Hyunmin's book.
In with the Phantom though, but with the flash out, unfortunately not quite able to react. Shiro's still in place. Shoots down the drone, gets away safely.
Yeah, so the player advantage is going to be solidified for DRX.
มาโกะเดินทางมาไกลว่ะ
Speaking about him, sneaking through middle.
ต้องรู้ว่ามีเทโจดิเจอเทโจตอนแรก
Eliminates the first player that he spots. Makes quick work off the second. And
ไม่เห็น
okay, not quite spotting on Berserks yet, but that is the spike and the site very much controlled by DRX.
Yeah, these sort of situations, DOS9.
แต่มันพอสที่ไหนมันได้วินตลอดเลยนะ
Damage, you know, it could be alright, but it depends.
น่ามีพอสให้มันสัก10 รอบอ่ะดีกะ
Save your weapons. Of course, the team has another pretty good buy in the next round for Boom.
เป็นทีมที่พอได้วินบ่อยสุดแล้ว
Idea to just call this one and really look to protect these guns. Give this to DRX, as I said.
ผู้แรกจบไงจบที่ 2-0 แบบขาดๆแบบเหมือนทีมซีเคทไม่มีปืนอ่ะแล้วเดินเล่นอยู่ในแมปอ่ะ
Attempting to throw a wrench into DRX's plans by having players further up on towards belt. Might force DRX to think twice about the next round as well.
Yeah, maybe. You know, there's enough breathing room that Boom have afforded themselves with the scoreline in the first half and then picking up the pistol in the second round, and albeit even the third round, right? Because of that forced stinger that didn't go DRX's way. There's a couple of mistakes that Boom can afford to make here. And if the rounds are won by
อย่าใช้คำว่าแผ่วเลย
you know,
ซีเคทอ่ะ
displaying
เครื่องดับอ่ะ
good strength in it, well, there's some adjustments to come out after that.
แผ่วมันยังมีแบบมีแรงลมอ่ะจะมันดับไปเลยอ่ะ
Kind of dotting I's, crossing T's.
Ah, there it is. So we've seen Mako on the lurk now. Now we're seeing Famous in with an op as well.
Yeah, and this is the scary component of the map for me. It's how DRX are going to try and isolate him or alienate him in the map.
Okay, so we're seeing some pings all across belt. We've got that 0 point coming out from Boom as well, so some information already found.
Yeah. Bane's going to be one away from this Armageddon if they look to go towards the A site. He's currently holding the spike, so, you know.
มาโกะไม่เล่นแฟนทอมอ่ะมาโกะล่างไม่เอาจริงอ่ะ
Playing to save as well. Drone out from Boom at the minute 22nd mark.
Yeah, they need to start to get some information. They feel like at the moment.
โอ้ยล้อไม่ได้เรียกชื่อไม่ได้
Fully anticipated.
Good pre-fire.
พี่เห็นแล้วผมเห็นแล้วผม
Just
เห็น
a
แล้ว
check that was nutty.
Yeah, and now you've got all of mid control essentially from Marco. No sentinel utility to come out from Boom. They're going to have to either cut a corner or look for some information that the 0 point doesn't hit anyone.
And that also intercepts, you know, potential rotate lines, especially with Famous on that op. Now they would launch their assault, and Hyunmin finds the entry. NC Slasher has to get out.
Yeah.
He only has DOS9 nearby. Famous, he's got to find Mako somehow, some way. Meanwhile, the rest of DRX still holding down the line, anchoring down the site. Famous will eliminate Mako, but at this point, it's just kills. Oh!
That's a high sensitivity.
And the crowd gasps with it as well.
The hunt is on though. They know.
They're trying to get it out of his hands, and Hyunmin with the angle from mid will take and rob that op away.
And these are the sort of situations in a map as well, when you've not played it for so long, can start to pick you apart, right? And start to showcase that you might not have the great understanding on how you want to play this map with this agent lineup and how your opponents are going to be.
Absolutely right, Komodo. the wall bank span straight into Raptors as well.
And full clip there.
All right, magazine. Not clip. Gun nerdy. Jokes aside, it's Boom with a bit of an eco now.
Will Dawson
มันมาอีกแล้วไอ้ตัวนี้
He's not ready for this one, but he's aware.
เอ
He's
อ
so aware.
มันจะเก่งเกินไป
So another opening.
มาหม่ำแล้วครับแล้วออก
DRX, another 4 versus 5. It's not got as much depth in it because of the equipment that Boom do have here, right? It's not the full kit and caboodle. But it is the protocols that DRX needed to fall back onto. Clearing corners, going together as a team, leave no stone unturned. Coming out with a game plan after the first pick or losing the first pick. How do we close? How do we get back in?
Clear DRX fashion. They've already done quite a bit of work with that one single kill, especially given Boom's economy. But as I say that, without much information on the A side, they actually regroup up towards green.
There's a weird opportunity that Boom have enough to do something silly here, but DRX, the info on the back of the dimensional drift.
Okay. Begins with a flash
แฟดใส่หน้าเพื่อนอีก
and the fragment to deny any potential spike plants. Shiro finds a kill as well and has the Armageddon
โอ้
still
ย
in his
วางไม่ได้ปะ
pocket.
เนี่ย
NC Slasher goes with the null command, and it keeps DRX at bay. Famous up from the back though, and that kind of keeps Boom pinched in. Oh, DRX, they're trying to avoid it, but Famous finds a shot off of that one kill. Now dashes in, and Hyunmin takes a frag right back. Looks for the spike plant now with 4 seconds
วางไม่ทัน
left for Zerx. He's managed to buy enough time that DRX will walk away without a round found. Boom! They've reached map point in time.
What did I say, Quack? What did I say? That Boom could do something silly. And silliness is the name of the game there. Time to be bought, shots to be found. DRX did not give themselves enough time. That's a 4 versus 5 conversion on what is essentially an eco thrifty to come through from Boom. Famous's position on the flank, not expected that he gets one. Time to be bought. You've got a great Armageddon that's thrown in there. Great timing to be bought from the null command, by the way. Absolutely sensational on that one.
ถ้ามันวัดใจวางสุดแม่งชนะแหละไอ้เหี้ยกลัวไข่มันไม่ตายอยู่แล้ว
Map points now for Boom Esports.
DRX, you silly
เปิดได้
bitches.
รัวๆเปิดได้
They're
รั
gonna do what they
ว
do with the op, instantly taking down Famous. We have a new challenger.
And returning.
Oh yeah. Now all fully
ๆใช่
in position.
ที่พอเขาติดฟาร์มจัดอะติด GTA จัดอะ
Some towards belt as well.
Oh,
Shiro looks to retrieve more information.
Yeah, couldn't go too far forward with that one, unfortunately. This hits hard for Boom.
Armageddon as well towards backside, and that really keeps Boom stuck in place. But NC Slasher finding a couple of frags, unfortunately gets traded down.
Yeah.
DOS9 is way too far.
Way too many balloons to try and throw that dart out to pop.
น่า
Microphone
จะฟีล
muted.
แบบวันหยุดป้าแบบหยุดงานไงต่อก็อยากฟีลวันหยุดจะอยากเล่นเกมหรือเปล่าไงก็เลยแบบเข้าใจได้ไงวันหยุดหรือเปล่า
Do they? They don't have the rounds quite.
Microphone
That is
activated.
true.
They have to 100% this one to push us into overtime.
I was thinking in terms of the round, Komodo.
Yeah, look, they've got the rounds, don't get me wrong, but if I'm thinking overtime so far and on our fun sample size numbers that we like to highlight here with no real relevance, Boomer 100% in overtimes in their one occurrence.
100%?
Yeah, oh my god. No, DRX spot on that round, freeing with another opener, but this time they are actually able to convert it when they had the 5 versus 4.
And I see what you're saying, you know, it still is 5 full rounds that DRX needs
ถ้าเปิดไม่มันมีเสียง
to push things into overtime.
And you're going to have a round where there's going to be some ultimates back again for Boom, and all it takes is one, right? All it takes is one big round for Boom or one slip up from DRX, and that could be the map.
Certainly a tall mountain to climb, but I wouldn't discount DRX. Mako sitting on the Viper's pit. Op still in play.
Yep. Blades to be brought out. See how the opening duel is
เข้าทางกันไม่ได้เข้าขา
of this one, of course.
Microphone muted.
เวลาเราติดเกมเวลาเราป่วยเราก็เล่นเกมถูกเวลาก็เลยแบบเข้าใจไงเราก็แบบเราเป็นคนเล่นเกมไง
More information from NC Slasher though around
Microphone
this A side.
activated.
A lot of the rifles that DRX are shooting, you know that there's some presence in numbers.
ยังไม่จบเลข8 13 8
Then in with the
เผื่อจบเลขนี้แหละ
They
Do
fired
it.
off a couple of hot shots, haven't found Boom quite yet, but they continue marching forward. It's Hyunmin in with a couple of kills, but with the stun as well.
ดูกับปืนพกมันดูแบบไอ้นั่นนะแต่กับปืนกลดูเก่งๆดีไอ้
Drone in, get information.
Microphone
for
muted.
Famous to
Microphone
potentially get a
activated.
clean one.
With the blade storm, this could be huge.
อุ้ย
But
ผิวจัด
unfortunately,
เฮ้ย
Frag
ผิว
found
ไปเฮ้ย
popping over.
นินจา
Doesn't quite connect. Now
สมกหมดจะมองอะไร
But Astray is just buying time, toying with him, playing with him, off to Bane, and that's when the frag goes down. DRX continue forward.
Yeah, unfortunately there, you've got no cloud burst that you're able to drop at your feet to assist you when your blades do miss. You took the hard fight there with the dice on the site, unfortunately. It's a little bit awkward with a couple of those duels and how they're being fought, but DRX, they will hold on. Quack, they will have some more depth in this map.
We're keeping track of things. It's 4 more rounds.
Yeah, and a timeout to be brought out from Boom Esports now, getting a rifle round to come back on towards us. These are the scenarios where, as I was mentioning, all it takes is one. All it takes is one.
Wondering about the ults as well for Boom. At least DRX, you know, keeping things light and jovial.
Yep.
That's kind of why, you know, both teams are at the top. You know, they're still rather comfortable. This is just map 1, despite it being DRX's map pick.
Yeah, and I mean, when you consider, you know, that Icebox hasn't been played from Boom for quite some time, and DRX are experimenting, you might, like what Pilsky said, right? You want to bring a new map out from your opponents, see what they've got on it a little bit. It kind of helps Boom to a small degree, where they're going to have some tape of their own to review on this map now as well. But if they win it in their first showing after quite some time, I mean, that also speaks a couple of volumes towards their prep and practice on this one.
I do want to note though, Estrella and Bane, especially Bane, not too bad in
ไม่
terms
ใช่
of
ข้างไม่ใช่ข้าง
Yep. Some shifts on towards agents for them too.
แต่พี่พายบอกแล้วเหรอ
So let's see, after the timeout is called for Boom, how they're going to look to defend this one. Killjoy set over towards the A site, spot from DOS9 down long. A little bit more mid-emphasis. Of course, Marco's been able to find some good openers there.
which does bring more attention for Boom in towards the middle.
And there's a good trap play, actually. A good play from Boom to flash
มากวนติแม่งเลย
Famous on the line. And now they can turn that into a bit of a flank play if they want, because DRX have waltzed in towards this A site, breaking
มากวน
it
ต้องไล่เวท
for- And, well, they've seen the noble tone.
Berserk's one away from the lockdown as well, so
ได้วางแล้วไล่เวทดิ
quite a bit. So you do have that flank play
โอ้
coming
โห
in Komodo, but
เอ็น
it's
ซียิง
quickly
แบบ
dealt
นี้
with. I thought Hyunmin was watching it and would be able to do something, but that is
อย่าไปแจกอันติไอ้เหี้ยเบอร์เซิร์ฟพอ
NC Slasher now playing for the head angle. Famous still. That's
นี่เมื่อ
what
กี้ดูอะไรอยู่
Veto.
เนี่ย
Strand
นั่นดิ
actually picks
ดู
the
มันยิงกัน
kill
ดิ
up
มันยิงกันไม่โดนเลยเดี๋ยว
off
ก็
the
เฮ้ย
next one, and that's just gonna be Shiro and NC Slasher applying pressure on both sides. This is where it gets dicey.
อ้าวได้ออกมาตายทำไมอะมาโกะ
For the triple. Dust
กู
Knight
ว่าแล้วเลขแปด
dispatching off the Viper's pit. Berserk collects onto the final kill, and that's gonna be the map.
And look at the rounds count that the difference is going to be. 13 to 8. Let me hear you gave me 5 big booms. Boom, 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 boom. They don't end the series, of course. It's only the first map of this one, but Boom Esports have come out with a pretty damn good showing on this map of Icebox. And yes, there's still some credit to DRX, right? They're learning, they're rotating players, they're rotating, roles and everything like this, but it just feels like they were a bit outclassed in this map when you consider how the first few rounds of this one started, right? 4 big clean ones for Boom, you got 1 back, and then you got to stretch out like it was 7-1 at one point in time.
And that's just a huge scoreline to get. I mean, DOS9 is back online. Famous still as lethal and brutal as ever. The entire team just working their way in the first half, just in a really delightful manner.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have to kind of see what DRX's adjustments are going to be going in towards the next map that will be Haven. They do actually opt to start on the attack as well. So whether or not that'll give them good favor and good breathing room, we'll have to wait and see. But it definitely feels like Boom are comfortably in the driver's seat in this series.
I will be noting, though, it is really interesting to see Bring onto the Euro, and he has pulled out some interesting rounds.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Hyunmin on the Jet as well, but it didn't feel like that there was a lot of, well-placed coordination, right? A couple of angles not really checked at the beginning that they did look to adjust and cater for going on a little bit, but it's just the early stages.
มากิออกซิโดเนตมา 50 บาท บูมลบ 2 น้ำ 2 ปลายหวานเจี๊ยบ
สวย ถ้าอยากเซฟแมปหน้านะครับ ไปบูมชนะนะ
I absolutely love double chocolate chip cookies. Are you getting me some? You getting me some, Quack? You better. No! What? What kind of hope is this? I already ran through the first series, Quack. Why would you do this to me? But you know what?
I don't know if that would be healthy for a person of your size, Mika. Like that amount of sugar is just you're gonna be like pinging off the walls
Hey, what if
for
it's
one cookie.
What if it's like really bad? Anyway, going back to Icebox.
เชียร์บูมไว้แมปหน้า
It is
Microphone
a good
activated.
Day, so
เชียร์
I
บู
think
มไว้
have a few new bundles in the store because you have Nongshim earlier. Now you have Boom with this showing on Icebox here. My big question though, what on earth happened in the kitchen?
Not good things.
What? Okay.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
We have to ask this question. Why is freeing on Yoru? If you want to play, you have the best Teo player in the world in your team, and he's not on the. My sweet baby boy.
What have they done to
What have
my
they done
boy?
to him? I mean, he was fine on the Yoru, but he is the best Teo. I don't like this double duelist look. If you're going to chop and change, Boom exploited that massively. I was impressed by everybody on that Boom side.
Has anyone ever played Jet Yoru on this map before? Like, I don't understand what's going on. DRX, I mean, you go back to their last game on Icebox, which was against PRX, and they played Bane on Omen and Freeing on Teo, and they didn't have Australia in the team yet. And now they've gone and put a whole new player in the team. They're playing double duelist on Icebox, and they're throwing multiple players onto agents they've never played before in an official, as well as changing a player.
ทีมมันเพิ่งเริ่มมากันเนี่ย
Contrast that against Boom.
เลยน่ากลัวอยู่นะ
They played this same comp bar
ตอนแรกมันเก่งอยู่คนเดียวเลยฮายุนน่ะ ทีมมันเพิ่งเก่งกันเนี่ยหลังๆเนี่ย
You know, like they literally be playing the same comp on Icebox, although it's gone out of
แบ
the
บ
map.
สองแม่งออกได้2 ภาพเลยว่ะพี่
รออะไรอ่ะ เผื่อ
เหมือน
บูมเละ
เหมือน
เลย
แม่ง
ก็
กำลัง
มีอ่ะ
ตื่นอะตอนเนี้ย
บูมเละเลยก็อาจจะมีภาพอ่ะ หรืออาจจะเป็นภาพเดิมกดเหมือนเดิม
You've never seen it on this map. Trust me, bro. It's gonna be amazing. Like, what's going on?
I mean, this is it all. Bane's first game on Teo, Freeing's first game on Yoru, Estrella's third ever game on Killjoy. This is entirely new for these players on DRX, and it looks new. I mean,
Could you? Okay, go back to coaching global. Could you ever convince your players to just play like agents that they've never played before and just throwing everybody on everything different?
I feel like the only way that you can get away with that is going, we're already in the playoffs, guys, we can chill. But that's what it felt like to me. Whether it was the fire to win in that game from DRX, Boom looked a class above DRX in that game, in my mind. In individual duels, in calling, in desire to win. I felt like Boom were there. I didn't feel like DRX were there. And they need to turn this round on map 2. I'm worried for them.
Which is actually a good point, right? Perhaps they're experimenting now, especially since they have Australia in. We were wondering how it was going to work, right? Maybe they're doing this little switcheroo so that once playoffs arrives, they know pretty much how they're going to start doling out the roles.
I think it definitely could be that, right? You know, in some ways that's the smart move, but equally it's like you got to fight for every game. You don't get many. But I mean, it's hard to fight when man like Famous is on the other side. He's not slowing down.
Yeah, he isn't. I mean, he has just been a force to be reckoned with, and he's on the jet. He's on the jet on Icebox. I mean, this is a classic for him. I even remember in the Ascension games when they were playing against Nongshim and they were having a tougher time, Famous would, even when they were losing, always turn up to
User
those
joined
games
your
and have
channel.
some highlights, have some individual
สวัสดีครับ
rounds.
พี่
And he has
เอ
just
พี่
been
ฟ้าทำอะไรครับ
such an impressive
นั่งดู
force.
วาโลครับ
This matchup
อ่ะพี่ไม่ได้ไปเล่นสงกรานต์เหรอ
the best duelist
ไม่ได้ไปวันนี้ไม่ได้ไปวันนี้ได้พัก
towards kickoff here, but here in stage
เห็น
2,
พี่แบงค์ว่าเขาไปนี่
Famous is
พี่
the best
ใช่ไหม
ใช่เขาไปงาน
competition. Look at so many different stats.
I mean, this is a round I really want to highlight. I feel like the calling was so good. We see Boom stack this B-side because DOS died on that
ไปกับ
push
ใคร
down
อ่ะพี่
B.
วันเนี้ย
So he knows
ใคร
that DRX want to
แข่งกันแล้วเดี๋ยวได้กับบูม
take over
คู่
that
ท้าย
round.
แล้ว
So they
เว้ย
stand there, delay the plant. That's such good calling from them. But Famous here, how can we not highlight this guy? I feel like he's going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. First in so many stats, kills around, damage around, ACS, first kills as well. Like, this dude is just dominating the statistics in stage 2 right now.
Yeah, what I love about Boom at this point in time is, you know how so many
ได้เลยครับวันนี้จีน่าอยู่ไม่ยาวจีน่าดูคู่นี้จบอยู่ทิปก็พักแล้ว
like the
ไม่น่า
favorite
จะไปพัก
like
สง
sentence
ก
of
ราน
all
ต์
teams.
นอนเล่น
And a lot of pros
มาดู
say
แข่ง
how, like,
เฉ
oh,
ย
we just have to play,
ๆแล้วพรุ่งนี้
you
ก็
know,
น่า
we
จะ
have to
หยุด
have fun,
อาจจะ
we
หยุ
have
ด
to play the
ยาว
way
ๆ
we
อาจจะ
do
มา
in
16 เลยอะไร
we
เงี้
have
ย
to play the way we do in rank. Boom feels like they're doing this exactly.
Yeah.
Their players are playing confidently. Their players are playing that, you know, to the level
พี่ว่า
that
ใคร
they know
โม
they
เม
can
นตัม
be
อ่ะ
spontaneous as
โมเมนตัม
Microphone
จะเป็น
activated.
X factor
คิดว่าบูม
against teams like DRX.
Well, they have that.
เอาดิ
They have
มัน
that
มีใครวะ
confidence.
พี่
They're playing the-
ไม่รู้ว่า
the
มีใคร
same
มัน
comp
ก็พวก
that they
เก่า
played
ๆพวก
for
อินโด
ages,
แหละ
for
เก่ง
months
ดิ
and months.
ช่วง
They're
นี้มัน
very
เก่งดิ
comfortable with this comp. You see in this highlight here, like this next replay that we're going to pull out, like they are able to call circles around DRX. You see the tac timeout for DRX. Tactical timeouts are a double-edged sword. You're 6-1 as Boom. You are front-running on the attacking side. You have conditioned DRX so much. You see the info denial here. You force the TP off of yellow. You get false information for the Teo drone. So DRX are info-starved here on the defensive side. And look at how Boom calls circles around them. You see the dash from Famous on towards yellow. DRX completely over-rotates here. Look at the A players immediately leaving the site and leaving an open site for Boom to play the post plant in. They're able to get the plant top side. Famous even gets one here. His job is done once he just gets the yellow and pulls the rotation. He doesn't even need to do anything
Microphone
extra on top
muted.
of that.
ยัง
And
ไม่
then
ชัวร์
boom,
เลยครับ
you see the top side plant. You see the nanos get down onto the side. Perfect
จะกลับวัน
positioning
หนึ่
for
ง
NC Slasher,
คิ
and
ด
they
ว่า
play the timing perfection. I mean, DRX they took a tactic.
นี่ไม่รู้เลยจะไปไหนอะเอาลงไม่รู้เลยจะไปไหนเนี่ยสงกรานต์เนี่ย
Run around in circles.
ที่บอกว่าไม่อยู่นี่คือยังไม่รู้นะว่าจะไปไหนก็น่าจะนอนเล่นไปเรื่อยหาอะไรดูนอนดูหนัง
The
นอนพักผ่อน
scoreline overall, right? Like looking at that start that they had
ไม่
on
ค่อย
the
อยากไปไหน
attacking
ไปดิ
side is really the difference between when DRX is
ของ
actually
ข้าว
able to
ต่อ
start
ซ้อ
playing
ม
the game
ครับ
and not.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they understood this map. Like you say, I honestly
ไม่รู้เลยไม่รู้เลยไปไหนเนี่ย
Paul and rings around DRX. NC Slasher does take the MVP for the map. Felt like he played great on that KO as well. But honestly, it would be hard to pick an MVP
Microphone
from
activated.
this Boom team. I feel like everybody stepped up, did their job. We saw Doss do big lurks through mid. Great calls from Shiro. Famous stepping up. I mean, I can't fault anybody on this Boom.
I'm pretty sure the 9 in DOS 9 count like is the number of times he pushed tube that game. Dude just walked up tube every round without fail.
Is he picking that with a kind of like theme?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Dawson, I gotta do this 9 times. Every single time.
Lucky number.
Yeah.
But I mean, we saw Mako trying to do the same thing on the other half. Even though it's how you play the Viper in this map. Mako found some timings through. Felt like Mako did have a bit of a slower game there.
Yeah, and I feel like DRX maybe got into their own heads. There were a lot of pressure. They
Microphone
knew they
muted.
were trying not to
Microphone
make
กลิ่น
activated.
แม่งแรงว่ะ
Yeah, that
ว่าอย่างนี้มันจะ
pressure
เก่งแบบนี้ว่ะ
kind
ฟ้า
of make sure that this was going to work.
Yeah.
Because they
Microphone
can't,
muted.
you know,
เจอกันนะครับ
right here,
Microphone
right now.
activated.
Surely not, right? Because Boom is thinking the same thing.
And this is where I
Sound
question
muted.
the
Sound
Microphone
resumed.
muted.
I
Microphone muted.
assume
เกมสงกรานต์
that
ให้
they
สนุก
were
ครับ
changing their roster to change their style, play in it heavy. But they just
Microphone
went ahead and played
activated.
double duelists and just kind of tried to shove different people on roles that they hadn't really done as much or agents that they hadn't really done as much. So that begs the question, what is DRX going to play on Haven? Are we going to see
ตอนนี้ใครนำอ่ะพี่
kind of metacomp where we play
Boom
Breach
นำ
Teo, we put Estrella on the Breach, we put Freeing on the Teo.
แม่งเดายากจัดเลยว่ะไอ้เหี้ย
Because to me, looking at the roster and the
ก็ผีเข้า
personnel
ผี
they
ออก
have
ไอ้
on
เหี้ย
roster,
สองทีม
that
นึง
is
อะ
the natural choice for DRX when they're playing with these players.
นำแมปหนึ่งเหรอพี่หรือว่าตอนนี้มันเพิ่งเริ่มไป
Yeah, I
Map
mean,
thing.
it's really hard to know which way Tommy's going to want to take this. I mean, Boom have had a lot of success on this map as well. This has been a very strong map for Boom across this stage. It's easy to see why they would pick it. So I am concerned if I'm DRX right now. They have a big mountain to climb, and it's how do they want to approach this? You know, is Freeing going to stay on this?
มุมหนึ่ง M ครับ
keep running double duelist, but
สวย
I
ว่ะ
have to
M
agree with you.
ไม่รับ
I'm not happy if that's what they're going to do.
That's Freeing's first game on Duelist. Not just Euro, on Duelist.
บูมหนึ่งเอ็มเหรอ
This
พี่รับไหม
spontaneous DRX makes
อี
me
ยังเป็นน่ากลัว
a little
จัดเลย
uncomfortable, a little uneasy, and we're going to Haven right now.
Mm.
Boom is notorious on this map in the best way possible, but
อยากให้ฟิวดิ้ง
so
จับ
sorry
ดู
to
เอลอยู่
break
เหรอ
it
วะ
to you,
มันเอาฮา
gentlemen.
ไปเนี่ย
Go quickly for DRX.
แต่กูยังศรัทธาในทางมินอยู่นะ
And they have not changed
ศรัท
their
ธา
comp. They just want to stick different players on different roles, and we'll see how it works out for them.
Across to Boom, big
ไอ้ฟีลลิ่งมันโหด
changes
ไม่ได้ไหวเหี้ยมันเป็นอะไรวะเนี่ยพี่
So double duelist that we see a
หรือ
lot
มัน
with
เป็นเพราะยู
Boss
รู้มันวะ
9 on the ISO.
You know a little, you know something about that.
I know all
เป็นไปได้
about it.
Nine on the Duelist.
Yeah, we
ฟรีมัด
run
มัน
this
โหด
comp
ไว้
with
พี่โหด
Boss
ดิ
9 in
โหด
Ascension, and you know he's a great player. He has great mechanical skills, so he's unleashed on this ISO. I'm excited
โด
for
นว่ะ
Boom heading into
ผม
this
ว่า
round.
เด็กโดน
Nice
ว่ะ
to see them change, so the prep DRX will have will have fallen apart.
Yeah, well, it looks like
มัน
both
เก็บแผน
teams
ปะ
are cooking now. Both teams are up to something on this map. We're gonna find out exactly what it is as we
ปกติคอมนี้มันก็ไม่ได้เล่น
find
เนี่ย
Komodo to take us through Haven.
Thank you very much, Mika, big time, and Pilski. Yes, we're back onto Haven and DOS9 on ISO.
Yeah, I mean, Mika's saying that both teams are cooking here, but are they cooking with gas or are they cooking with like flint and steel and stuff? Like, how far back are we going?
The Minecraft movie.
I don't know about this one, Chief. But no, DOS9 back on the ISO and the Fnatic comp. I don't think DRX sort of expected this one to come out from Boom. Bit of a different look for them. I'm excited for it, don't get me wrong. Am I excited for this makeup of DRX agents after what we've just seen on Icebox? I think I'm a little bit more on the side of not really.
I'm a little bit concerned as well. It makes me wonder if, you know, is this a result of having Bane in? I don't know. They've had Bane and Flashback in before, but that said, they are going to be happy to push up front into C, given the way that Boom had positioned.
บอดเดียวเสี่ยวทั้งซอย
NC Slasher with the one paranoia, just able to stop it. He's also actually just checked the whole back of site to make sure that there was no gate crash from
Oh.
Freeing that was going to be there. Shiro, by the way, starting off the affairs by dispatching a
นี่แค่
Marco.
แอบดูนะ
That's your smokes down for the count.
เหมือนโดนตบหัวเลยว่ะ
Pick up the pieces.
Oh.
That's a second shot.
More?
แม่งเริ่มชัดขึ้นเรื่อย
Yes, please.
1, 2, give me more.
3 into the... Oh no.
3 and 4, you're on the floor. Come on, Black. Show this.
Do not. What is that?
I don't know. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a sneaky spot from Freeing.
มีใครอยากโผล่หน้ามาดูมันอีกปะวะ
Side of things here. But can he do anything? It would be a mistake from a Boom member here that could give
ถ้าไม่
DRX
เช็คก็โดน
away
สอง
back
นะ
in. They're not checking the corner. At least
ทัน
it's a trade.
Thankfully found numbers still in the
ดีนะ
hands.
ตัวแรกบิ๊กเกาะ
DRX, however, will have the C site. Spike planted pretty soon, and Salvo's still in play.
Good jump spot from NC Slasher. Trying to piece together some information here. Waiting for the team to come in for the big old flank.
Oh, that's something that DRX might not expect. They will be cautious of it though, and with the heads up duel picked up, there's a very good chance for DRX to convert the round, but Famous denies those salvos. Back into it, it's just Freeing.
Yeah, looking for the 1v1s.
Will he fly high as a free bird? Nope, not quite.
ๆเป้ามันไม่จับเนี่ย
รออะไรฟิลลิ่งยิงไม่ได้เลยวันนี้ฟิลลิ่งยิงแบบนี้หลายรอบแล้วเนี่ยแบบเป้าโดนแต่ยิงกระสุนแบบไม่โดนแล้วไปกดนั่งสเปรย์ต่อ
Boom. Once again, very
มัน
methodical
จบละ
on the
วันนี้
retake.
จบแล้ววันนี้จบแล้ว
Bit of a good look for them,
หรือ
especially
แกแอบดูแม่งเอาไปส่อง
Sheriff shots just working a treat, right? How often do
ดู
you
แม่ง
see
สะบัดดิมันตกใจอ่ะ
players go for a sheriff buyout, not utilizing anything for shock darts, anything for drones on those rounds, and it just completely crumbling, right? So the fact that that's able to really just come through with those shots is quite nice.
Especially with the duelists in play.
Yeah.
Still thinking about DOS9, how he's able
Yeah,
to...
I mean, you're a solo player when you're running a double duelist. It's like, let them frag.
And let Shiro hold. Famous this time holding down C-Long with the Outlaw. DOS9 with a judge!
Yep. It's just the classics to come out from DRX. Australia with the Sheriff. See if there's going to be anything sneaky here.
There's with the recon broken. Shiro fully aware. NC Slasher to come in and relay to receive.
Ui.
My classic kills found. My classic don't do that, and he hasn't even been touched.
มันเป็นคนเดียวที่ดึงภาพกลับมาให้ทีม
I don't think so.
It was the boom on last night.
With that, it's the spike plant and a weapon picked up by Hyunmin. The duelist at DRX looking to launch an assault onto his
โอ้ย
opponent.
เหี้ย
Sprays found, but with the double tap shield from DOS
เรียบ
9
ร้อ
now, it's been
ย
quickly broken, smashed
บอกเลยส
open,
ยอง
and DRX answers back with a round of their own.
That is absolutely crazy that Hyunmin is able to find 3 with that classic. 2 of the headshots coming on through as well. That is just, yeah, we need to re-see how this Thrifty actually turned on out because...
ปืนโคตรแรงเลยว่ะปืนฟรีอ่ะ
Ridiculous. Like how, man? Just how?
แม่งทำดีแล้วแต่แม่งโดนเวอร์ไปหน่อย
Just incredible mouse control and a very appropriate pop-off.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get something started really early here for DRX and dropping the pistol, then resetting your opponents on the second round. It's definitely not how you wanted to see things start off for Boom.
Kind of want to see what the player counts for Boom then looks like for the round. But that said, it is famous now with a Bucky towards Sewer.
Yeah, no gate crash to get out. Well, there is
ปืน
currently
นี่น่ากลัวจัด
expiring with another one to refresh, so he'd be locked in. It's classic.
นั่นดิไอ้จางไอโซจัดจัดวะ
The rest of the squad.
Shiro tucked away from the drone. So trying to come in for a cheeky angle outside of the smoke. Swaps on towards
อย่าบอกนะว่าอีโคกับอีโคซัดกันอ่ะ
Shock dart as well for a bit of chip damage,
They'll
but
get the
unfortunately
hold,
not too much. Bane will be able to rack up a couple of kills. Estrella in with the outlaw now, out from mid. Flashes out, Bucky's still in play, but the range not quite until he closes in the distance.
Yeah, speaking of range, you're not going to be able to do too much there as famous.
อุ้ย
Berserk's
ฮันสิกมันแรงแรงเดี๋ยวไอ้เหี้ย
does have a sheriff at his feet, but more cautious to where his opponents could be.
Bane's low, then
Opts
it's
for
about
the Phantom,
5 seconds until the salvos come back online, so you know Bane's not going to take a fight.
which means Berserk's does have to apply a little bit more pressure. So baits up the salvos first, and now is cautious as to where the next opponent could be. Does bite a bit of damage as well. Down to half HP, just looking to do as much damage.
แต่ทรงบูมมันดูดีกว่ามันดูยิงเวอร์กว่า
Time up with the ship. Bane will
เดียกมันเหมือนเก่งคนเดียวแล้วเนี่ย
a lot of great
อืม
damage though.
แต่มันโดนไอ้แค่นั่นเวอร์ไงวินไม่ได้
โดนนี้ให้ยุนบินคนเดียวเลย
On the side of DRX makes things a little bit more awkward going into the next round, and you consider the round after that. You're looking to reset them. A lot of crossfires. They aren't able to be established when going in towards that B side. It's just going to be the individual mid-rounding and recognition in a round such as that.
Still a cheeky little hit coming out from Shiro though.
Yeah, for sure.
So something that DRX might want to keep track of with.
Yeah, and it's
Now
good
the
awareness
stealth drone.
on what utility you're spotted out by, right? It's the stealth drone not finding him.
Well, at least
Repositioning close. This time though, 3 players towards the C site for Boom. A bit of a different look.
especially with DOS 9 stacked up with his teammates as well. Back into garage now.
Yeah, you got the dimensional drift for freeing. So you pick that one up if you want to.
แต่ถ้าดอท9ไม่รัน
The A site, you can start to see that the Cypher utility is there if you do use freeing to get in.
There's a potential ult or pickup for DRX as well if they go for it. That could be a second ult online. Freeing goes in to clear the space. Looks for trips as well. Not quite able to break it, but still, that is going to be space on the A site for DRX.
Yeah, no kill trips hit,
Oh,
but shock
the
dart
thing.
good on for Bane. You've still got a recon as well for Shiro.
Here comes the incoming hit from Famous now. Gunman though trying to hold down the line both around the site plant. Salvos quickly
ไอ้ที่โดดมันสั่ง
อันนี้จังหวะอะไรเนี่ยจังหวะพีเหรอ
around the corners. His teammates falling all around him.
เหี้ยคนที่รันที่สุดในเกมดูดิ
Gunman in for the
มาดิ
อุดไม่หมด
A quad picked up almost the ace, but Berserk shuts it down. Hops back on over and it's
เอี้ย
recover.
Oh, are you
ไอ้เหี้ย
pulling
แม่ง
out
เอา
your
เป็นสวัสดแบบ
The Australia's already in the site. You got to get ready for that one. What are those shots to come out from Hyunmin? That is absolutely ridiculous.
เหี้ยมันสะบัดตัว4ได้ไงอ่ะ
Down to this one. The man is unstoppable.
Yeah, the fact that Shiro even jumps out of the heavens and is able to find that kill. But look at this from Hyunmin. Like, that is
ตัว
just
3 ตัว4เนี่ย
egregious,
ดูมันสะ
man.
บัดตัว 3 ตัว
Quick
4ดิ
on the dot crosshair.
And much to Berserk's
เหมือน
chagrin,
โปรเลย
unfortunate
เหี้ย
final movement play, but
เหมือนแม่งเล่นคนเดียวอะตอนเนี้ย
ยิงไป9-8 ตัวแล้วมั้งมาโกกยังไม่ทำเลยเฮีย0-4อีกแล้ว
ทรงแม่งจะโดนอีกแล้วเนี่ยไปเช็ควิ่งไม่เช็คหรอ
แล้วเยดีก็เอาให้เหมือนเดิมแล้วก็ประโหว่าโดยเยดีโหยอุ้ยเฮียไอ้บอสตายแล้วจบแล้ววะเยก
The shots are still sharp. DRX, some sharpness of their own.
They're looking to close out this, or at least push us into our third map. DRX has got to stay on top.
Yep, trap wires from Berserks looking after C and Garage at the moment, so you've got a little bit of a crossfire. You might think maybe
ที่คนลั่นตายแล้วมันจะทำยังไงกัน
รอดูเลยคนลั่นตายแล้วอยากรู้มันจะได้วินไหม
more difficult for likes of DOS9 and Berserks here.
สโมกไม่มีนะ
อุ้ย
Just as
ให้มันเถอะวะ
cage gets sent over. You're absolutely right, Komodo. At this point, it just is going to be
วาร์ปไวเป็นนอน
มันเห็นอะไรถึงมันยิงวะเมื่อกี้
วาร์ปเป็นวาร์ปเห็นวาร์ปเป็นวาร์ปเป็นวาร์ปปลายสโมกไปดิ
DRX get the job done there.
Famous did get one rifle picked up though.
Yeah, but he has to get through into the site, and that's going to have to break the trap wire.
Does have a flash to try to find a couple more duels, but nah.
Australia getting the job done there.
อย่าบอกนะภาพมันจะสลับกันกับเกมเมื่อกี้
This is the time that they have to weather another gun round where there's going to be an operator available on the side, and you know how the side of Boom plays the operator. It's going to be for Famous, so this will be a bit interesting. The smoke blooming. Yep, Shroud stepped into it. That's what happened there. Good start for DRX though. 4 on the trot after dropping that pistol.
And appropriately called.
บูมไหวแต่ดอนนายไม่ยิงเลยสักตัวเหมือนมาโกะเลยเหมือนเล่น 4-4 อยู่ตอนนี้
But DRX elect to go somewhere else.
Yeah, they look to go a little bit quicker in this one. Look at the trips as well. They're going to kind of provide you a little bit of a way in towards the site. And early Hunter's Fury, though, not going to get too much established, or maybe it will. Shiro Berserks in for one.
Still into
Oi,
it.
oi,
For
lock,
the sprays
lock,
against
lock,
Spring.
lock.
Does find it. Additional support from
แต่ให้เอาจากทรงนะบูมชนะตอนเนี้ย
The round quickly picked up. A great reaction coming out from
มัน
Boom.
ดูง่ายกว่าเยอะเยอะเลยอะเรียกแม่งยิงคนเดียวไอ้เหี้ยนี่แม่งช่วยกันอะ
Towards the site where you've got your opponent's Sentinel playing, right? It does happen in this game. You got Hunter's Fury, ult invested from Shiro there, and then just dancing around the site. I feel like freeing on the duelist at the moment. Big learning, of course, from that map number 1, but also utility timing, right? Pulls out the blind side as soon as the cage goes down, so a bit unfortunate there for him.
Our desk is going to be pulling the hair out about, but for now at least, Boom happy to pick up on another round. The op still in play, Famous same spot as before. DRX though, still avoiding it.
Yeah, Bane has an Armageddon here, by the way. We can clear a lot, or it can be used in a post. Berserks! Shut down.
Position.
มันแลกกันแบบว่า
Unfortunately, it's going to be Shiro who finds a shot through the A-link position and pulls off the drone.
Quickly a 2 versus 2 as well, but remember, this is on this operator.
Yeah, but I don't know how useful it's going to be in a position like this. Hyunmin closes in the distance with the Blade Storm, and it's just Shiro to find the duels. The
เหี้ยอะไรวะ
เกมผี
with the Red Bull clutch to pick the round up for Boom.
Oh, the right click.
เอี้ยเละว่ะเด็กเอาดิ
Sometimes not safe to go for that one. Untrustworthy, it would seem there. The 1 versus 2 Red Bull clutch to come on through. And again, these rounds, they look just a little bit backwards and forwards, don't they? The fact that Shiro is also able to find Marco to just bring us into that 2-on-2 situation. A neural theft out, right? It makes it quite difficult for Famous to be able to do something with the operator if he's missing a shot. I don't want to... There's a situation here where we're going to have a bit of a bond moment too, by the way, for DOS9 if he's not able to find a kill. Not having too much luck on this ISO, on these duels at the moment.
Still, maybe close to the kill contract that could help him out.
มันไม่ชนะหรอกเด็กอะมันแพ้แล้ว
That said, it's
เฮียมันเป็นทีมฮายุนมีนแอดเฟนอะ
trying to do what he can with the outlaw.
ส่วนบูมเก่งทุกคนตอนนี้
Timing though for Shiro to see what he can get off this drone. Meanwhile, Garage starts to get scoped out a little bit for the DRX lads. Almost give him free of charge. In fact, definitely give him free of charge. Got to be a little bit heads up though, which is why it is being looked after from NC Slasher and now DOS9.
Potential Armageddon as well if they find a little bit more.
แพ้คลาสสิกปืน500แม่งแรงจริงเลยวะปืน500กับปืนฟรีนี่มันแรงจริงเลยวะเกมนี้
Famous uses that chance to find a kill of his own around A short. Now off to Shiro, spotting out Hillman, but
โอ้โหยังดูแม่งมีช็อต
now Famous getting fully blinded. Will
Hacking
eat
hard.
a face full of bullets with the stinger from Mako. NC Slasher inside of the smoke, and DRX kind of
บอส
aware,
ตายแล้วกับจบ
playing safer around it.
แต่บอสมันเอาเรื่อยๆเลยอะ
Hyunmin now eliminating his final teammate, and NC Slasher not able to move, but does spin around to take down Estrella. Looks for the next
ปืนแรงมากดูปืนถูกมันแรงจังวะ
Will pepper it full of holes.
Yeah, some really big shots to come out from a couple of the DRX members in that one to bring that one back from what should have been not really a round of theirs, right? Like the fact that Bane's able to find DOS9 with a ghost, you're getting in, you're dancing around the smoke there as Hyunmin, and you're just still going around the site with the team, setting yourself up to just fight the good fight. Not going to see a tied scoreline here on the 4-4 mark. It'll be DRX still holding the lead. And into the fresh round. Boom. Not going to be too well equipped either. So there's a chance here for DRX to try and at least equalize up at the half. Establish a great economy for buyers.
จริงๆให้บอสมันเล่นคนเดียวก็ได้นะ19อ่ะ
There's Komodo. Boom.
Didn't-
Now beginning to push out of mid. Looking for an opportunity.
ไอ้เหี้ยมันยิงกันแบบนี้จริงเหรอวะปืนราคาถูกอะ
Outside of garage. DRX.
เหี้ยคนมีแวนดงแวนดอลแม่งเซ็งอะดูแบบเนี้ย
Stealth drone. But at the same time, smokes.
Yeah, and then there's other situations as well.
Yeah.
See them overstep. Famous traded DOS9. I will highlight here. Has the kill contract if time starts to be a bit of a problem, but also
เฮ้ยดอทนาย
be
07
used to help the team remove a player of DRX for them to fight.
He's looking for the frag though. All in 4 positions. Pops a double tap, and there's the kill
จบ
contract.
ไอ้เหี้ยมาโกะ
Straight
ซวย
into it, Guardian versus Mako. Plays around the
ดู
angle
ดิ
as well as
ไอ้เหี้ยเชอร์ลิฟยิงกระจุยอะวินแบบเนี้ย
And that's DOS9 picking up the first one. Bane now left alone in cold.
เล่นพกว่ะ
Desperate measures, and it's going to be Shiro who picks the round up for Boom.
Thrifty to answer that one back for the Boom Esports side. I was talking about trying to, establish your own economy, not having to worry about that going on forwards a little bit. That is ridiculous, by the way. That is illegal. We've had a lot of illegal plays in this series today. Let's be real.
It's yeah.
Time out.
Indescribable. I just have no idea.
Yeah. What's the tell? It's just the sixth sense.
Okay.
It's just that. 5-4. Timeout out for DRX. Use it for the first half, try and establish an 8-4 lead as well before switching on over to, for them, what might be a little bit more of a disconnected side, given by players rotating out, new agents coming on forward as well. How Adept is freeing on this Yoru when we switch it over, for example, right? Marco as well, trying to get some confidence in for him. Feels like he's been shut out on a lot of the duels so far.
Definitely a point worth making. But at the same time, yeah, Yoru is an agent that's, pretty difficult to operate, but onto an official match, you need to pull out whatever you've got, at least a scoreline relatively close between both sides.
Oh, look at the different look though, this time for Berserks. Completely changing it up with front B trap, the A short trap. You're looking at a dimensional drift from freeing. If that goes into the C side of things, well, you're not going to really have too much there by a camera. Look at all the info though. Okay. Garage, lots of bodies.
So a lot collected upon by Famous, but at the same time, DRX with a dimensional drift of their own, looking to get a pinch up against Berserks, and they do find it, but Boom, with the information at first hand, will be able to deal with the incoming onslaught, especially inside a garage.
I want to throw like 3 question marks on that,
most of it.
on that freeing exit of the dimensional drift. Yeah, I don't really know about that one, but the fact that that's a good flash to come out from Famous and he gets a second one, the rest of the team picking up where they need to, that's a good look to come out from Famous. Still 5-5. Stingers down for DRX, which means they'll have a buy into the next round, but what are they going to be able to back that one up with? Is it going to be 7-5, 6-6? No ultimates that are really achievable, you might assume, for DRX Bar, the one the Mark already has. Straight into B though here, Quack.
Sudden quick hit, double tap shield instantly prop.
ปืนเฮียนี่อีกแล้วฟ้า
Happy to pick that up. Berserk still finding one through the smokes.
แล้วนายแม่งหล่อนไปแล้ววันตอนนี้
With a little bit more.
รออะไรแต่เด็กพุ่งตัวเด็กหล่อนกว่าแต่เด็กหล่อนกว่าหล่อนพอๆกันนะ
Should be known by DRX now.
แค่อยู่ที่ว่าจุดจบของอันนี้ใครเป็นคนชนะแค่นั้นแหละ
So he does spot out the drone.
ฆ่าบอสก่อน
Himself undetected.
บอสโดนบอด
โอ้โห
Beginning to initiate the fights with the paranoia, but Hyunmin quick to
เออ
receive.
มาดิ
Berserk's now
เบอร์เซอร์กำลังจัด
look for the trade, especially holding the ankles.
ปืนเฮียนี่อีกแล้ว
Somewhat shieldless, but he crouches underneath. Shiro off towards the races from A-Link. He goes in and guns down a couple more, and it's just Estrella who does get spotted out by Famous at the very
หัวตัดแม่งแรงว่ะ
boom. Will be able to
ไม่ได้ยิง
pick
ยัง
up the
เข้า
lead
จัด
against DRX.
Yeah, Famous was very focused in on making sure that that later flank, if you want to even call it a flank, for Estrella there was just being catered for, right? Has the idea kind of cemented that he's playing around the window, but where is he going to peek up? When is he going to peek up? The rest of the team having to try and win these duels on the B side, but it goes a little bit backwards and forwards, right? On the eventual exchanges of the play. Shiro able to do what was needed there, and then the team in the 2 versus 1 getting the defuse. So 6-5, you know, are we going to tie it up where now that DRX have the buy, or is it
เมื่อ
going
กี้
to
ใคร
be
แม่งยิงอยู่ตรง
7-5
กลางจอ
Boom's
แม่ง
lead?
หล่อนเนี่ย
Couple more ults swayed on the favor for Boom's side, but you are one away from Hyunmin's blades. Don't know if that's the one that you want to do. Maybe for this, I wouldn't mind seeing Estrella pick up an
ไฮยูมินบอกว่าต้องทำทุกอย่างอ่ะ
plant or off the
ถึงจะชนะได้แบบเนี้ย
contend with an Armageddon as well. That'd be
ต้อง
pretty.
เก็บแบบว่าไม่ต่ำ
ต้อง
กว่า
วินละสาม
สอง
สอง
ตั
ตัว วสองตัวขั้นต่ำแล้วถ้า3นี่คือชนะแน่
3 more points for that one though.
Yeah, and you know what else is powerful? If Boom give you 2
แต่ถ้าต้องทำขนาดนั้นทุกวินก็แพ้เถอะว่ะ
to win them. So if proceedings here as
อุ้ยเหี้ย
DRX,
ทำมิ่ง
see if they can win the opening fight.
โดน
Good position for NC Slasher though, and that's when they
บอสเอาอีกแล้วอ่ะเนี่ยบอสถ้าบอสยิงแค่นี้ก็แพ้ละถ้าบอสยิงได้จะวินเท่านี้ก็แพ้ละ
happy to assault them down.
ไอ้เหี้ยดอนนายตายฟรีอีกเอาปะ
Come out from Boom.
Snuck inside
ไม่
of
ใช่
B,
ดอนไอ้ดอนรอดไอ้ดอนรอด
on things, takes down Shiro.
He's one away from the neural theft as well, right? He's able to achieve it through the cage. The gun barrel spotted, and it's Berserks to throw his hat in.
เฮ้ยเขาเป็นคนกดวางเมื่อกี้ไม่ได้จริงๆเหรอ
Unfortunate. 1v3 for freeing now.
Yep, just get out of there. Don't give him the 1v1s. Play together as a team. Reposition.
But he knows he's very much so surrounded.
Oh,
Looking
he's-
for the spike plant as well. But
He's just been toyed with.
Mako. Shot it stepped
ฟิลลิ่ง
away,
ล่างนี้แม่งคือ
beginning to sweat.
แพ้100อ่ะไม่ต้องลุ้นเลยอ่ะ
His mouse across the mouse pad so violently, but to no avail.
I mean,
It is 7-5.
that's very laughable from Boom. They're not completely committing to the duel. They're toying with him to make him really just uncomfortable. As I said, I love the play in the beginning from them. NC Slasher and Famous drawing all the attention. A Hunter's Fury to assist. Yes, there's a gap when Shiro gets off that one, but the rest of the team is still at the right angles, at the right positions, at the right times. That's, you know, 4 rounds in a row for Boom Esports to close the half, right? There was a moment in time that the timeout came out from DRX. If they're able to convert that one, they might have been able to stretch out a lead of their own, but they're not able to, and Boom kind of collected on what they needed to do to finish off the half.
Very well balanced and structured. Yes, it's a bit of a...
Are you talking about Teo?
No, not at all. No, but who knows? But, you know, into the first half at the very least, it might be a bit of a lopsided performance for DOS9. Yes, we do have to say that. But because the team is able to, you know, work off of each other that well, you know, playing the macro game, working off of each other.
And I think that's the nail on the head, right? It's the fact that DOS9 is having a bit of an abysmal performance on this ISO, but the rest of the team are still looking pretty coordinated in how they're wanting to make sure that they're just contributing, right?
Yes.
Lots of trades, lots of good information, lots of good takes and space control, but was that just on the defensive side? Now they're going to switch over onto attack, right?
And that's where you would want to see DOS9 pick up the slack quite a bit.
Yeah.
We'll see how it all continues to shake up because this is still a Boom that is looking to be very structured. And if they do pick this win up, it would mean, you know, still currently a flawless run and also taking down the giants of DRX.
Yep. The kickoff winners.
Yes.
Still goes with the 5 to 6 placements. Pistol round.
ไฮยูมินวิ่งกันทั้งแมป
The
อ่ะ
name of the game for Boom. And you got a bit of forward positions from the DRX lights over at A.
แคปเฟี้ยวว่ะ
Bane away.
เคลียร์ไม่ได้ด้วย
Freeing as there's a trap wire that you got to contend with
That
at the
man
side,
feel
front
chat.
side of this site. But once you get through that, if you get through that,
I thought the clone tripped it, but
guys,
it's gonna be famous, and they haven't quite dealt with it just yet. So a free kill for Mako, but still NC slash to trade. Now Hyunmin chiming in as well. And
ให้
that's
ยืน
where
บิ
the
นอีก
numbers
แล้ว
begin
อ่ะ
to become
ยิงทะ
overwhelming.
ลุไปโดน
Just
ตัวหลัง
NC
เข้า
slash
หัว
alone.
removes one angle with a smoke.
But has to contend with the others. Close range, looking for the right
โอ้โห
point. Hyunmin, quick
ไอ้เหี้ยังไม่งของจริงจัดอะ
มันคนเดียวเลยอ่ะ
The series for DRX found there. I'm saying, you know, if we're going to break trapwire, because that got that trapwire got a hell of a lot of work done. I'll be real. Couple of tags up, some pings up as well, and Hyunmin again.
เชี่ยดูมันยิง
Having
ดิ
a bit of a sensational series with the shots that he's able to achieve here and the multi-frags that he's being able to find regardless of scoreline. Trying to drag the team through the mud, it feels like, at times in this one.
ใช้คำว่าแบกได้เต็มปาก
No force up for Boom, no plant, no real damage. Just going to take this one for what it is, have a chat, see what damage we can deliver with the pistols.
So just looking to swarm a garage, throw bodies into it, but pretty soon looking to become a bit of a drowning pool. DRX, happy to flood the whole site full of bullets. Stingers at hand through the smoke. Mako looking to reposition around that recon.
เอาตังค์ก่อน เอาตังค์ก่อน
But as the spike looks to get planted, Mako will continue to spray.
แม่งอีกแล้ววีละ2 ตัว 3 ตัววีละ2 ตัว 3 ตัว
Yeah, it's a little bit cheeky that the
20
fact
ตาย
that
10 assist
2 do
0
that as well. Doesn't matter that they all lose their lives because we know that the Youngs are going to be punished in the next round. Anyways, maybe we'll see some.
ไม่มียิงเก็บให้เพื่อนอ่ะมีแต่ยิงตายไปเลยอ่ะ
They are going to be on the bonus round, right? If Australia wants to do standard cipher things and put
มันยิงหัวไปกี่ตัวแล้ววะเนี่ย
towards the sea site, you know, one of these
ผมจัดไป
favorite
20 อ่ะ
things for the composition.
น่าหัวเสมอปะ
We like to do a sort of sea split take, especially when a Teo doesn't have, you know, an Armageddon and can't just lock
แม่ง
you
ติด
in
ใจดิ
long.
ปืนเฮียนี่
We'll see what sort of proceedings Boom are going to look for if they want to eventually go.
เฮดช็อต 60%
Still rather
12 ตัว
so far we've been seeing how
12 13 ตัว
the cipher trips have been a really big point for DRX.
เล่นคนเดียวแล้วด่า
ไม่
แล้ว
มั่
อะ
นใจจัด
มั่นใจจัดตอนเนี้ย
A lot of options that
ส่วนอีกทีมก็ต้องหลบไปที่นั่นให้ได้อ่ะ
available to do on this sea site to give himself
ส่วนคนอื่นดูดิ ฝั่งอันนี้ไอ้เหี้ยตายเดี๋ยวโดนยิงแบบอะไรก็ไม่รู้
The trips are fine.
Yeah, and the regen shields as well. Now it'll come down to DRX's slight adjustments, another gate crash to come out from freeing, as he did get over to the sea site to assist.
And inside of Hubby as well.
Yeah, he might be able to find something good here. I mean, does have a Vandal in play. Information starting to be accumulated by Bane, but an immediate destruction of that drone. Calling for some assistance. A bit of a shift from Australia over there. And freeing as well. Complete removal of DRX's forces. I mean,
Hovering over.
you understand it, right?
อย่าไปหาฮายุนบินไปหาใครก็ได้
You want to get some cheeky shots.
ไปหาไอ้นี่ยิ่งสบายเลย
He's not going to be able to do.
Quick with the salvos though, and it does stall them somewhat, especially with the stun now taking down
come on, dude.
Famous. Still though, Boom not slowing down outside of the smokes, but quickly hit by the stingers.
โดนปะเนี่ย
Now Mako with a Spectre. Spike on the ground.
Unfortunately for that one, no one was able to assist Famous when he got in towards the site, and there was the stun. A lot of the time not afforded for Boom to really slow that one down. Bit one-dimensional, having all your numbers try and get up there together as well. So this means it's going to be the bonus round, going the way of DRX. Going to grab some upgrades of weapons as well.
Which is very lovely if you're on the side of DRX, but for Boom, off to the save. Not fantastic on the economy. And still looking to really connect the dots onto this attacking side. We have yet to see DOS9 on the board, and also for the entire team to really recollect into a full game plan.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very different look on how the
ทำไม Dot 9 อยู่ดีแบบนี้ก็หายไปจากเกม
right? When you compare to the previous agent set that they were running, right? Famous on the Neon and getting set up by NC Slasher and Shiro in certain different points.
Round begins with salvos, but also a couple of Boom players snuck right past by.
Yeah, I'm not too worried for Bane and for freeing here. You know, they should be able to stave off any full aggressions. Still got stun available.
Drone receiving info.
Boom as well, with the lesser equipped by. Not a team that is just going to send that one straight at you. They are playing on the more
Understandable, but
side of patience.
Boom looking to close in the distance, so A-Sharp would be a choice, but still taking that hit now calls
ดอทนายตายรัวมาก
somewhere else.
Yeah. And DRX don't have anyone down C long either here, so they're just playing towards the strengths and numbers. Boom want to take the fight towards C. Well, it's just going for a bit of a retake.
Or to have Mako somewhere nearby to thin those numbers down even further.
We'll have to see with 40 seconds to go what Boom want to do. That was really risky from Berserk, so ill-advised.
But also good reactions coming up from Estrella, who, again, newly slotted into the team. But as we say that, thinking about Mako and Hyunmin, somehow they fall. That's going to be the sight and the spike planted down. Famous with the weapon picked up, looking to convert the whole round.
แมตช์อะไรวะเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยบอสตายแม่งจบของจริงนะเว้ย
Crazy. How have they been able to pull that one back? Famous individual shots coming on up into the dark cover. The risk to even plant at the back of sight. Yeah, you got the idea. They didn't clear over the long. It's a dirty position, but that's an opening kill and a second opening kill. That's a 3
เหี้ยขอแค่บอสตายเลยอะ
version from Boom Esports on a
ดูเหี้ยฟิลลิ่งมาเดินอะไรเข้ามาของมันวะคนอื่นยังมองเข้าใจได้แต่ฟิลลิ่งเดินเข้ามาแบบ
Not supposed to do that, man.
No, you're not. Now there might actually be a bit of an early challenge towards the C side of things with Hyunmin and with Estrella, but Famous to immediately dimensional drift on in, get the information, and look at that, the trap has been spotted.
And Estrella not quite able to put down the second trip either, so Famous just keeping them under pressure. Flashes out as well, but sprayed through by Estrella. Now for DOS9 to meet his mark. Does find one, and it pulls off the kill contract. Mako, though, still undetected, finds a couple into the kill contract.
อันติพลาด
มันใช่มันไม่ใช่
ชนะโอ้โหแม่งแก้กันให้แบบ
He's around the
ดีนะจับโดนตัวที่มันโผล่ปิดออกมาให้อะ
The dimensional drift pulling one in from DOS9 that he loses it. The only situation that Boom win that round is if Berserk finds every single kill when the team dies, and he does. This guy has bad maps, but it's the maps that he does great things on that you always remember. Just look at him around the site, individual duels upon individual duels, and then the immediate onto Bane when he's out of the gulag. Unbelievable.
ขอบคุณดอทนายนะช็อตนี้
Two individual rounds, first from Famous, now from Berserk.
ฮาว่าแพ้ปืนนี้กับหัวตัดอะมาอีกแล้วเหี้ยแม่งเล่นคนเดียวเนี่ยดูดิถ้ามันไม่ยิงทีมันก็แพ้มันค้างที่20มา2 วินป่ะมันเลยแพ้
It doesn't look too stellar for DRX. Does it? Estrella with a Vandal.
เอา5 คนไปฆ่ามันก่อนไหม
A shorty for freeing.
Holding on to his trips as well in case there are any shock darts coming
ใช่แต่มัน
through.
กล้าเล่นมากเลยนะดูมันเล่น
Still looking for Boom now, who have been switching up the pace a little bit. We're looking at Garage.
See if you can overwhelm Estrella. You do hear the Vandal, so it might
ไม่มีใครเช็คแน่เลยว่ะดูจากทรงแล้ว
You got to play off and be
มัน
careful.
ต้องไปสัก1อ่ะมันต้องสัก1ไม่ก็2อ่ะ
Situation where someone's not
โอ้
clear
หันแบบนี้
No one's looking for it at the moment. It's eyes on the choke point of the front of B.
เห็นมันได้แค่1อยู่แล้วปืนนี้มันน่าเต็มที่ได้แค่2นั่นแหละ
Trying to be careful of it.
Oh, it's all the bait. It's all the bait.
Yeah, bait and switch play.
จบเป็นเพราะไอ้เหี้ยนี่อันติมาแม่งไม่ได้เลยสักคน
Scout everything.
And legitimately, the
ได้
White
ตัว
House
หนึง
idea
แล้วบอมตก
of being
ได้ตัวบอม
Taken out with a stinger, and now the salvo's coming through. And C Slasher trying to
จบแพ้อี
มีอันติป่ะเมื่อกี้
มีอันติเก็บบอมได้
jewels that are coming on the back
น่าจะ
of
เอาไป
that
เอ
one.
ละ
Unfortunately, the only way that works is if you got the jewels close.
ถ้าไอ้เหี้ยนี่ไม่ห้าวอ่ะถ้าหยุดที่ตรงเนี้ยได้วิน
Spike held by Shiro that is in an almost unobtainable position if you didn't have a from the shadows to go and pick it up as NC Slasher. So you get in towards the site, you look to bring it into a one-player deficit, but the retake's here now.
the outlaw kill. He gets ahead
แต่
of
ได้
the
ยัง
Armageddon
ดี
in
ได้
this
คืออีก
moment.
1
Mako finds him instead.
บอสตายบอส
C
ตาย
Slasher now with the weapon, looking to play around the smoke. Maybe a bit of an anti-flash, and it makes it work.
บอสตายแกบอสตายนี่คือบอสตายนะบอสตาย3 ตัวก็เลยหาให้ดู
มันไม่ใช่หันชุดเลย
I thought that they'd heard him stomp back up towards the dark cover and that was not going to work. If anybody walked into him at that spot, they would have been able to just get him, and the round may well have not gone their way. That's an unfortunate team block, by the way, but Famous sticking it to him, getting 2 with the outlaw back, and then just a
นี่ขนาดดอทนายไม่ยิงนะเนี่ย
DOS9 not even really needed. That is huge.
แม่งผัดกันยิงวินละ3 วินละ4ถึงจะได้วินอะบูมอ่ะ
Insane rounds from Boom Esports to
ถ้ายืนมินหยิบสไน 100% ครับ
look doable.
คนลั่นยังไงก็หยิบสไน
Absolutely ridiculous. They're doing the unthinkable. just down to these little individual
ยังแม่ง
plays hiding
พอด
around
อยู่
zones, playing
ทีมเดียว
anti-flash.
That's another.
ถ้าบูไม่ได้พอเลยมั้งในแบบที่แล้วบูพอไปทีเดียวปะ
ตั้งแต่แบบที่แล้ว
Like, it's a 3 versus 5, man. That shouldn't happen.
Not at all. Looking at them, you wouldn't have thought that this was a team coming up from Ascension. Not just an Ascended team, they play second. They've come into Pacific here, and they look like they just belong.
Now they do in this stage, yeah.
ช็อตเอาเพย์เอาเพย์
I mean, sure, a little bit of a different story.
They challenged T1.
They challenged T1. A lot of people would say they should have won that game. But now it's, you know, kind of undeniable, right? You've got the win against Gen G, the win against GE, the win against Paper X. You've qualified for playoffs, and now you're playing a DRX who, I mean, I'll throw an asterisk on them, right? It's not like this is a series that is a playoff qualification game or something like that would really showcase Boom's strengths, but it is still DRX. These players are still cracked.
It still is that story.
Yep. And now into a C site where there's nobody home. It's a straight out play him back. The kill trips. He's hoping someone waltzes in towards it, but a Honey's Fury out from Shiro.
Slow converted shield as well.
เหี้ยนี่ก็สแปมสโมกบอสตายอีกแล้ว
And Famous happy to
จับสไนปะ
lead for one. Do have Berserks watching for any potential flanks as well.
ไม่จับ
This is going to be a tough retake for DRX.
Yeah, for sure. No dimensional drift for freeing either, remember? Because he used that in the previous one to get them that advantage that was lost.
So all of them just looking to
เดี๋ยว
explore.
ฟิลลิ่งก็เดินเข้าสโมกว่าตายงงเหมือนเดิม
Link possibly in with the flashes.
ว่าแล้ว
Lo and behold, Shiro right inside. He springs
แล้วก็มาเช็คเหมือนเดิมตายที่เดียวกันหมดเลย คนที่มันอยู่ในสโมกแบบนี้มันจะได้ทุกตัวจริงเหรอวะ
On the back of the timeout to
แล้วเมื่อกี้แม่งเพื่อนตายไป2แม่งยัง
นั่น
ไม่มี
ดิ
ใครหัน
ที่มันยังไม่หันจริงเหรอวะ
fight because he's just sprayed through the smoke by Famous, who once again is having a great performance. It's NC Slasher up there with them as well. It's not always, you know, individuals, but with Boom it feels like at moments it's Famous.
At moments it's NC Slasher. This moment it was Shiro.
Yeah.
Everybody. Smoke.
Everybody getting a piece of the pie, but it's a full house between the two. That's on the back of a timeout, by the way, and you're starting to really feel for DRX now. Unless the buy, they don't convert this one. It's 12 for Boom, and it's 4 map points.
Come in with the blades.
Gotta go big.
บูมชิงทีวันไม่แน่หรอกนี่เพิ่งรอบแบ่งกลุ่ม มันบอกว่ามันลองแผนอะดูจากคอมที่มันแล้วปกติมันก็ไม่เล่นคอมเนี่ยเด็กอะดูดิบอสมันโดนแฟดอะบอสมันโดนแฟดอะ
Paranoia sent out as well.
Did I expect Marco behind this double stack?
Straight in behind. Maybe not quite.
บอสอะบอสอะเนี่ยจะได้วินก็ต้องแบบนี้แหละ
โอ้โห
Scatter to the wind.
As I said, didn't get a chance in the last round to have a fight. This time, when he's given one, and he has vision on the opponent, able to destroy.
Even without vision, he took down Famous. Yeah, ridiculous. Now just Berserks with
ถ้าไม่มีบอสนะแม่งเละ
to go.
And spotted.
อย่าบอสมาโผล่มาเอาอีกใจมาจัด
Gauges up. I do look for the save. Try.
Your money as a team is okay.
Okay. So, yeah, not quite.
เฮ้ยมีอันติคอนเฟิร์มวินได้อยู่อีก1วินเอา12ก่อนนะ
It's 2 rounds the difference.
ไม่งั้นนายทุนน้ำตาแตกนะบอกก่อน มีคนน้ำตาไหลแล้วถ้าแพ้แบบเนี้ย
Could end the map as well. Great little ducking and diving around the site from Marco from Hyunmin.
ลุงบอสตัวเดียวคือทุกอย่างจบเลย
Just put yourself in a situation where your Boom can't really shoot at you.
ไม่ยิงเอา30
มัน
ตัว
เสก
แล้ว
ไป
วะเนี่ย
กี่วินแล้ววะมันเสกไปเยอะมากอะ
Bound to put them in a situation where they were looking pretty good to close this one. Will they held off? Now though, directional drift for Famous can pivot for a lot of information on this A side if they want to use it early.
เชี่ยนี่ยิงสแกนอย่างนี้ไม่ค่อยจะโดนเลย
So with the current player's position now,
มันมาถึงตรงนี้ได้ยังไงเนี่ยไม่มีคนดูเนี่ยอ๋อกลับแล้ว
Bricks to get out.
Drone out from Bane.
I wonder, like, do they expect
คิดว่าถ้ามันกดอันติเจอเจ็ตมันจะหนีป่าวะตอนเนี้ย
when you hear a drone going
ผมว่าหนี
I'd imagine, very least with the players there, maybe looking to put a roadblock, barring Famous, might be able to slip past.
Oh, there's still the camera. Oh, bit of a difference though. Traces through the wall. Not going to do too much.
รีบลุมบอสอยู่ไกล
Xerxes.
เชี่ยตีบอมบอสได้ไง
Change a little bit. This is where you would expect Famous to dimensional drift into the A site.
เอาแล้วไงแล้วกดอันติมาเห็นหน้าบอสไง
Together, Berserk, remember, happy to play
รู้แล้วไงบอสอยู่แต่ไม่สน
Sway's got to do something. Does have the utility. Kind of sends it through and will find and collect onto Famous. Hyunmin and Estrella all arriving at the right time, right place.
เมถิบอสไง
Unfortunate. And now a flank from Estrella up close and personal to Shiro.
Okay. Slightly whizzed right past by.
เอาตังค์เพิ่ม300เอาตังค์ก่อนเอาตังค์ก่อนเอาตังค์ก่อน5 คน 1,500 เว้ย
Not the most likely, but if he does find one kill, that's going to be Hunter's Spirit. Well, still is a 1BX. At least begins with a shock dart and tries to position himself for more opportunities. Holds the angle, does find the first. Backs off into
บอสตายนะอุ้ยบอสตายก่อนนะ
If he found freeing there somehow and had a 1 versus 1 against Marco, and the Hunter's Fury is there, Marco would have had to come out with the big clutch, and that
would have been his 20th.
Why does it sometimes make it workable? Famous though, unfortunately not able to get that opener, and the rest of the team falling like flies, red and quickly rotated by DRX.
Big Time did say that this might be the game of the season, or for the group stage, but big goal.
นี่ทำเอามาแล้วเหมือนแมปที่แล้วไป
Timeouts being forced out from both sides, but this is just the first one being called out for Boom.
Yeah, 11-10. Deep in the map where a decisive blow, you know, can kind of end it, right? If Boom are able to at least get 12, they give themselves a breath to have the overtime as a saving grace if it's needed, if DRX come back, because they're starting to also figure out a rhythm on their own, right? These rotations on this defensive side, the crossfires that they're able to get. When Boom are kind of red, when DRX know where it's ending, they've had a little bit more success, of course, on rotating early enough to make it a good contest and more often than not win them. But if it's the early explosions from Boom that are a little bit more unexpected, DRX haven't really been able to weather it. So this is a sort of situation where we have seen on the back of timeouts for Boom a lot that they do just kind of have a discussion, have a decision, and really
ต้องได้วินแบบเนี้ยถึงจะชนะอย่างแรกอะ
The weaponry though doesn't really permit for that, does it? So might actually look to be a little bit
บอสจับสไน
quietly going into an angle, and it's going to be the seaside judging by the positions of Boom. You're going to hear that dragon roar.
Or the wolf. But still got some ultimates, and they could do
see the dragon.
Possibly anything.
It roared. Now they know Hyunmin's got the operator over at C, and they're trying to Hunter's Fury him out when it's a jet plane.
So not quite able to find Hyunmin just yet, but still deploying it nonetheless. Armageddon being baited out by DRX as well, so that could aid Boom in some of the future rounds, but at least for now, DRX happy to slay all of them in full until
เอาแล้วไงวินแบบนี้แหละ
Shiro up for the triple. Just Mako left all of a sudden with a
เฮ้ยแล้ววิ่งมาเก็บปืน
Mako eliminates Shiro for now, and it's still
เขาเห็นทำไมไม่เห็นเขา
has to come up huge. 1v1, he
แต่
swings
ได้
out, finds the burst. Thrifty round picked up by Boom.
ดอทนายมายิงวินสำคัญอะ
What did I say? When they turn it up
ดี
a
นะมัน
little
เอาให้
bit, they somehow make it work, but not like that, man. Not like that. That's ridiculous that they're even able to get into the site. I mean, you've got the rotations here, you've got Bane finding stuff, you've got Freeing finding stuff. It's a 3 versus 5 again. The way of Boom. And DOS9, a player who has really not been here in this map to close that 1v1 clutch against Marco, one of our leaders in Pacific on the clutches.
ต้องปิดวินนี้นะวินน่าเหนื่อยนะ
Series point for Boom.
It's 2025, that's what it is.
มาบอกซีนี่แหละทางที่ใช่อย่าไปตีเยอะบอสอะ
Kicking things off with a lot of C presence.
Yeah, and rotations.
Altor's picked up, and that's DOS9 with kill contract.
Don't know how trusting you are of that one though.
Fair enough, but it does remove a player away. So kill contract pushed through, and it does capture on towards Estrella. Paranoia sent out as well.
อะไรของดอสวะ
DOS9 will crack and fall. A little bit of a stumble, and that could be a chance for DRX to climb
มัน
back.
แมททุกอันติเลยปะตั้งแต่
ไม่เห็นแม่งชนะอันติใครเลย
Right now, scattered to the wind is NC Slasher.
Really low, but it's Bane. He hops on over, swaps to the shorty, Bucky in hand, tries to shroud a step away. Salvos even thought about.
Oh, what is happening? NC Slasher's still here. Bane
holding the
มีคนบ่งให้
slay him down. hopping midair, and with this position found, that could very well be Spike, but the rest of DRX look to prevent it from happening up towards a link until the flash comes out. Famous, what are you? This flames up in
สวย
lights, and it's just down Estrella alongside Mako, who comes in from the back.
วาร์ปกลับไปตายเลยนะ
One available to try and assist, to try and help Australia.
กูว่าแล้ว
Taking him down, 2-on-1 now. NC Slasher, he's done so much before. Can he do it again at half HP? Spotted up towards the top, but still working around the edge of this smoke.
It'll fade soon.
It's Mako they need to look out for. The wall bang punches through.
Oh man, those trades that come on through. I mean, that duel
ดอทไนไม่ใช่วะ
felt like it lasted centuries. I almost feel like, but
User
the
disconnected
fact
from
that
your
the
channel.
gate crash out from Famous is just not expecting Marco to be that quick on the flank. That one looks a little bit rough there, not gonna lie. And DOS9 in the kill contract's not really working. Maybe needs to pull a page out of Meteor's book.
ไม่เดินอะบอสเดินมาแจกนัดเดียว
Instead of the left side that he's been favoring. So we go the distance here on map number 2 of Haven in this series. 12-11 and still in favor of Boom, but DRX are knocking
และจน
hard
แต่ปืนแบบนี้แหละทำพิษมาหลายรอบแล้ว
into overtime.
Final round though, where Arsenal not quite there.
Big stack of
บีสินะจุดจบ
towards the
ของเรื่องนี้
side. Trips in towards the front of B that you can hope to spam through if Boom go there.
แต่แท็บเป็นร้อยเลย
Be accumulated, but Long is currently free of Boom presence.
โอ้โห
Spans through. Just in with clone and quick.
แล้วยิงตัวมีอันติตาย
Yeah, a little bit red in there, unfortunately. When you cleared every other angle, that's kind of where you expect Boom to be.
Forming to the next angles. Right there, Mako. Fully flashed in towards Shiro, but NC Slasher will find the trade. Hyunmin now up top though. And in with a Neuro Theft, which does reveal his position, but he has the tailwind ready. DOS9 now.
ก็มึงต้องเอาไว้แหละวินเนี่ย
Does find the first. And looks for the next.
วินแบบนี้อีกแล้วดอทไน
Again, another 2 versus 2 situation. DOS9 still has a contingency wall.
And the double tap online.
They're going to play together.
Retake for
มี
DRX.
สโมกลูกหนึ่งสโมกหน่อยไหม
Salvos and flashes ready.
Goes contingency.
Aggression in more space. DOS9 looks to get sneaky. Looks for the flicks.
ทำไมดอทมันเล่นวะ
There, freeing, pushes into overtime, and the Korean crowd erupts.
Oh boy, that one was cheeky. Freeing's able to get the 2 down there. You'd expect a quick shots out from the outlaw because DOS9, he wanted to get close with
ทำไมวะพี่
เออมันเล่นทำไมวะฉันเนี่ย
better for them to play a little bit more passive. Maybe.
Would have been. Definitely feeling DOS9 hungry for a lot more.
เชี่ยเอา3คืนสวยๆแล้วอะ
He was getting the shots in that round, just not able to find that last one at the end there, a bit too aggressive.
เชี่ยได้วางบอมอะ
And we go into overtime.
One of these scenarios where you find yourself in that spot, but as a player, you want to do so much more.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Gotta work with the team, so we will kick things off with the first OT.
You'd feel like as well for Boom, how they've really made this last half look. Now that it's gone in towards overtime.
It is a situation that Boom are not unfamiliar with, though. They did contend against Genji in overtime, where they did win out as well. So starting things off on the defense, you've got Famous marching all the way down mid.
Yeah. But will it have been expected or not? DOS9 to try and assist it on out.
Oh, with the
อยากเล่นต่อไม่กลับ
cut as
ไม่กลับ
well.
ก็
It's
ตาย
going
หม
to
ด
do a
ดิ
little bit of assistance, but down to it at the end, DOS9 not able to stand tall.
จบว่ะ
Full support from the crowd here
อยากจะชนะ
at Coax Stadium. I mean, it's S-Flex, but still off to the
ดู
next
แม่งยิง
Hyunmin
วีละ
will be able to deliver.
And DRX set themselves up for the map victory. You'd be reeling if you're Boom here after what you thought should be your map. And you get into the third. I mean, these shots to come on out, not really tradable properly.
แม่ง
for
สะบัด
Boom
ทุกทาง
guys. DRX really quick with it. And DOS9 caught out on the ISO, pulling out util.
Absolutely losing my mind as well, thinking about DRX. Yes, we are here in S-Flex, and DRX definitely looking to push us into a third map.
Can Boom answer back though on this attacking side? Bit of long aggression. Oh, an awkward spray, but Freeing is still able to escape. Look at the cavalry though. DRX are already marching back towards the A site.
We've crash contended with as well. Bit of HP loss.
บอสมันเดินมาอีกแล้วตีบอมเอไม่เคยแตกเลยนะตั้งแต่ตีอะ
Full force is going through past the smokes, in with the stun and the flash out from Boom. A lot of exchange and utility, but Boom, undeterred, continues to push forward. Dust9 taken down. Bit of a trade coming out from Mako.
บอสแบบยิงหมด
He
เลย
continues to hold the off angle.
บอสแบบยิงคนเดียว
In there, and that's
ไอ้
going
ปะ
to be 14 to
จบว่ะ
12. We are going to map number 3.
Yeah, Hyunmin has really had a performance in that map. It just feels like these multi-frags upon multi-frags are really what has delivered the goods for DRX time and time again. And for Boom, I mean, that's a bit of a heartbreaker. You thought that they might be able to end it, but there's a couple of these rounds, right, where we're seeing huge individuals from the Boom members, right? How many individual rounds did we see from Famous to be able to bring it back? From NC Slasher coming out, from Shira, from Berserks, and unfortunately not really from DOS9 there, because sometimes when those individuals are on an individual streak and no one is stepping up, it does falter.
Yeah, it starts to fizzle out, and this is also a scenario which might be somewhat unfamiliar to Boom, being on the opposite end of the home crowd right now. Back in Ascension, they had the entire Division crowd cheering for them against SPG, now Noxious Red Force. But against DRX, it's a whole different beast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you really got to think for Boom as well. They were getting a rhythm on for the second half, figuring out exactly which way to turn it on around and stuff. But DRX, they were always giving what felt like a really good challenge. In a lot of those rounds, it was going, 1 for 1, all of the trades getting really close down to the wire. But I just keep seeing, in my memory, all of those rounds that were coming on through, who was getting activated on the side for DRX? Hyunmin. Always Hyunmin.
Without a doubt, top fragger for the team currently. We're seeing some assistance from the likes of Estrella and possibly maybe a little bit from Freeing as well, but without a doubt, a lot of it comes out.
Yeah, Marco as well, a little bit there too.
That said, though, Boom are definitely being tested right now. We will see what happens on the very final map as we toss it back over to our desk to break this down.
We are going to a map 3. We very nearly thought this was going to end. This was going to be the final map and it was going to go Boom's way. But those final rounds for DRX just really goes to show that they have that experience. They have that mentality as well to be able to reset, especially in very, very crucial rounds. And this is unfortunately where Boom tends to falter.
Yeah, I mean, what an electric game. I mean, that was as close as it could get. And this is, in a way, sort of vintage Boom. I feel like they should have closed out that map and then they didn't manage to do it. And now we're going to go to a map 3, which is scary for me if I'm Boom. So I'm a little bit worried, but what a game from DRX. What a game from Hyunmin. I mean, that was a joy to watch.
Hyunmin just put the team on his back. Some absolutely ridiculous rounds in that game. Boom definitely missed a trick there. Famous pretty decent performance on the Yoru, but they've done both of the goats dirty. Both teams in this game. You've thrown Freeing on a Yoru again. It's not gone well. You've thrown DOS9 on the ISO. There was a couple of rounds at the end of the game where he started fragging and I was like, okay, he's had a bad game.
แมปหน้ารักใครชอบใคร
I was like, oh man, that's just egregious.
แต่เหมือนจะหวยออกที่ DRX หรือเปล่า
I mean, if you look at the bottom half of those
แต่ DRX เล่นแบบว่าไม่ควรชนะ
leaderboards, right? You look
มัน
at
ไม่
the
แค่มี
bottom
บอส
half
อะ
there. You see some parts that
มันเสกเหรอวินจัด
มันเสกไปกี่วินนะเอาตรงแบบโอ้โหใน14-15 วินที่มัน14 วินที่มันได้มันคนเดียวเลยอะ
If you
6 วิน
ask
ต้อง
me
มี
how
อะ
many maps have we played today? Just the answer is right in front of you.
Oh my god.
5 maps. This means that I have to add another one though. Oh no?
Yeah.
I'm sure. I mean, like no, because it's like 5. No, it's 5 maps and then it's the post show. So
Yeah, true.
yeah.
That's how it works.
Let's see. I think there's some room over here, but we'll get to that later. First things first, though, we are going into Ascent.
Yeah.
We are going into the ultimate reset for both of these teams, and right now it seems like DRX, they are on a high because I saw in those final rounds, Bane being that vibe merchant, really just cheering the whole team. He was standing up, he was pumping his fist up in the air, going over to Mako, smiling and yelling something at him, and then Mako just smiling and agreeing.
Yeah.
That's when I knew actually there was like, oh, DRX is gonna take this, because you saw the energy on that side of the stage versus Boom, who were very reserved.
The crowd was getting really pumped up as well. They were really cheering on DRX, but those vibes would never have come to fruition if it wasn't for Hyunmin in this game. some absolutely ridiculous rounds, some of which we'll replay here. It starts with this classic.
You should never win this.
You should never get away with that. If that is not a reason to buy the DRX Classic, then I do not know what is. And he just continued on a tear. This was a disgusting round as well. This man's individual skill and mechanics are so good. And you see that really set the tone for
เชื่อในมัน รักบูม e-sport
and went to OT. It would never have
มัน
even
ควรเป็นผู้ช
been
นะ
the
ใน
case
วันนี้
if Hyunmin wasn't putting this entire team on his back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he played such an unbelievable game. 32 kills, I think it was. This is Hyunmin from kickoff. This is prime kickoff Hyunmin, where he was the top of all the statistics.
Won it in his rookie season. I mean, ridiculous stuff from him. Right from his first game, you could tell that DRX were onto something. I remember him whipping out the raise on Lotus, and he just continued on a bit of a tear. If Jemkin didn't exist, he might have been the best duelist inside of kickoff. And in terms of if you're one of those people that factors your placement in the overall tournament into how good you were, then he's probably the best duelist from kickoff.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say, and this very much felt like we were watching kickoff level Hyunmin in Smash. You say he put the whole team on his back. If he doesn't come up with those big hero rounds, this game doesn't go to OT and DRX lose 2-0. An obvious map MVP.
I mean, he was amazing. There were so many rounds, as you guys mentioned, that he was the only one performing on many of those rounds. But I do want to ask though, how do we feel about the experimentation on both sides, on both DRX and for Boom? How are we feeling about this as we go into map 3? Do we want more of this?
I mean, I'll address that in 2 parts. I don't love the experimentation here because their Haven was so successful before. But now do I want to see experimentation on Ascent? A little bit, yes, because it got countered by PRX. What they were doing was a little gimmicky with the Phoenix in a way. I like it a lot, but it doesn't have too many layers to it. So if PRX were able to counter it, I feel like DRX might have the answer. So I would like to see some more innovation on Ascent, but it has to look better than it did in this map.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about experimentation. Famous, again, we've been talking about players playing agents for the first time in this series. This is Famous's first game on Yoru. He's a player that in the past has been criticized for a small agent pool. In the Neon meta, he wasn't playing much Neon until the end of Ascension when he finally did whip it out in the finals against SBG, and he's been playing a little bit of Neon. In fact, I think in the last 90 days, he's played 7 out of the 9 games of Neon in his entire career. So this year has been finally where Famous is starting to be a little bit more flexible in terms of his agent pool. And for a first game on Yoru, that was actually very, very solid with them whipping out the Yoru ISO. It was actually kind of DOS who struggled on the ISO, but you said you'd probably prefer to see him on the Yoru, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I know that he can play Yoru to a high standard. I would have liked to see that and then have Famous just open up, be able to frag a little bit more freely on that ISO, but you know, it didn't manage to click in that game for DOS. We definitely saw him getting a slow start. I think he was like, 3 and 12 or something at one point.
ISO's that snowball agent. If you have a bad start, it's going to be rough for you. I mean, you're not even pointing just to him. Like, I picked freeing as my flex, and it's not gone much better. I thought, here's what I thought. I picked freeing because I've gone, surely DRX are putting Bane in, so that we're going to play double initiator today. Freeing's going to be on Teo every game. He's going to dominate the entire league. He's going to be the best player in the world. Never mind, he's playing Yoru every game, and I'm getting no points.
I support you there because, hey, I also have freeing in my team. So, yeah, this was unexpected. And, yeah, lots of experimentation, but, I mean, he was giving you fair warning a while ago, I feel. He was, like, drifting down. He was like, hey, Morgan, maybe not today.
That was a bad omen. That was a very bad omen.
I was like, maybe not today, Morgan. But you're like, no.
I believed. It's fine. We got one more map where we can turn it around. But we talk about that double duelist, the Ascent, both these teams have played in the past. Do you expect the RX to pull out double duelist here?
Well, yeah, this is the interesting thing, right? We've seen 2 different looks from them. We've seen the single duelist with the double unit on the Sova and the Teo, and I believe that was freeing Bane before Estrella comes into the lineup. The second one is flashback on the Yoru with the Hyunmin on the other duelist, which is what we've seen most of the time for DRX throughout this tournament. And then you get Estrella actually coming in and playing the Sentinel role, which was what we've seen throughout. So I think DRX, I definitely prefer them to play singular duelist. I've seen enough freeing on Yoru to make me sick at this point. For Boom, I really think it is concerning. I don't know if they can run the Phoenix again. It has its limitations. It's one of those things where this is the special thing about Valorant. you load into the Asian select screen and you could see something completely new from your opponent, and if you are not adaptable and you can't figure out how to play against that on the fly, you will lose the game. But then that power fades away when you go into the next week or you go into the next opponent, the next competition, where you've seen
และแอดเซนแม่งบ้านเกิดเกาหลีด้วยไง
pick apart what it does badly, and that's exactly what PRX did against Boom the last time they played this map.
Yeah, that's what makes me concerned. All the answers to this composition are out there.
ดอทไนมันกลับมายังวะพี่
กลับไปแล้วนะอันติแล้วมั้งแบบเมื่อกี้ง่วงเลยอันติไม่เคยชนะใครเลย ถ้ามันชนะให้สัก1 รอบมาจบละ
You're okay to run the same comp, but innovate.
มันแพ้วินพงเยอะมากเลยปะใช่ปะวินไอ้เหี้ยเกมที่แล้วอะ
I also think they could
แพ้เสกเยอะจัด
something a little bit more standard. We could just see Famous go back to Jet, where he's been so strong, where he can use that off a little bit more freely. I would be very down for that, but honestly, I have no idea what to expect from him right now.
I mean, I think, you know, something like that is, it can only work once. And then once you do it, it's not going to happen again. But looking at where both of these teams are at this point in the stage, I feel like going into Ascent, they're going to experiment a bit more. They're not going to be like, oh, it didn't work, let's just double back. I feel like they're going to do it even more because this is the prime time for them to be able to experiment.
Alrighty, we'll see in terms of agents what these teams are going to be bringing out.
ฟิลลิ่งวันนี้มันจะหยับแต่2 ดูเอลเหรอเหมือนมันเทสอะไรสักอย่างป่าวะมันไม่ค่อยเล่น2 ดูเอลนี่เดียว
He unmin on the primary duelist, and they're keeping the majority of the rest.
มันเข้ารอยเลยใช่ปะตอนนี้
ใช่มันเข้าร้อยแล้วเด็กอะ
น่าจะหาอะไร
น่า
เล่นไป
หา
เรื่อย
เล่นเนี่ยใช่มันไม่ปกติมันไม่ค่อยเล่น2 ดูเอลอะมันเล่นน้อยอะ2 ดูเอลไอทีมเนี่ย
By swapping out for the Killjoy, the most meta, and of course, Yoru instead of the Jet for Famous.
It's one of my favorite comps at the moment. The way RRQ play it is fantastic. They also get to start defense here. Keep in mind, guys, DRX has chosen to start attack here on Ascent, so they have got to have a good game plan and get off to the races here.
แต่
Well, I
เซน
think that is exactly
โซนเราไม่ค่อย
what
แพ้
they're
ใคร
going
เหมื
to
อน
do.
กัน
But let's see if Boom can manage to make a
ดันถนัด
comeback as we head into Ascent. Our final map of the day. We're going to toss it on over to your casters, Whack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. Big time. And Pilski, yes, this is going to be down to Ascent, where Boom will definitely get tested. A map which DRX has been known to innovate things. They played this last week against Global, and it looked darn near great.
Yeah, I mean, for Boom, right, like, this is a different look, though, right?
Very different.
Like, Famous, is he going to be able to play the Yoru the same way? They're ultimately getting up to choke points and then popping on out. Not really, you know, it's a single duelist on this look where you're not actually getting any camera information as well from a Sentinel, for example, like Berserks is moving on towards his Vice. And DRX already starting off with a Straya solo, essentially, towards this B site.
ไป1 ไวมาก
He might find himself pinned down somewhat, though, and the salvos will
เอา
flush
คืนได้
out.
สวย
So Kill quickly found back from Famous.
Can see Slash Up does have to think better of just sticking out in the open for this duel. Wants to spot out what he can with the drone. And this is where it comes down to a bit of this mid-round decision making.
Famous stuck down now.
ฟิล์มมันทำอะไรวะ
Flash at hand. Berserk's trying to bail him out, but unfortunately smoked off. And quick to the smokes from Mako as well. Now you've got CT blocked off.
Are you going to keep your 100% Ascent pistol rate for DRX so far? Or is it going to falter here and you lose this 4 versus 3 advantage that you have sniffing out the rest of the site? But no one is there. Now it's going to shift into post point.
No more util, at least until the salvos come back up. But Boom looking to gather a little bit more space, starting off with DOS9, who he knows he's been having a rough game. Trying to step up now. Flash out, trying to push on forward. Re-smoked stairs though, and that makes things a little bit more tricky. DOS9 additional support, smokes off Boathouse, but that's when they double peek together. Bane in for the trade, Shun in for the next. DOS9 now out from stairs, 1 on 2. Plays up around Dice. Wait, self-salvo just to beat him out. He had no idea. Bane, what was that?
Cheeky. Look at that, cheeky. You want to try and contend and dance the dance around the dice? Yeah, you're not going to be able to do that. The floor is
อยู่แล้วเหรอพี่จะได้
แบบนี้ไปทางไหนพี่
Microphone
ไป
activated.
บูมมาแล้วดิ
โอเคจะได้เชียร์ถูกไม่ใช่แหละ
And Famous caught in a reload, I believe it was in that one.
เดียก็มันไม่เล่นไม่ควรชนะเฉยๆอะแต่บูมมันเอาฮาให้ไงดี มันยังสกิลใส่ตัวเองอยู่เลยดูดิ
They will look to extend it. Yeah, I mean, you gotta
มันจะแคนเซิลแต่มันแบบกดแคนเซิลไม่ทันแล้วอะมันปล่อยเลยตัวเองไปแล้วอะ
the tail end
ไม่ได้ไปครับพี่จะได้
Haven rather.
Certainly have to spot that, well, they should be familiar with playing against Vapor X just before. They did suffer a bit of a loss in between the first and third map, but now got freeing with just the ghost to make a bit more noise. There's the walk on forward kick crashes away.
Yep, using himself as a human drone.
Boom are thinking twice now about fully rotating on over. They will still hover around the A site though. DRX not making a single piece.
It's not a bad idea. You've just got the lesser pistols. You do it in numbers. You try to, you know, steal around like that one. Try and maybe not get everybody spot out by the stealth drone that goes in towards the site. One player in hell. DOS9 might have been spotted, Jenny.
Okay.
Nope, never mind.
Wow.
เริ่มที่โดนอีโคก่อนเลยเนี่ยมันควรชนะจริงเหรอเด็กกัน
Can
เล่น
they
แบบ
get
เนี้ย
both guns though? That is the question right now. One towards the generator, the other one towards short. When they go for the
แต่
rotation.
มันก็จะไปได้ตอนไซด์บีแต่บอสตายแล้ววะ
Believe they
Nah,
should be
rod
able
lah.
to, yeah, pick one up at the very least. DOS9 able
Oh.
to vandal, but
มันวิ่งออกมา
as
ทำไม
soon
อะ
as Berserk tries to peek on forward, it's going to be Bane takes him down. Now Estrella marking down the further rotations. A little bit whipped over on the thorns, but still, nonetheless, smoked off. And that allows for DRX to get the spike down somewhat safely until DOS9 attempts something
รี
of
เทค
his
ไวครับ
own.
ต้องงานรีเทคไว
Has to. Additional support from NC Slash on that.
อย่าให้วางเวลาวางไม่ได้
Very likely delivery, well, specially delivered.
Yeah, and the salvos to buy enough time to try and start.
พี่รู้ว่าอยู่ตรงนั้นตัวหนึงก็ไปลุมข้างใน2ตัวสิเพื่อน
Dicey situation, but DOS9 for the wide swing. Does suffer a bit of a tag, but in with the support, unfortunately falls. That's the rifle gun, but Famous still picking things up. Close range now, pistol for pistol. Wait until Famous picks up the Guardian. Estrella looking for the timing onto it. Will find it at the end.
จะให้มันเถอะ
And once again, the Korean faithful support their favorite team.
Yep, the crowd has certainly elevated today in this series. They're happy that we've got a pretty good one, I would say. In the comeback on the last map for DRX, I'll call it a comeback because I thought that Boom probably were looking to close it out. A couple of good shots and allocations into this round for the DRX guys as well. My early one on Berserk's pushing short to try and get some either timing or retrieve weaponry, and a little bit awkward there that he gives himself up. Because you think about that, if that was a proper 5 versus 3 on the retake, it probably could have gone Boom's way.
Very close to it, at least.
Yeah, now it's going to be the buy-up for Boom. It's going to be the bonus for DRX. Straight up. Going to be dealt with accordingly quick.
For the punish. Hyunmin, though, trying to get ahead as well, but now with the shear wall tripped up, this gives Boom a bit of a chance. Berserks to hold the off angle, shear with the additional support.
ดูตามทรงบูมมันเก่งกว่าเห็นเลยเนี่ย
Doesn't phase them.
Yeah.
Just Bane left and only a ghost.
Only needed
ก็
for
ดู
the
แบบ
one,
ตาม
though.
แบบส่ง
Nothing
อะ
there.
แต่ไปแพ้แบบ
Good aggression
ห่า
from Boom that time, not scared away from any of those duels, getting in front of a little bit of that utility that DRX are trying to throw their way. But all in all, these are the sort of rounds that we do wait for, right? The ebb and flow of map-like Ascent, especially just any game of Valorant, the big rifle rounds. And for me as well, when the ultimates aren't really there yet, because it's going to be some good ideas, some good coordination and adjustments.
จบไว้เลยไหมเริ่มง่วงละเริ่มง่วงแล้วนะ
Soon enough.
Yeah,
Especially
I mean,
keeping our eyes on Bane and Estrella.
yeah, Vayne one away from the Armageddon. Though this time a challenge in towards A main for the Boom squad.
Bane and Estrella repeatedly creating pressure around B main, trying to keep Boom honest. But yes, A main in contention, in with the salvos. NC Slasher for the peak.
And now you've got numbers, so you don't necessarily need to sacrifice anything as Boom.
Successful trade. The shear wall tripped up as well.
Yep, just baited out.
Fantastic. Amos TP'd on over, provide additional support.
Oh, he's hungry.
Goes in for the check, but
Yeah, he stepped out before the flash and really bloomed. Unfortunate.
นี่แหละชอบแบบนี้แหละทำให้มันแพ้
situation you want to find yourself in.
ต้นเกมมาดีกว่าตลอด
Full rifle rounds.
Yeah.
DRX on the other hand.
You already knew that NC Slasher was here too.
Yes. Happy to capitalize on the situation, knowing that NC Slasher is somewhat alone, but Shiro has arrived. Unfortunately, though, the Tejo utility will not allow him to come onto the lines. So this is a Boom that has been knocked off balance. Can they recover?
Good shock dart. Can you get anything more here though as Boom?
Armageddon as well, just to secure the round.
Don't mind it. You're going to have to force Berserks into a save here. Just a couple of moments in that round. I mean, Boom, it looks like they were going to be able to hold down A and really, you know, stick it in the challenge, but call it, I don't know, a need, a desire to close around, to get hungry. to still challenge in this one. Famous goes a little bit too early and gives a bit of stability for DRX in the 3 versus 3.
Nonetheless, it is DRX. Having played this map just from last week, looking a little bit warmed up. I would imagine, though, Boom, leaving this intentionally open from the map Veto, that they have something prepared, especially given the composition as well.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
said,
Boom got to pick between this and Lotus, right? So they'd be feeling a little bit more comfortable in their preparations on this map as opposed to that one.
I want to see them, coming with more set plans to dismantle more of like the utility that DRX is providing, especially towards B main, because that was something that Global struggled with. Estrella once again with the sheer wall and those salvos.
Going down mid, gonna be a cheeky peek if you try and go for this one.
Not quite, not this time.
Yeah, no, think better of it. You don't want to see situations where Boom are giving into DRX, like giving DRX favorable duels, right?
So trying to keep control over the map. One-way smoke up again. See Slasher.
He's real patient for DRX. Working the map, baiting out the utility, making it a little bit easier for an eventual hit. And trying to expose a gap as well. Up the guts.
Refreshing.
แล้วใครกลางๆอ่ะ
It does. It's a little costly for DOS9 to keep doing that. Meanwhile, down into Pizza.
Dimensional drift out, Famous, timing to start to figure out if it's going to be A or if it's going to be B. Sees the bodies in through market. You're incentivized to kind of help the team here, and you can't really get out.
Needing to
Famous!
He does get out of it. The sheer wall somewhat helps him stay alive, but that leaves Berserks alone on the site. Sheer now coming in out from spawn. Famous finding a frag of his own, and it keeps DRX at bay. 3 on 3, just like we saw from before, but in a different site.
No util, really, just DOS9.
Okay, here's the spike tap, now goes in for the peek, off the flash.
Pumps.
So in for Famous, he finds the swing. Double spray found, and Shiro for the
สยองว่ะ
trade.
Not able to communicate that
เหี้ย
one.
เล่นกันแบบ
To try and get the trade,
แต่ทรงบูมันดีกว่านะเอาตรงๆอ่ะ
Going the
แต่
way
แค่แบบมันพลาดท้ายมันท้ายวินมันเหมือนแบบไอ้แค่ฝั่งนู้นมันเล่นละเอียดกว่าบูมมันเฉยๆอ่ะบูมมันไปแพ้ท้ายเกมแต่ต้นเกมมันเล่นดีกว่า
A little bit narrow focus was Berserk's up to the laneway, but when plant starts to be established, there's no immediate
แพ้
trade.
จังหวะคัดจังหวะคนเดียวอ่ะ
The Famous there, and then it's a good double up from Boom. So backwards and forwards fair if you want to continue to go that way. I'm still looking to see for freeing how this Yoru works. I think that's the big question: is how is freeing's Yoru going to work? Because you pulled him off the Teo, and in this round, he's going on a solo mission to find all the info for the team, and they'll collect back at B.
Hyunmin now comes in with the blades. Scouting found
Save,
by
save.
freeing. Hyunmin
Oh,
to
oh.
knock and strike all of it down.
That's probably the round.
Quick reaction from Boom, though. Famous might be nearby with an outlaw, but is that going to be enough? It still is a 3-on-5 where Boom have the better weaponry. They're trying to at least find some numbers here.
Yeah, but it's a 3-on-5, man.
Oh.
Not even the head. Hyunmin slices and cuts him up instead.
เชี่ยเสกแบบนี้
And Z Slash
ใครเล่นน่ะ
possibly just to hold for the exits. But even then, you gotta be careful. Boom, look.
แม่งไหลเลยอะโดนวินเนี้ยเลยไหลเลยอะ
It is rather early, but considering the fact that they are playing in front of the opponent's home crowd, you gotta imagine there's some effect there.
Well, I mean, this sort of round shaken up a little bit by freeing on the dimensional drift and just DRX getting in towards the site. You're not looking at the right spot.
Cool.
บทจะไม่โดนก็ไม่โดนแบบงง
And Z Slasher to stabilize. Came close to it.
4 versus 2. These are the sort of rounds where if you are as DRX on a lesser equipped buyer, like having something to catch your opponents off guard is gorgeous, right? Hyunmin gets in, gets all the shots, really just locks down the site, and then the round's done. Like it's 2 versus 5. You're looking to peel away, save your guns, do some more damage. Kind of is what it is, but you're setting yourself up for a good attacking side as DRX here. You can draw out some utility early in this sort of round. If you draw out those ultimates, I mean, you'd be laughing as DRX in this round because Boom, they're not fully equipped.
ฟิลลิ่งโดนอะไรยิงวะนะ
if Berserks is somehow able to bring them down a size by getting the Steel Garden, then maybe.
DRX, on the other hand, though, has been running with the same default for the past several rounds now. Same sheer wall. It's beginning to keep Boom invested onto the B site now. Off of this, DRX then can look for a rotation somewhere else.
Yeah, but Boom haven't really pushed up too far in the weaker side of the map, right? You're playing the 3, I'll call it 1-1, 1 up 3 to watch over mid, and 1A main. You don't want to be caught out on a little lurk like that. 50 seconds. DRX is still surrounding this B
เสีย
side.
ของบีหมดแล้วมัน
much do
ตี
they
บี
think they
แน่
need to invest remaining in this round?
Boom. They're thinking, they're scratching their heads. DRX keep jabbing at them with these utilities down into B.
The problem is it's just Berserks here.
That's right. That's exactly what it is. But
Boom.
Berserks alone still could do some damage. Shiro in with some ult as well.
Yeah, this is a heavy investment with 20 seconds still to go.
แผนแตกเลยนัดนี้นัดเดียว
Trying to play around the time. NC Slasher with the Armageddon as well. Thorns might aid him. Berserk still trying to stay hidden. But the blind works out great. Takes down Mako.
กระสุนนัดเดียวทำแผนแตกเลย
Find themselves at a worthy head of a potential Thrifty down to a low HP Bane and
แม่งเล่นพกกันโหด
คู่นี้มันเก่งพกมากเลยอ่ะ ไม่ต้องเล่นปืนใหญ่หรอก
Posing to the teams is how much do you want to invest in that round, right? DRX with the heavy equipment, the more powerful guns. They've got an ult of their own, but it's Boom. Right?
คู่นี้ปืนพกเสกกันรัวๆ
A
เล
lot
ย
more ultimates to invest, and if the round doesn't go their way and they do invest it, it will be really unfortunate. But the fact that the timing feels right, that they need to, the fact that Berserks even finds the first shot from the ledge, and the rest of the team, you know, it works a treat, right? You've got what? Steel Garden, Hunter's Fury, and Armageddon to come away with that round there. You do like to see that for Boom to keep this one in a good contest state, and now there's an operator out for Famous.
Now beginning to peek out to foil DRX's plans of working around B main.
We have
a lot of information now.
We have seen Wine be played with a little bit here, DOS.
Yes.
And if he's by himself with no bailout strategy, it'll be awkward. So I would say a little bit lucky that he is.
แม่งเริ่มกลัวเสียงเชอร์ลิฟมากกว่าเสียงปืนกลละ
But the fact that you're overlooking Famous' operator line where you already had the sheer wall popped earlier, that's a little bit
I mean,
of a no-no.
Yeah, DRX had no idea it was an op, and they were thinking that possibly, you know, it might have been the over-rotation onto the A site. So now they're being kept honest instead, especially with Dimensional Drift now spotting out that there is nobody except Estrella on towards tiles. Boom should be prepared for this A hit. DOS9, however, unfortunately finding minimal success. And C Slasher and Berserk will be able to chime in.
And they already
บู
knew
ม
where
คือผู้
Estrella
สมควร
was, right? He was just
ที่จะชนะแมตช์นี้
spotted
สุด
by the ult over at B. Famous. And with 30 seconds to go, you know what this is. It's podcast time. 30 seconds to just do whatever.
For DRX to truly start an episode where they kind of talk things over with Mako.
You get into this sort of territory for DRX where you can have a pretty impactful round too, right? Like, you've got the Steel Garden still, you've got the Armageddon. These are some components that you can just get into the B site real rapid.
Do it before.
Yeah, the only thing for me is now that Boom have this operator in play, you're going to have to off-put Famous on the line first.
One thing DRX did last week was salvos in B main, and instead of the sheer wall that he often puts down, it's the arc rows to flash anyone who might be, you know, famous maybe. You know,
going for any little look in towards.
And that could be that quick hit to be.
Could be, potentially, but of course we don't exactly have the Armageddon just yet. If you want to get on the line though, you can certainly do that to then pick it up off the orb.
Berserk's just got to set up on his own.
Yeah, this one will be interesting. See how DRX want to try and bring this slider by into a possibility.
Famous looking to re-peek, blindsides in his own. Oh, he couldn't get out! He gate crashes into his own, and that's going to be to the frenzy. He still gets a 2 kill. So that's 2 for 1 now. Bane looking
มันนึกว่าวาร์ปไปแล้วเปล่าวะ
ใช่มันอาจจะนึกว่าวาร์ปไปแล้ว แต่ไอ้เหี้ยพกตัว2 ปาดวิ่งแบบวิ่งยิงกับปืนเด็กแว้นอะ
Yes, they can't. Been blocked off, especially with that sheer at hand. So Mako looking to
ปืนเหี้ยนี่อีกแล้ว
into his own hands, but the thorns
ทำไม
will
ตัวหลัง
burst
ตาย
up. Mako in with a stinger, tries to go in for the CQP, but it's not quite meant to be.
ปืนแรงมาก
Spotted by the way.
Bane now up.
พีคแบบครึ่งไหลแล้วก็ตาย
where he knows the next threat would be, but the numbers not quite favoring him. Boom will find the lead.
Good patience at the back of sight there as well. Not
ยูเอลโหดสุดในแปซิฟิกเหรอ เมทิโอ จากใจ แต่มันเล่น2ตำแหน่งกันดิ
As Boom will take the lead. Famous a little bit unlucky that he wasn't able to gate crash out of there, but it feels like to me, audibly, they've heard it and then it was kind of cancelled, right, by the stealth drone. So maybe they like expected him to have gotten out of there.
บูมไม่เคยได้ทำเอาก่อน
Well to be able to escape from 2 and do the damage for the team.
แม่งใช้คุ้มเลย
รอเลย
Be in the contest to win the round. Now, come out from DRX. More rounds left in this first half, and going into a proper bye round could be a good one for them to keep things equal.
Really is such an incredible storyline though for Boom to come all the way up from Ascension, now challenging DRX on a map which they kind of stake their claim to this entire scene.
The big difference though in how Gen G have been playing and Boom's idea against them.
Okay.
It was quite targeted, right, in that Gen G game. And suggest, I'll say it real. I'll say it.
Go for it.
And in this one, when it flips over, I don't think you're going to be able to do the same, right? And it's a completely different agent comp for Boom. So they do have to tackle it a little bit differently.
Agent comp, different opponents.
Yep. A different day in the office. So,
big day in the office.
Yeah, for sure. One of these teams will continue a flawless run in the group.
Only one.
For now, though, on the back of that timeout, folks, see what DRX are going to look to come out with. Some mid control from the drone, answered in spades by NC Slashes up through short, spotting out 2. They're quite close as well. Feel like you need to fall back just a little bit.
Trying to make their way out of these dangerous spots, but still Gunman has to pin down.
Microphone muted.
Into the
โอ้ยกระแสติดต่อยังครับเรื่องเขียวอะ
It's going to be trades for days. DRX though
ไม่น่า
find
นะ
themselves in a favorable position now with the numbers at hand. Berserks
ให้ยังตอบว่าอะไรอะ
kind of arrived
ไม่สนับสนุนแล้วไม่มีใครสนับสนุนความรุนแรงอยู่แล้วครับแต่
corpses scattered everywhere.
อีกมุมหนึ่งคือมันมีคนเทคแอคชั่นอยู่แล้วอะแต่สุดท้ายบทลงโทษมันก็คือมันบทลงโทษอยู่แล้วเว้ยมันคือ มันต้องออกแก๊งมันก็โดนแบนแต่ถ้าให้ทำอะไรมากกว่านี้คือเราต้องทำอะไรอะคือเราต้องไปแจ้งความแทนเขามันก็ไม่ได้ถูกปะถ้าเขาจะแจ้งความมันก็อยู่ที่ฝั่งผู้หญิงอันนี้แบบว่าถ้าพูดในมุมอีกมุมหนึงถูกไหมคือในมุมมองแก๊งมันก็เทคแอคชั่นมันก็ทำไปเท่านี้มันไม่มีใครสนับสนุนความรุนแรงอยู่แล้วครับอันนี้จากใจนะมันไม่มีใครสนับสนุนครับแต่บทลงโทษของแก๊งมันก็มีได้เท่านี้คือบทลงโทษของแก๊งมันจะมีมากกว่านี้มันก็ทำให้ทำอะไรอะคือจะให้ไปตามกระทืบหรอมันก็ไม่ถูกมันก็ไม่ใช่ใช่ถ้าจะแจ้งความมันก็คือต้องผู้หญิงเขาก็ต้องไปแจ้งเองคือมันไม่ได้เกี่ยวตรงนี้อยู่แล้วอะถูกปะมันต้องเข้าใจก่อนครับมันบริบทมันก็เทคแอคชั่นมันก็ทำไปเท่านี้เพราะว่าในเซิร์ฟในมุมของเซิร์ฟก็แบนไปแล้วในมุมของดูไว้มันก็คือต้องออกแก๊งอยู่แล้วครับถูกไหมล่ะอันนี้ในมุมแบบถ้าพูดตามตรงอะตามหลักแล้วอะมันให้ทำอะไรมากกว่านี้ได้จริงๆหรอ
Microphone activated.
They've heard exactly where Mako is. In with the Arcros flash, but trapped down inside. And Berserk's managed
Microphone
to
muted.
get away with the door broken.
Microphone activated.
รอดกลับมาได้ยังไง
No ults really for Boom to be able to get on.
พรและเก่งขึ้นมาทันทีเลยว่ะเด็ก
Also for DRX
Microphone muted.
utility ready.
ใช่ในมุมสังคมก็โดนบรรณาโดนสาปใช่แล้วคือเราต้องเป็นคนที่ซ้ำเติมเหรอมันก็ไม่ถูกต้องปะถูกปะคือไอ้เรื่องสนับสนุนไม่มีใครสนับสนุนอยู่แล้วครับไม่มีใครส่งเสริมอยู่แล้วเรื่องพวกนี้แต่จะให้ไปซ้ำเติมมันก็แปลกๆปะ
Hell has been cleared now. Watching out for door. Hyunmin still able to cause some havoc. Off towards the next spots though. It's up towards A main with Fring on that stinger. Boom should be able to body block most of the shots and get the spike into at least half. Found him, and that's gonna be a Strand now coming through. He's got the short.
Microphone
ได้ไงวะ
Wait, a triple kill down at the end, but the spikes.
It was denied.
Not defused.
It was denied. That had to be the legitimate millisecond of millisecond by my eyes.
Unbelievable.
That is absolutely crazy trying to trace that last one. I mean, the reveal on towards Bane to get that one and a reload caught out there for Hyunmin. How has he managed to win that one, Australia?
It's criminal. Just slotted into the team, and he's able to put up incredible performances, clearing out all the angles.
It wasn't the millisecond and the millisecond. It looked like there was
Microphone
a
muted.
sliver of a try, but it still was absolutely close.
And now, not letting go of the button.
Microphone
it's gonna be DRX
activated.
once again back into B with this same default. Boom though, having dealt with it, now looking to trip the sheer wall.
Microphone
ใช่
muted.
ต้องถามว่าสิ่งที่ทุกคนต้องการอะต้องการแบบไหนมากกว่า
Not
Hey.
his best equipment so far. Though.
Yeah, it has a bit of a different flavor on it.
คือจะไปบอกให้แบบเจ้าตัวออกมาพูดเลย เราก็ไปบังคับคนไม่ได้อยู่แล้วถูกปะล่ะแต่สุดท้ายสักวันหนึ่งผมว่ามันก็ต้องออกมาพูดอยู่แล้วอะเรื่องเนี้ยมันไม่สามารถหนีไปได้ตลอดหรอก
Playing up here.
คือคนทำมันก็ต้องยอมรับความผิดอยู่แล้ว
So that's a
แต่แค่อยู่ที่ว่าถ้าพร้อมก็คงออกมาพูดแหละ
now still
มัน
finding
ไม่สามารถบังคับให้เขาออกมาพูดได้อยู่แล้วอะ
But on the
flashes
side,
off his own as well, and he's hungry for more. DOS9 looking famished, but unfortunately punished for it. NC Slasher now has to hold down the site, sends out the Armageddon, and that's going to be DRX looking to get the spike down soon enough. Pop flash out from Free,
Microphone
but it's dimensional
activated.
drift from Famous to counter.
if the plant goes down, Australia will have the ult, by the way.
Big crash noted, Shiro looking to sneak through,
Oh,
but Free!
what?
Microphone
What a flick!
microphone activated.
ใช่ปะเนี่ยฟิลลิ่ง
Steel guarded now from Estrella, just to keep his opponents honest. Freeing then swings out, finds the other frag. The final player left, Berserks, shotgun challenge. DRX collected the first half.
Oh, a couple of these rounds are getting so
Unbelievable.
close, man. It leads in for some entertaining
Microphone
Valorant,
muted.
doesn't it? But the judge, you know, gets it started. NC Slasher is really feeling the trouble on the site there as well. I was thinking to myself, you know, an Armageddon can be really powerful. It's got that wind-up time. You can get traded if you're trying to bring that one out. And then the end for Berserks, I mean, unfortunately, into the player that has the shorty when all of the guns are removed from both teams.
ตั้งแต่มันทำเอา
Invested.
ตั้งแต่มันทำเอามันก็ได้วินล้วนเลย
7 to 5. Pretty close. Not exact. Now on the flip up as well, right? Gonna have a bit of a different look for DRX. How is this defense going to look?
Well, if last week is any indication where they had well, I don't want to say flawless because they only played like
4 rounds.
4 rounds, yeah.
4 rounds.
So not too much revealed, but it still is a really good indicator for how DRX might be able to play out this entire map. Boom, they had the lead at some point, but now kind of letting slip again.
Well, I think for me as well, in the one duelist approach for Boom, is how are you going to be utilizing Famous on this Yoru to clear a lot of the space, to dive in towards it? You know, are you more going to be relying on Shiro and NC Slasher trying to just set you up and have Berserks to be able to do something as well on the Vice, right? When the Thorns and the Flash is going to be available, or is he really just still going to be playing on towards this lurk role, the likes of what Australia was kind of doing a bit? There's options for sure on this agent composition, but this is the first time that Boom have deployed it. How confident are they now?
That remains to be seen. We're seeing the difference between, you know, the double duelist and Shiro onto the Sova. Hyunmin still putting up some good numbers up for DRX. Meanwhile, for Boom needing to do quite a bit as well. Shiro will kick things off with a Sheriff shot down mid.
Yep, Shiro
Microphone
with the
muted.
Sheriff.
Microphone
บูม
activated.
ดิ
Don't want no Util.
And to recollect themselves all towards a main.
ได้พกกลับมาอยู่ในเกม แต่ถ้าไม่ได้แล้วก็
Salvos to clear up wine.
กลับไปอยู่ที่
Gone steady. Good dark cover.
แล้วให้ที่หนึ่งเขาไป
Means that someone can sneak back in towards wine if they did want to.
เชี่ยมันบุก
pull
ดู
off
ตั
some
นๆ
sort
ยัง
of
ไม่รู้
trap like that.
รู้ตื้อมากเลย
At the same time, for freeing to go for a cheeky little jump peek, just in case.
Yeah,
Doesn't spot anyone out.
It's all about finding out where these players are at the moment. Boom have a player advantage.
ไหวบอสตายแล้ว
บอสตายแล้วเหรอบอสตายแล้ว
Well, so now trying to get the pitch on
เอ
towards
อ
Free.
เนี่ย
Will
มีตัวแจก
find
อยู่
it.
มีตัวแจกอยู่
Finding numbers advantage.
ฟิลลิ่งไม่เอาให้แค่วินที่แล้วแหละ
round.
Mark on Bane at this ace.
สะบัดไปหัว
See if the pistols are going to be able to do something in a potential crossfire or not.
Or they're going to find themselves in a bit of a hairy situation. Maybe able to flash themselves out, but unfortunately, the angles all fully covered by the Indonesian.
บุกมีภาพนะ
squad.
I do believe, unless Australia comes out with a 1 versus 5, this will be DRX's first descent drop for a while in the pistol rounds. Then they could 5 and 1.
No, you're going to mar that perfect pistol round record. Australia, you got to do it. Keep it a perfect 100%.
The time's on them.
Yeah. Oh god, Famous is slowly creeping up from behind as well.
Just don't try and go for a knife and whiff it if you're going to do that.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it, and he
แล้ว
does.
ไปฟันเขาด้วยไงเขาโมโหแน่ เอาแล้ว
The other side, pissed around though for Boom. Hey, could have come out with it flawlessly, but I think in the entertainment value, that'll give you a little bit of a chuckle. Good little plan from them to go strengthen numbers at the top of mid, and good patience throughout the round as well. You know, just making sure that they're all having the time to discuss how they want to adjust around the site.
I'd love to see him in high spirits, but yes. His guns purchased up now. Boom, slight 2-3 split. Similar protocols on both ends, but it's going to be the counter salvos for DRX.
Immediate trip of that shear as well. There's not going to be any Yoro play in front of it. Fall on back, make sure that there's no overextensions here. These are the sort of rounds, again, you know, you just want to see Boom kind of 100% them as a round like this should go. Wouldn't mind Shiro picking up the orb as well, and maybe even be going for a plant, get closer to a Hunter's Fury real early on in the piece.
Exchange and Boom.
ไม่น่าอยากรู้อยากเห็นเลย
Position towards the main. Estrella taken down.
Oh, and Hunmin actually tagged up by the stealth drone.
ถ้าบอสจะเอาคลาสสิกเก็บ3แบบวินนั้นก็ให้บอสเล่นเป็นคนเดียวอะ
Potential right click.
Big rotation, everybody from DRX here.
Fully noted right now as well. Boom. What a mid-round call.
Yeah, just get out of there.
Famous.
ปั๊มมันติไปปั๊มมันติไป
Stay his welcome. Find a
Pamati,
couple more
Pamati.
kills if possible. Swaps over onto
Ball
the
มันก็ยังเอาไป
which
ดึง
unfortunately has a longer draw animation. And then they made around back in from market through back to B. Well, denying Kunmin any opportunity.
Yep. And now freeing just with the classic and a door closed to see what he
คู่นี้ตึง
potentially do.
จัด
Knock on the door. Kick the door down.
Sit here, look pretty, go up with the spike.
That's the more likely scenario that's going to play out. Yes. Look pretty and talk things over.
Yeah, you got your rifle round coming in the next one. So how are you going to look to do that on the defensive side? Do you want to go for a little bit of aggression together as a team? Or do you really just want to play it more on the default side, right?
Play a long game, you would imagine.
Maybe.
Go off something more default. But we have seen, yes, we have seen the aggression coming through. Counter salvo, stripping the shear wall, and they have a double duelist.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to probably see freeing just look to rotate between the sides where required.
That's the current situation right now. DRX, not too bad, but Boom showing off a lot of crazy mid-rounds as well. And while they might not be here, certainly feeling the support of the Indonesian home crowd back at the watch party.
I was interested to see what this rifle round was going to be presenting for us on Australia's setup with the Vice as well. Going to go over to the A site with a deep wall. You actually need to kind of push a body out towards if they don't see
ซึ่งมันเป็นด้านกันหรือด้านบุกวะกันนะ
just for it.
กันเหมือนเดิมอะ
And more of a default for Boom. See if any challenges are given to them.
จะเดินบุกไป5วินบุกไป7วินดิ
So far,
This is cheeky though. DOS9 spots the information onto Hyunmin's position. Meanwhile, a bit of a push up in towards B-Main, freeing to bait the shear. Likewise, on the A side of things, I just mentioned the shear that Australia's put down. Well, he's seen a bit of utility. So there's an idea that it was a bit of a default, but Berserks, again for an opener, this time on a freeing.
not too shabby. Now more options found. They will trip that deep shear wall as well and manage to get away with it. But Mako
นี่มากดซ้อนสวยไม่มีสมองให้เพื่อน
an
อีก
angle on.
Yeah, he's just saved Australia there, to be honest.
Okay. Berserks, however, right now trying to catch up to his team. Spotted out by Mako. Oh, the team
ย้อนกลับเอง
will
ร
be
อ
able to flash themselves into the site.
How has Shiro found that, by the way, with a Spectre at that distance?
Couple of taps, perhaps.
ให้ยูมินเสกเดา
Deal and fend
ขอเดา
off more because incoming players are going to be Mako and Hyunmin until Mako's been quickly dispatched of.
ขอเดาว่ามันเสก
And Z Slasher now and the rest of the team position themselves. Same main as well as Hell.
Just don't give that option in the corner of that dark cover. You want to jump up there potentially as DOS, but nope, you think better of it. You play the numbers, 4 versus 2, and now by the timing, we can see that DRX are opting for the save, which means that the bonus round is going Boom Esports' way. And if the last map is anything to consider here, Quack, this one might go the distance.
Certainly hoping for it as well.
So you want to
Entertaining Valorant all throughout.
So you want to see as many gun rounds as possible for DRX to put themselves in a good favor to keep it challenging. So saving those 2 guns there, not the worst of ideas. He's literally just spected him at the tail end while blinded halfway across the map. I know he saw him before the Arcros pop, but still.
It's skill. But yes. So Boom now with bonus round.
มีแบบ3แบบงงๆอ่ะอิงแบบไม่ควรมีอ่ะแบบเพราะไอ้ดอทนายมันเลยทำให้มีแบบ3อ่ะ
See what he can do with B main. Of course, there is a buy up behind those 2 saved.
ไม่ได้มีเพราะ DRX นะนั่งเดี๋ยวมาเสก
Onwards to B side.
Oh, this is risky, but straight up.
ปืนเฮียนี่มันน่ากลัวจังวะ
น่ากลัวหัวตัดอ่ะแรงกว่าปืนยาวเสมอเนี่ยดูดิเกี่ยวเลือดหายไปแล้ว50
Feeling the looming threat of the entire Boom Fire team now. Salvos to delay, allowing
บอสมันเดินมาเล่นคนเดียวอ่ะตายก่อนเถอะ
sniped out.
And now you get an idea as Boom that there's a big rotation.
ถ้าให้ฟิลลิ่งถือปืนก็เหมือนแพ้
So
อุ้ยทักไม่ได้ทักไม่ได้ทักไม่ได้
freeing.
That's gross.
ไม่โดนป่ะแฟดไม่ร้องอ่ะที่เรียบร้อยนี่ก็โยกดิรอเลยอ่ะ
Nothing too much found.
Because the flash is
แต่ถ้าไม่เข้าตอนนี้ก็ชิบหายเนี่ยรอสโมกแน่เลย
And will be able to come back in through to support Estrella, who is spraying for dear life with a stinger right now. Flashed out, Bring finds one more, but it is individual.
แต่มันไม่ร้องได้ไงว่ามันหันหน้าหลบเหรอ
A bit of a numbers advantage, although Berserk's
เออ
low HP.
มันแอบแล้วตอนนี้
มันหันหน้าหลบไปหน่อย
แต่มันอยู่บนหัว
คนหนึ่งก็
เลย
มันไม่โดนเลยไงวะ
They don't know where
เกม
Marco
บัก
is. They don't
แฟดอันนี้มันหลบไม่ได้ไม่ใช่เหรอ
นั่นดิมันต้องร้องดิเมื่อกี้แต่มุมมันก็ไม่ได้แอบอยู่ใช่ปะมุมมันยืนชิดขวานะ
And that
Say.
is Boom continuing this flawless run on the attacking side so far with 4 in a row. That's another. I don't want to call it a gun round, but there was kind of enough there from DRX to really make that one, you know, maybe workable. A couple of vandals and stuff.
I see what you're saying, but it also is, you know, a huge contrast to how DRX was playing against Global Esports last week, where now you've got this 4 glowing red win streaks coming out from Boom. DRX needing this time out somewhat.
Yeah.
From intervening.
โดนบวก4วินติดแล้วแล้วเดี๋ยวมันก็กลับมาสู่4เหมือนเดิมตามภาพ
Boom still holding onto both of theirs, not
แต่ยังต้องเป็น9 9 10 10ให้ได้อะ
drop them. And if they start to continue to have a bit of a wriggle on as well, you know, and they're getting some rounds here or there, and DRX are still behind, do you even then consider to use one of your own to give DRX enough time to have a talk as well, right? Like if you win this next round as Boom, and you convert after your opponent's bonus round, you're probably not needing to see yourself time out until, you know, it really gets to the later stages of the map, right? Unless you're tied up 10 apiece or you're up 11 to 9, and then, you know, you don't want to see them get to 10 before you get to 12 or something like that. I don't know. It's an important round though, regardless here, Quack.
Timeouts, yes. That can be very valuable when things get dire.
Yep, and with the guns being present again for DRX, you know what a counter for that is? Well, it's Berserks with the Steel Garden. If Boom have an idea on where they want to try and navigate around this map and try to potentially end things, that can make things quite nice for them.
No doubt. Still though, we'll start things off with Salvos once again. A little bit more down middle, trying to disguise some of Boom's other intentions.
Yeah, Famous putting the pressure on mid, trying to draw some attention here. Gunmin to rate the clone and aim to get in towards
มุมนี้สยองว่ะ
Two players though.
Wow.
Smoke comes up, but the spams will still go through.
Famous a bit too far ahead of the team there, unfortunately. So now you're at
ฟีดดิ้งขนมพี่ยิงหัวมัน
maybe even a secondary one as Berserks keeps going here.
ขนมเมืองเกาหลี
He will opt
แน่
for the
ทัก
right
ไม่
stick,
ได้
but just quickly dismisses of him.
Yeah, and if you want to try and go to this A side, I mean, with all of his vice utility, it should be unachievable.
Hey. 50 seconds.
ตีไวอยู่ดีก็เริ่มตีช้าซะงั้น
Yeah, and Bane, if he sees the pressure here, he's got his teammate freeing around him. He's still got special delivery and salvos. They can just call and play for the 3 versus 5 here. They don't necessarily need to take a fight. You even drop the door rather. So
it's a rather risky round to go for.
Oh, it just makes it so hard for Boom to try and get something back in towards this round. I wouldn't even be surprised if they just save.
Yeah.
I know they've got a lot of money, but there's just nothing you can really do. Bully your way into A, where a door has also just
ป
been
ระตู
shut.
Yeah, 15 seconds now.
เวลาหมด
Unless you can kill these 2 players on the site with a snap of your fingers, this is a really tough.
Okay, hang on a
spike
second,
to get
hang on a
planted.
second.
So Shiro sneaks up from behind, finds a double.
Boss
Triggered
save.
off by Hyunmin. Spike still looking to get planted, and now Francie decides to hold the angle. Unfortunately, falls. And now DOS9. He has to once again step up to bat. Freeing flushes him away with the dimensional drift. DOS9 ignores it. Tries to dodge the flashes as well. Manages to deal with.
อุ้ย
No way!
ใช่เหรอวะไอ้ฟ้าจะนี้
Eliminates freeing. DOS9, everybody.
If
ไอ้ยี่ฟิลลิ่งอะฮะ
for stuns to not be cosmetic in this game, that is the moment right there.
A Red Bull clutch from the sun from Kazakhstan.
Oh man, it's a 2 versus 1. The dimensional drift, I was gonna say before they immediately kind of called to go for it. Would they use the dimensional drift to try and find him and block him and make it awkward for him? DOS9, I mean, this guy had a shocker. Like he's not been having the greatest time in the server today. I will admit, currently one of the the worst performances of him. But
แล้วมันฮีโร่บายมาแล้วคนเดียวครับซื้อเกาะเต็มด้วยนักเลงเพราะวินหน้ามีกันติ
Love it. Next round up now though, and Boom playing it a little bit safer. You've got the Outlaw on Berserks.
บูมมันประกาศชัยชนะแล้ววะ
That's something that DRX has been doing, not allowing for
แต่มันโดนตันนะก็ถูก
pressure with that wall.
จะบอกว่ามันรีบเล่นไปหน่อยวะไอ้เบนเนี่ยเพื่อมันให้ตำแหน่งหมดแล้วอะมันแค่รออะ
So now it's all down to what the team can think for themselves in
ได้
this.
พลาดไม่ได้พลาดที่ดอนนะพลาดที่คนแรกอะไม่ได้พลาดที่ฟีลลิ่งเท่าไหร่หรอก
To have some revitalization, though, Hyunmin has to think better of going for another duel there. But he wants it.
He's got Mako.
They can get a lot of space here.
I mean, Hyunmin's looking for the potential Blade Storm, I believe.
He's just looking for something for the team, I think, at this point. Junk shot.
Information as well, though, and now it's going to be Armageddon from Boom to try to create a little bit more space, especially the dimensional drift from Famous as well. Finds the entry, continues with another blind, freeing Will be happy to pick up that rifle. Berserk's now arriving from lane, though. The rest of the team looking to waterfall down on towards Estrella. Estrella dancing back and forth with the Stinger, looking for the opportunity, but unfortunately not quite. Spike will still be planted right next to him, and Berserks eliminates him.
เก็บไว้ทรมานเก็บไว้ฆ่าคนสุดท้ายด้วย
They do not care that he's at the back of the site. They know there's 20 seconds. They've got numbers. They have to get a plant. He's got a stinger. You don't want to give him a favorable duel.
เก็บไว้ทรมาน
And now it's 7-11. But look at all of those rounds.
มาโกะวันนี้โคตรบูดเลยวะ
Boom. They still are holding the sheer garden too, right? The one ability that can just kind of stop DRX from being able to shoot back when you're going for a hit. You remove their guns, right? You make them play in towards choke angles. You make them play a little bit different. Have to even contend if you want to bring in a pistol, because in this sort of scenario, you might come to expect that Boom would set up together to go for a hit into the site using the sheer garden, right?
Yeah, thinking about it. You gotta watch for these positions.
อันนี้ด่านบุกใช่ป่ะเมื่อก่อนมันเป็นด่านกันอะแต่เมื่อก่อนมันกันได้เพราะมันในนั่นอะไอ้เหี้ยมุมโอดินมันเยอะอะทีนี้โอดินมันเล่นไม่ได้แล้วคนมันเลยไม่ค่อยหยิบโอดินกัน
The options are still there, even with the fake out quickly dealt with. Hyunmin now trying to get out of dodge.
Staved off.
Guard, and there it is.
Staved off by the salvos. And the Blade Storm, you got to remember, is still available here as well.
Plays, Mako still jiggling. At some point, you got to rotate on over. Boom are not slowed down, but a bit of a team kill coming through. Nonetheless, Boom still trudge forward. Hyunmin hopping over, looking for the blade. He's got 4 left. Bane off to the other end, though, trying to prevent Boom from creating any further space. DOS9 somewhat trapped until he can slip through into market. Spike not quite planted yet because you've got these 2 anchors on the side.
การตีบีแบบนี้เป็นอะไรที่โคตรทรมานเลยไปต่อก็ไม่ได้
To be honest with you, he's gone on towards the A site. Case there's a rotation call.
ฆ่าทีก่อนสวยนั่นแหละฉลาด
He's got the Phantom. Close range could help him out, but oh! somewhat double peeked out.
ทีนี้ก็ไปลุมเขา
The crosshair not just able to drag
แล้วก็เจอบอส
over.
2 หัว
Hyunmin
Hopping out of the smoke now. Hyunmin alongside Estrella. Arc throws popped, but nothing much found. The shot's not quite connecting.
บูม
Estrella
เล่นโคตรดีเลย
only be able to find it
กัน
first.
ไม่อยู่สกวินจาก 7-5 กลับมา 13-5 เนี่ย
The double kill.
and Bane was way too far away as well. He's got salvos, but it's a 1 versus 2 here, Quack. If Boom played the crossfire right, they could find the series point.
Like you mentioned, salvos, but where do you place them? Surely into Boathouse for 1, but pops it off. No one's giving him the peek. He doesn't
Hey,
have the
hey.
flick, though. Continues to shot forward, hops down, and dives
อะไร
on the top 9.
No crossfire! No crossfire to come out from
No
Boom.
crossfire คน
Instead of
ภาคยังพูด
play
เลย
that
No
one right, they could
crossfire
potentially get it out. No slipping into the stairs. Trying to stand and deliver.
คนภาคยังพูดเลย เต็มปากเต็มค
Will hold on for DRX here. 8-11. The first attacking round dropped for Boom Esports. By the way, Berserk's found some damage towards his body at the choke point by the salvos, if I am remembering correctly, and that's why he was within an inch of his life and was able to be finished off by the Hunter's Fury.
Cool. Tough, but for a guy who was the 6th man to come back into the squad, just being able to pull off a performance like that.
ำฮายูบินบอกเริ่มดีใจว่ะเพื่อนเริ่มเอาให้บ้างแล้ววะ
All they get? That what we said last map?
I'm shaking my head and I'm really wondering about this, but you know, certainly want to keep your hopes up for Boom. They've been putting up quite the performance thus far.
Yeah, need some good decision making here.
Salvos as well, and forces bringing the gate crash away.
Oh, there's some timing here for Australia. How far forward does he want to push, though? That's the question.
Yeah, Berserk
มุม
says
นี้ไม่
can't
ชอบ
let
เลย
you all a little bit
มุมนี้ต้องมีคนตายอ่ะ
Yeah, numbers as well. Look at this one. Hyunmin. Is he any clue?
Can't really get away either. All frags or nothing, especially once those flashes go through. A little bit more support coming up with freeing close by. Here come those kills. Oh, they have actually managed to find 2. DOS9 trying to equalize, but not quite. Famous caught inside of the smoke. Armageddon launched by Bane as well. Famous takes down Hyunmin and now looks to recollect with his fallen teammates, but Estrella up by stairs, denies entry. Berserks to trade right back. 1-on-2.
How do you play this one if you are DRX as well?
Well, he's thinking about a weapon, but it's not quite safe enough, so still sticking on to the Outlaw.
The thing is, they're both at 125 HP here.
Yeah.
The Outlaw's not the worst gun.
But you have to think about the reload, so positioning very crucial.
1 shot each, Quack.
That's all you got to go for.
Timing.
1 shot, 1 kill. Berserk's peaks, doesn't see him. Where could they be? Goes back around lane, spots out the first, that's the first kill. Punch in your second ticket, Berserks, because it's right there. Swaps to the shorty, hops in, and finds
ผัดกันหาว
for the guy, and it's Berserks who picks it up instead.
Red Bull clutch to come through from Berserks, and it's series point for Boom.
ดีนะวันนี้มาโกะมันเป็นร่างแบบโดเรมอนอะ
You look at the crossfire that was attempted in the middle there from Freeing to push through that dark cover as well. Hyunmin trying to do what he could. And it's not happening, but it's Berserks. I told you what, the Outlaw, it only needs 1 shot to finish off an opponent on 125. But the shorty as well, the sidearm, salvages the situation.
Oh, and with the win against the home crowd, all of a sudden, a little bit more silent now.
I have a feeling the big time might have to be buying the bundle soon.
Should have got an itch for it. Boom. Looking to send themselves
Lang
forward,
Doraemon.
possibly getting the lock into playoffs.
แต่โคตรจน
Well, I mean, they already have that, but top seed.
Boom top seed. Could you imagine?
DRX, do you have it in you? Playing around the smokes, not the best guns. Sheriff spams. And it's the Owl drone that clears out wine. Boom,
Yeah,
looking to
but-
set this up to the A site.
For Marco, he wasn't spotted for the moment. Now he is.
จบ
Berserk
แล้ว
towards Freeing. This is where a crunch opportunity
บูม
happens
เป็
on
น
the A
ผู้
side.
ชนะ
Right, still got those thorns, but Mako trying to play around the smokes, repositions, but unfortunately pitched down. The full swarm from Boom. 2 players left. Now Hyunmin and Estrella running off the tracks. run towards heaven. They gotta
GG.
wait for that break
จีล่า
to come. The
แน่นอนแล้วเว้ย
Thankfully, they will shoot out Storm, so a little bit more space, but can they dive down to hell safely enough? No smokes. Goes in for the hop. Hyunmin, Stinger has the first kill, but the shorty and the phantom kill out from A main. Boom! Have done it!
The Indonesian squad are indomitable here in the server today. I thought it was going to end in map number 2, Haven, but
ไปแล้วครับคนดูเจอกันนะครับวันนี้ฝันดีราตรีสวัสดิ์นะครับเราจะเจอกันหลังสงกรานต์นะครับบ๊ายบายสุขสันต์วันสงกรานต์นะครับทุกคนกุดไนท์เล่นน้ำกันให้ปลอดภัยนะครับหรือใครไม่ได้น้ำก็นอนพักผ่อนให้เต็มที่ครับเจอกันครับบ๊ายบายนะครับกุดไนท์นะครับทุกคนเจอกัน
Microphone activated.